Harley reached the elevator, entering it with the request to be taken up to the common floor. His hand was painfully bare, without the presence of Peter's grip. The elevator provided a last-minute solace in which he could take an excessive amount of calming breaths, adequately wipe the tear tracks from his face, and slowly run his fingers through his hair in a concentrated effort to make it look less haggard. Then, looking down at his obviously empty hands, he realized that he'd left his suit on the Quinjet. He hoped that someone had nabbed it as they were leaving. Sadly, as he stepped out of the elevator to face the horde of heroes, it seemed like not one of them had taken any notice as to what had been left on the jet. They all carried only their own belongings, their weapons still resolutely in their grasps as Steve robotically explained the details of the mission. Judging by Wanda's only slightly distressed face, Steve hadn't gotten to the part where it was revealed just how much worse Peter's tragic backstory could get. Wanda's eyes flicked to Harley as he approached the group, and the slight concern on her face grew. "Where's Peter?" she questioned, interrupting Steve's emotionless spiel. He met her eyes before meeting those of his watching teammates. He went out to see a friend. Natasha squeezed her eyes shut at the same time. Clint braced himself against the table and breathed, "Jesus." Sam ran a hand across the expanse of his short hair, landing in a firm hold on the back of his neck as he sucked in a harsh breath. Bucky, lacking the webbed-up scientist, let out a sigh that was too audible and too strangled and too revealing. They, too, clearly didn't see it fitting to fall apart while Peter was still in the vicinity. "If you guys don't explain what's going on right now," Wanda warned, "there will be hell to pay." After only a moment of tense silence, Harley took it upon himself to give a brief explanation. Peter, Bucky, and Nat came back to the jet with an evil-looking scientist and a cart full of blood. Peter had to explain that he'd been kidnapped by Hydra back in January, and the scientist was one of the fuckheads who abused him. The blood was all Peter's and was apparently used to try to give 78 different people Peter's powers. None of the attempts worked, and they all died. The longer he talked, the more his voice quieted, the more it shook. By the end, it was nothing but a whisper as he looked more at Wanda's shoes than he did her face. When he finally looked up to meet her eyes, he saw that they had taken on a familiar red glow, her pupils no longer visible. Magic of the same shade danced across her fingertips, with barely controlled sparks shooting from one finger to the next. It was as elegant as it was frightening. Harley stepped closer to her, murmuring her name, heartfelt and soft, as he rested his hand on her tense shoulder. She flinched, a devastating action, but Harley knew that he needn't remove his hand as he watched the crimson disappear just as quickly as it had appeared. She looked at him with sad, sad eyes that were too sad to be regarding a boy they had all just met days ago, but Harley understood the attached fondness and resulting anguish. His eyes had to be the same way. Next thing he knew, he had an armful of a shaking Wanda, her head of red hair buried into his chest. Harley wrapped his arms tightly around her as a way to comfort both Wanda and himself as a quiet tear trailed down his cheek against his will. "Cheamu," she whispered, and though Harley didn't know Ukrainian, he felt that the grief coating her speech and the tightening of her fingers in his shirt told him all he needed to know. "Cheamu, cheamu, cheamu." "He's okay now," he hoarsely reassured. "He's all right, he's out of there, he's okay." A few hushed moments elapsed, Harley passing the time by gently rocking Wanda as she cried out for all that Peter had survived. Harley had figured that she would react like this, given how much she cared for Peter in the brief time she had known him, and Peter probably knew it, too. No wonder he had wanted them to be the ones to tell her. He probably wouldn't have been able to handle any more intense emotions. The solemn moment was interrupted by the smooth unsheathing of a knife, and Harley looked over in the direction of Nat, noting the deadly and forced calm in her expression as she studied her blade. "If you'll excuse me," she said, the hidden rage in her voice chilling Harley to his core, "I'll start making my way down to the interrogation rooms." She harshly slid her knife back into its sheath, pivoting in the direction of the elevator, her heels loud against the floor. "I'll be back in an hour." Peter's second trip to Hell's Kitchen from the tower was shorter than the last, his movements far more hurried and focused. Without Natasha enveloping his body in the weirdest hug he'd ever experienced, and without having to worry if Steve was still on his tail, he traveled much faster. Good thing, too, because he needed Matt's solid presence soon before he fell into another sort of breakdown. They hadn't planned to meet tonight, but Peter figured that by listening for the telltale sound of fists pummeling against some poor soul, he'd find Matt dealing out justice. He landed on the top of a rundown restaurant, taking the time to breathe and close his eyes, reaching out with his hearing. Within seconds, he heard a nearby fight in full swing and set off in that direction without a second thought. Patrolling the streets without Karen's voice in his ear was a strange feeling, but he would have to give her system a fix once he got back to the tower. As he got closer, he realized that the punches came in a sloppy, unsteady rhythm, and the attacker's slurred speech was most definitely not the husky voice Matt used to mask his identity as Daredevil. Simply a random street fight, but definitely one that Peter would have to put a stop to. He was just one swing away from the fight as Peter was slapped in the face by the realization of what the attacker's garbled insults were actually saying. Slur after slur fell from the man's mouth, all of which Peter was well acquainted with, mixed in with the occasional whore. Hot rage washed over Peter, and he was catching a burly man's fist before he knew what was happening. "Come on, man," he said to the shocked and red-faced man, putting on his usual nonchalant and carefree tone. "It's 2017. Let people live, you know." The douche wasn't given an opportunity to respond before Peter kicked him into the wall, the stench of alcohol floating along with him. Peter quickly webbed his legs and arms in position, landing another web across his twisted mouth with no hesitation. Peter then turned to the shivering figure on the ground, who despite the freeze in the air was wearing a crop top. At least they had on a long and heavy coat as well, their jeans and boots also adequately protective. A pepper spray laid on the ground a few yards away from them, obviously having been kicked out of the way before it was put to use. The person was bloodied and bruised, but it wasn't an absolutely horrific scene, and they were still conscious. "Hey, everything's fine now. I'm Spider-Man," Peter softly greeted, crouching down to their level, and their hazy eyes landed on him. "The dude's been handled, it's all okay. Is it all right if I touch you?" The familiar phrases spilled from his lips like it was second nature, and really, considering how this was how he spent most of his time, it truly was. Their face broke out into a lazy grin, eyes slipping shut for a quick moment before blinking back open as they nodded, granting Peter consent. "Saw you durin' Pride Law's year," they tiredly returned, the smile still resolutely planted on their lips as they brought a hand up to a small gash on their hip. Peter smiled his own small smile as he leaned down to them. "Yeah, glad you came." Peter had started going to Pride as Spider-Man a few years back when the tag #No Cops at Pride, just Spider-Man had blown up on Twitter. That year, he started the tradition of going to Pride suited up, waving around his Buy Pride flag, Ned and MJ following at a totally inconspicuous distance. May went separately that year. She had usually gone with Peter before he was Spider-Man, but he had told her that he'd be with his friends instead so that he could don the suit without her suspicion. Being without Peter didn't make her any less of an ally, though, so of course she still went. After Ned moved and MJ and May died, Peter still went to Pride. Alone. "Me too," they hummed as Peter gently checked their head for any sign of blood, checked their eyes for any sign of a concussion. "No brain damage," he concluded. "Here, lemme get some tissues," he offered, twisting away to reach for his small medkit, but he stopped when they grunted out a noise of objection. "Nah," they denied, hissing as they began to prop themselves up. "I've got some in M pocket." They reached into their coat pocket, pulling out a stack of neatly folded tissues, free of the packaging. Peter sat back on his haunches as they wiped away the blood spilling from their nose and lip. As they pulled out another for the gash on their hip, Peter again reached for his kit for a bandage for the wound. They thanked him when he offered a large band-aid, slapping it on the cut before it could begin to bleed again. "I'll get your pepper spray." He quickly stood up and attained the small mace before returning to the victim. As he handed it to them, he checked, "Are you all right other than that?" They gave a humorless chuckle. "Well, I just got hate crimed, so, yeah, we're doing pretty good." "Understandable," he allowed, holding out his hand to help them as they started to get up from the ground. They moved with growing ease, apparently handling both the physical and mental trauma well enough for the time being. "Could I borrow your phone to call the police? My communications are down." They sighed, brushing themselves off with one hand, waving Peter off with the other. "I've got it. I'll be able to walk home too, so you can be on your merry way." They looked up at Peter with a smile that didn't quite match the paleness of their face and the shakiness of their hands. "Thanks for your help, Spider-Man." Peter, understanding that some victims were able to compartmentalize better than others, nodded in response. "My pleasure. I'll find you at Pride next year." "Name's Xander. I'll be the one dressed like a rainbow," they said with a wink and started to walk away, the slightest limp in their step. Peter watched Xander pull out their phone, dialing a 3-digit number as they clutched their pepper spray tightly in their other hand. He turned away, shooting a glance at the now passed-out man before he leaned against the brick wall. He sighed, letting his head fall downwards, and allowed himself to be indescribably furious at the world for just a moment. Right then, he was looking for Matt. With a final glare at the unconscious attacker, Peter swung away from the alley. As he moved through the air, he searched for more sounds that indicated Matt's presence, but it really didn't seem like there was much more activity tonight. Maybe criminals decided it was too cold for their dastardly deeds, and that single homophobic drunk just hadn't got the memo. Peter subconsciously wound up on the roof of Matt's workplace, trying to figure out what to do. If Daredevil wasn't out, did that mean that something terrible had happened to Matt? Or maybe Matt had just noticed the lack of general crime and had decided to hang up the suit for the night. Maybe Peter would be able to find him in his apartment, shoveling forkfuls of cheap mac and cheese into his mouth simply because he couldn't go to sleep yet. Peter had no idea what time it even was. It was always dark during the winter, and all he knew was that he'd already had dinner. He just figured that by Matt's standards, it wasn't time to sleep quite yet. Peter was snapped out of his thoughts when his hearing receded back to only pick up the nearer sounds, and he finally became aware of the well-known sound of Matt's heartbeat. The heartbeat was close, and as if he were in a cartoon, Peter slowly moved his head to look in the direction of the sound, which happened to be directly below him. Peter didn't wait any longer before slipping down to the permanently unlocked window, which happened to lead right into Matt's office. There, he found Matt sitting in his office chair, foot tapping as he quickly ran a finger across a piece of paper. Peter knew that Matt was already aware of his presence. He'd probably been aware of Peter's presence long before Peter was aware of his. "Why are you working so late?" he wondered, wandering over to Matt's desk. "This case is kinda putting me through a loop," Matt murmured, not pausing his reading. "Fogs and Karen forbade me from patrolling till I work it out, so it's an all-nighter for me." "You've rarely listened to them when they've tried stopping you before, so what's keeping you here now?" Peter didn't bother taking a look at whatever Matt was studying. If Matt was having issues with this case, there was no way Peter could figure anything out. He specialized in STEM fields, after all. "Fogs took the suit," Matt admitted. "What about the backups?" "Karen took the backup." "What about the little ski mask, blindfold type thing?" Matt stuttered in his scanning, and Peter heard his heart rate pick up slightly. Matt had apparently forgotten about the little ski mask blindfold type thing, but Peter didn't really want to upset Foggy, and he especially didn't want to upset Karen. As he and Matt both jumped to reach for the cabinet drawer they knew the old mask was in, he realized that it was pretty stupid of him to remind Matt of it. Matt got to it first, seeing as Peter had to jump over the desk in order to reach it, and they fell into a brief scuffle over the mask. After a good 30 seconds, it ended up in Peter's grasp, and he threw it away from Matt, launching a web at it in such a way that it moved from midair to being secured to a wall. "You're tired, man," Peter noted, slightly weirded out by the fact Matt was a bit easy to overtake. Peter removed his mask and plopped down on the floor against Matt's desk. He was on Matt's side of the desk, and as Matt sat back down, it gave Peter the closeness he so desperately craved at the moment. "Yeah, well," Matt shifted his papers slightly, and Peter craned his head up to see that he was pushing them aside. "You sound like complete shit, kid." Peter just hummed, knowing that Matt didn't just mean that his voice sounded like shit. It was his heart rate too, he knew, and his breathing that still hadn't calmed down completely, and Matt could definitely sense the violent shake of Peter's hands. "Spill, what's going on with you?" Finished with putting away his papers, Matt tilted his head down at Peter, his blank eyes missing Peter's face by an inch or two. "Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?" Matt scoffed, kicking Peter lightly in the thigh. "There's a reason you came looking for me. You know I want to help you, right? So spill." Peter sighed, thumping his head against the cabinets built into Matt's desk. Matt was right, of course, because when was he not? Peter knew he came here looking for comfort, but the comfort he wanted would require him to actually talk about shit. "Don't let me dissociate," Peter muttered, and the memories of Ned and MJ in the back of his mind gave sounds of approval. "I did earlier. Don't have the energy to get out of it again." "That bad, huh?" "That bad?" Peter let out a breath and decided to start with the smaller thing. "I had a pretty shitty sensory overload earlier." Matt hummed a sympathetic hum. He did plenty of experience with not only Peter's overloads but his own as well. "Hurt like shit, you know how it is. I ended up hiding in the elevator at the tower cause it's kinda soundproofed and has no carpeting." "Good and bad decision-making on your part," Matt acknowledged. "Yeah, hiding in a pretty public and frequently used place seems like a great idea." Peter reached over to slap Matt in the shin, and Matt allowed the attack to happen. "Hush it, an overloaded brain isn't the smartest. But you're right, cause eventually I got found out, and Harley had to pull my dumbass out of there." "Sounds about right, how'd that go?" "Well, I ended up falling asleep on the floor while he was hugging me, so what do you think?" "Eesh," Matt emphatically responded. "So either really good or really bad." Peter gave a small shrug, paired with a heavy sigh. "I guess it was a nice moment if you don't account for the embarrassment." No reason to be embarrassed but continue. Peter rolled his eyes but did in fact continue. So then I got at least 30 minutes of sleep before I woke up and… Did you even sleep last night? Matt interrupted. He always was pretty bad at just letting Peter talk, but Peter was glad for the interruptions. Usually it just made him happy that Matt was paying attention, but now it helped ground him since the normalcy of their back-and-forth was a great comfort. No, Peter replied, seeing no use in lying. And the night before? A few hours. He'd conked out from after dinner to about 1 in the morning, so it was a good amount. Matt nodded, and Peter knew that he was holding back a comment about Peter's general lack of sleep. All right, well, the overload sucks, but there's something else. You handle overloads all the time. The overload was just the first thing, and it just shows how drained I was even before the shitshow that's coming up. Matt winced, but gestured for Peter to continue. So I woke up from some shitty sleep, ate some dinner, and then found out that my first mission with the Avengers would be a trip to a Hydra base. Matt inhaled so sharply that Peter thought he would choke. Oh, that bad. Yeah, Peter softly agreed, studying the shake of his hands. He couldn't even tell if it was from pure anxiety, pure physical exhaustion, pure mental exhaustion, or simply a mix of the three. Matt knew everything about his stay at Hydra, seeing as he was the only person in Peter's life at the time. People tend to notice when their buds go missing for 4 weeks. Peter had needed someone to talk to once he escaped, and Matt had been all ears. He even knew about the brand. He'd solemnly traced over the words burned into Peter's upper back, and as he did so, the tears that had formed in Matt's eyes upon Peter's return had finally spilled over. It was an odd thing to see Matt cry, really, and Peter would only see it a couple more times in the coming months as they grew closer and closer. Still with me? Matt asked, jolting Peter out of his reminiscence. Peter cleared his throat and shook out his hands. Yeah, I'm here. So yeah, Hydra mission. It wouldn't have been that bad if everything had gone right. This is some major foreshadowing, kid. I'm a storyteller, what can I say? Peter was quiet for a moment as he geared himself up to talk about this shit for a second time. He felt grounded enough, though, and Matt was a more comforting presence than the Avengers, so there was that. Peter could do this. We found Dr. Bayerman in the lab. All right, he got that one out. Shit, Matt swore, just by fucking chance. Yeah, just by fucking chance. The words were aggressive, but Peter knew he sounded more resigned than anything else. He was just so tired. He recognized me right off the bat. I talked to him and everything. That's unbelievably shitty, Matt spat, privately fuming, just like he always did when Peter talked about Hydra. When Peter didn't respond, Matt was silent for a second as he thought. Then, there's more, isn't there? There's more, and it's so much fucking worse. Matt slowly moved his hand to Peter's shoulder, giving him a firm squeeze. Matt didn't touch him affectionately often, so the small touch fueled Peter to go on. I've told you that they took a lot of my blood while I was there, right? They still had some of it, and Natasha found a file of… Peter accidentally let out a sound resembling a sob, but he wasn't even crying. Matt squeezed his shoulder again. The file had experiment results. Hydra had been using my fucking blood to try to give other people my powers. Matt choked, but he swallowed. Your blood is… Yeah. Did they die? All of them, 78 people. Peter let out a harsh breath that sounded a little wet, but again, he wasn't even crying. 78 people died, Matt. Let me stop you there. Matt slipped out of his seat, crouching down to Peter, and attempted to look into Peter's eyes. His line of sight was above Peter's head slightly, but the sentiment was there. First of all, it's terrible that they died. We know that. Peter nodded miserably. But secondly, it wasn't your fucking fault, Peter. Peter pulled his legs up to his chest, and Matt moved to take the place of his legs. That's what Bucky said, too. Then Bucky is a guy with loads of common sense because it wasn't your fault. You can't just blame yourself for everything bad that happens to your knowledge. Sure I can, Peter mumbled, and Matt switched from squeezing his shoulder to hitting it. Hey, he complained, shying away from the attack slightly. You're an idiot, Parker. Matt resumed his comforting touch, this time smoothing over Peter's shoulder in small motions, and Peter leaned into his hand again, hanging his head. Such a damn idiot with a guilt complex bigger than your savior complex. Shut up, dickhead, Peter huffed, and if you could believe it, the words were fond. I didn't even say anything about it being my fault. You're thinking it, I can hear it, and you can't prove that I can't. I'm positive that there's a way. Silence, nerd. Matt moved from his crouched position to thump down on the ground and gently pulled Peter's legs away from his fetal position. Peter let him. I want you to repeat after me. It's not my fault that Hydra experimented on those people. I was in New York when it happened, not at some random fucking Hydra base. I did not kill anyone. Say it, Peter, and don't give me any bullshit about not being able to remember it because you have the best memory of anyone I know. What about losing childhood memories because of trauma? You don't have that symptom, kid, not that I know of. He didn't think he did. Peter just wanted to spite Matt a little. Now say it. Peter sighed but began to tiredly repeat the words when Matt shoved his shoulder slightly. It's not my fault that Hydra experimented on those people. I was in New York when it happened, not at some random fucking Hydra base. I did not kill anyone. Very good, and whose fault was it? Hydra's. There you go, Matt nodded, pulling away from Peter to lean on the shelf on his opposite side. Spend some time on that in therapy. I'll make sure to bring it up, Peter replied, smiling slightly at the old joke they shared. Matt had always been too emotionally stunted to share anything in therapy, and Peter didn't like the idea of talking about his shit with a random person. Maybe now that Peter had explained it, the joke wasn't as funny anymore. Whatever. So do I need to rescue you from the Avengers? Matt asked, softly drumming his fingers against his thigh. I'm kinda getting fed up with them. It wasn't their fault or anything, Peter explained. I didn't explain anything till after the mission. My question still stands. Do you want out of there? No, Peter ultimately said. They were still kind to me even after they found out about the Hydra stuff. They're pretty cool people when they're not trying to capture me. Plus, Peter added, shooting a glare that Matt wouldn't be able to see, I'd be able to get out of there on my own. No rescue mission needed. I know, Matt backed off, smirking a little. So stuff's been generally okay. Generally okay, Peter echoed. He was generally okay mostly because of Wanda and Harley. The latter he still had unresolved feelings for. The differing sides of his mind argued. One bullied him about moving past MJ too soon. Another told him that he wasn't worthy of any relationships whatsoever, and the other just really liked how it felt to get hugged by Harley. He hadn't given himself much time to think about any of that since the moments leading up to his sensory overload, but now it was the only thing on his mind. Then an idea popped into his brain. What if Peter talked to Matt about Harley? Peter wasn't a complete idiot. He knew that it was good and healthy to express any shit that was bothering him. After all, he'd found Matt for that exact purpose. Matt was the only person he had that he trusted enough to talk about anything with except for Richard. That conversation would have to wait until Peter got over the shame of letting himself get abused. So, considering basic logic and his concept of self-care, he figured it was time to talk about his crush that he probably definitely shouldn't have. Kids, you with me? Matt wondered, tapping Peter's ankle lightly. Yeah, this shouldn't be freaking him out this much, right? He freaked out enough last time he took a deep dive into how he felt about Harley. So, you know Harley, the kid I've been talking about. Matt nodded slowly, hesitant. Yeah, I think I like him. Matt's eyebrows shot up and his face broke out into a grin, which was a better response than Peter was anticipating. You like someone, Matt stated, but he wasn't teasing. He sounded kind of soft. Yeah, admitting it out loud was such an odd and uncomfortable experience, and the guilt started to creep in. Is it too soon? Matt's smile faltered in concern. Too soon in what sense? Any sense? Well, you know how blind dates work. People start dating after just meeting each other if the date goes well, you know? And dating apps are meant to get people together quickly, so really, it's not too weird that you've started to like him within a few days, especially if he's attractive on the inside and out. The logic checked out, and what about the other sense? Peter, you know she'd want you to be happy, Matt replied instantly. I know that I only talked to her a few times, but from what I've seen and what you've told me, she really cared about you. If she saw that you were denying yourself any happiness because of her, it would come down here and deck you in the gut, and you know it. Peter huffed out a reluctant breath of laughter. I know, it still just kind of feels like I'm betraying her in some way, you know. I get that, I really do, but kid, finding new love isn't betraying anyone. Shit, you don't even love this Harley kid yet, you just have a nice little crush on him. It will always be in your heart, but that doesn't mean that you can't make room for others. It's just hard sometimes, really hard. Matt hummed in agreement, and Peter scrubbed a hand over his face, taking the time to rub into his eyes until he saw colorful spots. He watched them fade away as he considered Matt's advice. Where'd you pull all that shit out from? All knowledge required for dealing with you was bestowed upon me the day I met your sorry ass, Matt solemnly explained, but Peter could see his struggle to keep his face straight. Yeah, Peter waved him off. The day that you caught me in the middle of an overload and proceeded to force me to train with you, that day. Yes, that was the day God descended from the heavens in order to share with me the blessings it would take to put up with your bullshit. Asshole, Peter affectionately countered as he ran his fingers through his hair. They both let it be quiet for a minute or two, the aftermath of Peter's off-brand therapy session being a comfortable silence. Peter allowed Matt's words to run through his head on repeat, trying to get them to stick. He knew Matt had to be right. MJ would, in fact, be furious that he was holding himself back because of her memory. She'd tell him to move the fuck on and get that handsome southern boy right in front of him. She'd give him a final hug, reminding him to stick to his beliefs no matter what, and to allow himself to be strong and vulnerable at the same time. She'd shove him forward, whispering to him that it was time to be happy again. She'd want him to be happy with Harley, whether or not they ever ended up together. You deserve to want to be with him, Matt broke the silence, speaking quietly but sternly. I don't see any reason why you would be unworthy of having feelings for Harley or wanting to do something about those feelings. You deserve happiness, kid. Peter actually had plenty of reasons for why he was unworthy of many things, but he decided it'd be best to keep those to himself. Matt had helped him enough already. Thanks, Peter offered just as quietly. Matt nodded, giving Peter a few more seconds to think to himself. Then he pulled himself up and offered Peter his hand. You've got to go back to the tower, kid. You're tired as shit. Peter grabbed hold of the hand in front of him, getting up with no small amount of effort. Tell me something I don't know, he muttered, picking his mask up from the desk. I'll head back then. Do I need to tell you to call me or something when you get there, or can I trust you to swing safely? I've got this, don't even worry about it, Peter assured, slipping his mask back on, still put off by the lack of Karen. He started to walk towards the window to make his exit when he paused, turning to look back at Matt, who was blinking tiredly at his stacks of papers. You all right? I'm living the dream, just a bit tired, Matt shot back, settling back into his chair. Get some rest soon, Peter ordered, and Matt made some sort of non-committal noise, shooing Peter out of his office. Thanks again for literally fucking everything, man. I really appreciate it. My door's always open, come by anytime, I'm here to help, blah, blah, Matt distractedly dismissed, and Peter smiled to himself, knowing that Matt was being genuine. Seriously, get out of here and into a bed as soon as possible. Peter ducked out of the window without another word, climbing up to the top of the building once more. There, he breathed and breathed and breathed until he deemed himself in good enough condition to return to the tower. As he swung back, he hoped that he wouldn't wake anyone up. He still had no idea what time it was. Lucky for him, the entrance to the Quinjet hangar was wide open, the jet nowhere to be found. With a pang of worry, Peter wondered if something bad had happened while he was gone. He landed, walking the path to the elevator with an exhausted gait. My floor, please, Fry, he requested, and as the elevator started moving, he wondered when he had begun to think of it as his floor, not just a floor in the tower. The doors opened and Peter shuffled out to see Wanda sitting on the ground, her back against the wall. That, along with the fact that he could hear Harley bustling around in his room, negated any worries about there being a mission. She looked to him, her tired eyes still wide open, and shot up from the floor. Peter pulled off his mask, letting it fall to the floor as Wanda all but collapsed into his arms. She hugged him tightly, and Peter's exhausted little mind allowed for tears to well up in his eyes at the feeling. Te pero krakui sha oveche ye yezes te Cyrillic letter 456 el yeri kei. Yen Cyrillic letter 456 deuje yesha kao dea, she whispered against the skin on his neck, her breath hot. Peter understood a good portion of that, her phrases having been simple, so he replied, She squeezed him before pulling away, reaching to cup his face in her palm. Peter couldn't help but lean into her hand, and she smiled gently. A tear fell from his eye, which he wiped away before she could. She made quick eye contact with him, a familiar question of consent in her soft eyes, and Peter trusted her enough to nod. She stood on her tiptoes to reach the top of his head, giving a chaste kiss to the top of his hair. He took a sharp breath in because Jesus, that was rather affectionate, wasn't it? And they gave each other matching, sad smiles when she lowered herself again. Get some sleep, Cyrillic letter 456 te ye air, she breathed, removing her hand to grasp his arm, pulling him towards their rooms. You too, Vanda, he returned, and she nodded softly before dipping into her room. Peter turned to enter his own room, but paused at the note stuck to his door. Going on a short trip to New Jersey, it read, We'll be back sometime tomorrow, Nat and Bucky. Peter chuckled quietly, pulling the note from the door, thumbing it through his fingers as he finally entered his dark room. At least now he knew where the jet went. He gently laid the note on his near-bare desk, setting it close to the picture of him and his parents. He then wasted no time stripping his suit, haphazardly laying it over the chair before he all but jumped onto his bed. His head bounced as it hit the pillow, and he was asleep as soon as it settled. Chapter 23, New Character Alert. Peter slept in all the way to 8 o'clock before he was rudely awakened by a nightmare. It was Hydra-related, of course, but lucky for him, he'd had this exact nightmare many times before. So, he could deal with the half-spider, half-bearman monstrosity that danced around in his dreams on occasion. The only new aspect of Peter's recurring nightmare was the random references to the number 78. It was written on hazy pieces of papers. It spilled from the fucked-up Dr. Bearman's mouth, and it was the first thing on Peter's mind when he woke up. Peter was sort of grateful, in an ironic type of way, that he'd had plenty of experience with this nightmare. He was able to recover from it simply by hopping out of bed and shaking out his body, calming his speeding heartbeat within seconds. It was his way of ensuring that all of the creepy Spider-Bearman vibes were gone. Too bad he was still tired, though. That really sucked. It seemed that even sleeping in till 8 wouldn't do it for him. Peter's wake-up time hit the sweet spot in the time between when Harley left for school and when Wanda woke up. It wasn't that much of a sweet spot, if he was honest, because now, Peter would have to socialize with the Avengers if he didn't want to just spend the morning by himself. And well, he didn't particularly feel like getting trapped in his mind right now, so no alone time for the old Peter. Socializing with them wasn't a bad thing, really. Peter wasn't lying to Matt when he'd said that he wanted to stay at the tower. The Avengers were fine, all right. He'd spent a morning with a few of them before, back when he and Natasha, could he call her Nat? The note had said Nat. Watched Clint and Sam play Mario Kart. That felt like it was years ago. It had been 3 days. So Peter had socialized with the Avengers without Harley or Wanda before, obviously. On several different occasions, thank you very much. But now, despite knowing that he needed to talk to people for the sake of his iffy mental health, he couldn't help but dread the inevitable interaction. Peter hadn't talked to any of them since the jet, and he just figured that trying to have a normal conversation would be a bit difficult. Peter hated pity. He was pretty sure that anyone in a rough situation hated pity for the same reasons. He hated how condescending it was to be pitied, like he was being looked down upon and coddled simply because his life sucked a little harder than average. He hated the pity that came with some tourist dropping $1 into his good-all soup can, even though he knew that the fact that he was begging on the street kind of tossed away any dignity that he had left. He hated how their eyes went soft in the mushiest way possible, the type of soft that practically screamed, "I have no idea what your story is or how you ended up begging for money on a busy street in New York, but I'll feel sorry for you anyway because it feels wrong to ignore you." Peter hated that. Peter didn't hate concern. He didn't hate when people cared about him, even if it was an unusual experience. He didn't hate when people apologized for the occasional shittiness of his life, as long as the apology came from the right person, and as long as the apology wasn't empty. He didn't hate sympathy, and he didn't hate comfort. All of those were very far from pity, though, and pity was what Peter thought he might be on the receiving end of if he went down to talk with the team. Though Peter couldn't predict the future, and he definitely didn't know the Avengers well enough to anticipate what the coming interaction would be like. Maybe they wouldn't pity his poor, traumatized, teenage soul. Maybe they'd be understanding of his shit, and they could all move on. Regardless, Peter didn't want to deal with them quite yet, despite his later wake-up time. He was just so goddamn tired, which probably couldn't be helped with a few more hours of sleep. It probably could be helped with some meds and a therapist, and not having to relive trauma, and not acquiring more trauma to add to his ever-growing pile, but well, too bad, so sad. He could stall. He definitely had a way to stall, too, now that he looked around his room. His rather empty room, actually, with the only signs of it being lived in being the picture of him and his parents, his suit laid over the desk chair and the mussed-up blankets on the bed. The corner held his jam-packed backpack. His old pair of shoes were by the door, and he knew that his closet hid several shopping bags and a towel loaded with knives. Peter's trashy apartment building both looked and felt more homey than his room currently did, and the thought made him rush towards his backpack, finally unloading it. His sentimental belongings went on his desk. He carefully lined up the crystals MJ had given him, arranging them particularly, making small adjustments to their position that didn't really change anything. He set the small bag of Legos down next to them. The chain with his parents' and May and Ben's wedding rings was set next to the framed picture, but after a moment's consideration, he moved it so that it hung from the corner of the frame. His stack of notes from Matt went next to his makeshift altar for dead relatives. With a nod, he admired his work before reaching into his bag again. He pulled out the small CVS first aid kits, of which he only brought 2. He set those on the tall and empty bookshelf and found himself smiling at the thought of being able to fill it with books. He pulled out his few containers of web solvent, along with his last remaining spare cartridge of web fluid. At least now that he lived in the tower, he no longer had to sneak into Midtown to borrow their chemicals. His very minimalistic tool kit laid next to his spare Spider-Manning materials. The final things stuffed into his bag were a thick zip-up hoodie, a single long-sleeve t-shirt, a ratty pair of jeans, minimal undergarments, and nope, that was it. Opening his closet, he realized that he decidedly did not have enough hangers for the previously supplied generic clothes, his old clothes, and his new clothes that were still laying on the ground. With a sigh, he quickly folded his older clothes and laid them on the ground in the closet. Then he reached down for the shopping bags and, with a heavier sigh, slowly hung those up with the spare hangers. Suddenly, he was struck with the magnitude of difference between feeling guilty for letting someone else buy him clothes of all things, and the weight of the knowledge that 78 people were dead because of Hydra. His DNA was just what happened to kill them. Because of Hydra. He dropped his new Converse to the floor with a small thud, shoving them up against the wall with his bare feet. It was because of Hydra. Idly, he wondered if he should even bother removing the knives from his closet door. They were safe there, at least, if Matt or some type of intruder came to visit. But Peter knew that eventually, approximately 72 hours total, or in this case, later that day, his webs would dissolve. Webbing his knives to the wall wasn't a permanent solution, so he decided to rip off the webbing in order to instead place the bundle of weapons in his bedside drawer. Not for self-defense reasons, actually, though he did know how to use a knife, thank you very much. Walking towards the door, he turned back to survey his room once more. It was still bare bones, but at least it looked like someone lived in it now. It looked less like a guest room and more like something he could make his own. It felt like he had well and truly moved in, like it was a little permanent, weird, uncomfortable, nasty little feeling that he didn't feel like dealing with at the moment. Peter then had to face the fact that he couldn't stall any longer, at least for his own well-being. While he wasn't feeling particularly anxious right now, he knew that could and would change at the drop of the hat. Hence the avoidance strategy of leaving his room to avoid thinking to himself for too long. As he walked past her room, Peter found that Wanda was still sound asleep if the pace of her breathing was anything to go by. Good. She was up as late as him last night, waiting for him to come back. Come to think of it, Peter had also heard Harley still awake in his room by the time he was greeting Wanda. Had he been waiting for Peter too? Once more, Peter had no idea what time it had been at any point last night, but he still winced at the thought of Harley having to go to school after a mission. Peter had done the same thing all the time with patrol and school, but it was another thing to not only go to Maine and back, but also have to deal with a few emotional revelations along the way. Making his usual stop by the kitchen on his way to the elevator, Peter caught a glance at a note on the table. He walked up to it, pulling the sticky note from the table to read it. It was addressed to him, after all. Scrawled in pen, almost as messy as Peter's own handwriting, it was written. Peter. A cad deck after school today. We'll be home a little later. Have a good day. Harley. Harley had signed a quick and small heart next to his name, and a smile quickly wormed itself onto Peter's face. That fucking boy. Well, the note thing seemed to be a theme now, what with Nat and Bucky's note on his door and now this. It was a good thing, he decided, and he folded the note to put it in the pocket of his sweatpants. He'd always liked notes, and he enjoyed the idea of knowing where people were, that they were thinking of him. He ran his finger back and forth across the paper in his pocket as he took the elevator to the common floor, knowing that that was probably where the team was. Sure enough, Sam was soon spotted cooking in the kitchen, and it looked like he was almost finished. Clint was sitting at the table, his fingers drumming against the table, against his thighs, against the glass of water he had in front of him. Surprisingly, Steve was sitting as well, a cup of coffee in his hand as he took notice of Peter first. Good morning, he welcomed simply, a hesitant smile flashing across his face. Clint and Sam's eyes immediately snapped over to Peter as he nodded in greeting. Afternoon, gentlemen. But I said afternoon, gentlemen, Peter reiterated as he took a seat across from Clint and Steve. His impression of a late 50s Western movie accent was crude and inaccurate, but he was going for a light-hearted mood. Steve gave a slow, slightly confused nod as Sam snorted quietly, focused on moving his spatula around in a pile of hash browns. The plates were already set out, and Peter grabbed one for himself. Peter, Clint's voice came, and Peter hummed in response, looking up at the man. The look in his eyes was dangerously soft, hesitant, but Peter decided that he would let the man talk. You know we're here for you, right? So much for trying to lighten the mood. It felt like Peter had been stabbed in the gut by Clint's sincerity. What made it worse was that no, Peter didn't actually know that. In fact, he'd been pretty certain that at least a few of them disliked him. There was no actual, solid, legitimate evidence behind that belief, he knew, but he couldn't help but feel like he was burdening the team, that he'd intruded into their lives despite the fact that they were the ones to kidnap him. But Peter had anxiety for a reason, and it just so happened that because he'd been convinced that he only had a few friends in the tower, Peter didn't know that Clint was there for him. Peter's silence must have been enough of an answer because Clint's brows furrowed. Steve set down his coffee mug with a frown, and Sam stopped fiddling with utensils, turning to shoot a concerned look at Peter. To be fair, Peter chuckled lightly, I was kinda kidnapped, so there's that. Clint grimaced at the same time. Sam muttered an apology. Steve cleared his throat, saying, and that was very stupid of us. We're sorry about that, but you're on the team now, Peter. You can be a part of our family if you want, and in this household we have each other's backs. We're here for you. There was so much to unpack there, in so little time. You can be a part of our family. Basically a death wish on their part, but whatever. Peter would figure that shit out later. Okay, he said softly, because how else do you respond to that? Thanks. They all gave one nod in sync with each other, which was probably some of the freakiest shit Peter had ever seen, but they thought nothing of it as they moved on from the conversation. And then it was quiet. Clint's fingers kept drumming. Sam moved the pan away from the heat. Steve kept sipping his coffee. No pity in sight. They had offered their support, and Hydra wasn't brought up again. Peter didn't know if that was just who they were, or if they had noticed that Peter didn't often like to talk about shit, or if they were simply understanding of how much pity fucking sucked. It was probably a combination of the three, and Peter resisted the smile that wanted to form on his face. It turned out that he hadn't needed to stall in the first place. What was Peter thinking anyway? The Avengers were responsible adults who understood what it was like to go through a sucky experience, and when they weren't blindly following S.H.I.E.L.D., they were reasonable, understanding, wise, calm, guys, gee shit, ow, fuck guys. Never mind. Language Tony, Steve sighed, no surprise in his tone or face. Tony came hopping into the room, clutching his foot, which Peter assumed he had injured during his rush to get into the kitchen. The look on his face was one easily recognizable as panic, which slightly worried Peter, but none of the other men in the room seemed concerned, or confused for that matter. What's going on? Peter asked casually, successfully shoving the anxiety out of his voice. Pep texted that she was 15 minutes away, Tony explained, finally releasing his grip on his stubbed toes but looking no less panicked. And what's wrong with that? Peter could relax a little now that he knew that there was no world-ending crisis or anything, but he was still confused. He thought Ms. Potts was, for lack of a better word, perfect. She looked amazing in front of the press, always put together and extremely professional, no matter what kind of sick questions she was asked. Wait, Sam turned to point at Tony with his spatula. You didn't tell her about Peter, did you? I did not, Tony groaned miserably. But it's not entirely my fault. She doesn't like to be bothered with Avengers shit while she's working. I was doing her a favor. You are not shifting this onto her, man, Sam tusked, turning back to empty the hash browns into a dish. Peter's living in her home, so she should probably know about him. She doesn't even know I'm here, Peter questioned, slightly in disbelief. It seemed like a pretty big change, at least to him. Or your identity, no, Tony tacked on, making his way to the coffee maker. So essentially, I'm in deep shit. Oh yeah, you're screwed, Clint commented flippantly. Peter wondered how common it was that Tony managed to upset Ms. Potts. I can hide, Peter offered. He didn't really want to be the cause of any domestic disputes, especially when he was so new to the team. He could be kicked off in an instant if Ms. Potts didn't want him here, or I could just leave if you guys think that she'll be mad I'm here. This apparently actually upset them, seeing as they all snapped their heads towards him. What? No, Tony denied instantly, waving his hand aggressively at Peter as he took a giant gulp of his coffee. She won't be mad at you, she'll adore you. She's gonna be furious with me, don't worry about it. Sounds like something I probably should worry about. Adults being angry, not really something Peter enjoyed. No, you don't understand, Steve jumped in. Tony messes up all the time. They just work it out well, and I'm sure this will blow over sooner rather than later because he's right, Pepper will adore you. You guys seem very sure about that. Because we are, Clint grabbed a fork from the pile on the table and pointed it at Peter. You'll see, man. Sure, all right. Peter heard Tony's phone vibrate in his pocket, and he pulled it out with an apprehensive glance at the group before relaying the message to them. She's dropping off her suitcase, then she'll be down here. Couldn't you just go up to her instead? Peter suggested. it'd delay our meeting. Tony sighed, laying his phone down on the table a little too harshly. Peter supposed he was able to do that with those good all-indestructible Stark phones. It'd be a bad idea to delay it any longer. Plus, she likes to greet the team when she comes back, so she's coming down here whether I like it or not. Well, we're missing a few, Sam noted, finally laying a few dishes on the table. Again, he seemed to cook things that Peter had no idea he was making, seeing as there was a random bowl of biscuits and plate of omelets sitting next to the hash browns. But at least she's just in time for breakfast. Thank you, Sam, they all chorused, and Peter waited as Clint, Tony, and Steve reached to fill their plates. He was going to eat, of course, because it felt like it had been forever since dinner the previous night, but it was probably better to let them take their fill first. His friends weren't there to rebuke him, and besides, it was polite, and he was still going to eat, so screw you. Tony was jittery as he ate and jolted slightly when the elevator's anticipated ding finally came. He relaxed, though, and set down his fork to paste on a smile to greet his partner. Ms. Potts walked out of the elevator, but the click of heels that Peter expected wasn't there. Instead, her feet were bare, toes painted with a classic deep red. Peter wasn't staring at her toes, they were just noticeable and didn't quite match her pencil skirt, tucked-in blouse, and low ponytail. She walked into the kitchen with a warm smile, and Peter liked her immediately. The grin was wiped off her face when she caught sight of Tony, though, and she raised an eyebrow. "What did you do?" she sighed, in lieu of an actual greeting. "Hi, honey," Tony brightly welcomed, chuckling nervously. "How was your trip?" "Stellar," she muttered as her attention left Tony and flitted from one person to the next. When her gaze inevitably landed on Peter, she paused. "Hi, Ms. Potts," he offered, giving a small wave as he dished up his plate. "I'm Spider-Man, casual. The grin returned to her face in an instant as she regarded him. "Hello, sweetheart," she turned back to Tony, the smile fading just as quickly into a scrutinizing glare. "Would you care to explain?" Tony cleared his throat, looking a bit sheepish. "Pepper, meet Spider-Man, also known as Peter. He's an Avenger and has been living here since Sunday." Ms. Potts glared at Tony for just another second before sticking her hand out for Peter to shake. "Nice to meet you, Peter. You can call me Pepper." Peter grasped her warm hand with a rather shy smile. "Nice to meet you too, Pepper." Peter had listened to her heartbeat the entire conversation, having been anticipating her reaction. The only time it spiked was when she first laid eyes on him, but had remained calm and steady ever since. Peter liked her even more. She chose to sit down next to him, accepting the plate Sam had made for her with the same warm smile. "Tell me a little bit about yourself, dear." Peter liked her names for him. They made him feel incredibly warm inside, almost like his heart combusted into fiery flame each time she regarded him with an endearment. "I was bitten by a spider a few years ago and decided to become Spider-Man. I patrol most nights and some days, so I—" "Peter, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I was hoping you could tell me more about who you are as a person. I care more about Peter than Spider-Man, no offense." He blinked in shock, setting down his fork. "None taken," he replied awkwardly. He'd never been good at describing himself. "I like STEM stuff, but I do a little bit of art too. I have fun learning languages, like I know about 7 and Wanda's been teaching me Ukrainian. Dogs are pretty cute." Peter trailed off, not really knowing what more to talk about without bringing up Spider-Man. Pepper's smile seemed to be a permanent fixture on her face, but it had brightened even more while he was talking. "Well, you're certainly not a one-trick pony, now are you?" Peter felt himself blush slightly, and he tried to will the color out of his cheeks. "I suppose the only things we have in common so far is our enjoyment of dogs and our ability to pick up a few languages, though I don't know nearly as many as you." "Yeah, Jesus, Peter," Clint jumped in, looking slightly bewildered. "I was an agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while, and I only know 4.5 languages. All of their eyes were on him, and Peter was once again reminded how much he didn't like being the center of attention. "Well, I guess I just have a lot of free time, you know. No big deal." "Well, you seem rather talented," Pepper noted, but only once she had finished chewing, unlike Clint. "How about dogs? Have you ever owned one, or do you just think they're cute in general?" As a result of his excited answer explaining how no, he'd never been able to own a dog because they were expensive to take care of, and his apartment had never allowed them. But he liked to pet every homeless dog he saw on the street. Pepper and Peter filled the air with small talk. Pepper, ever the sensible and increasingly kind woman, never once brought up his age, his family, or his previous living situation. She tactfully avoided each of those topics, apparently realizing that Peter tended to skirt around them himself. Her calm heartbeat never wavered, and her affectionate expression never fell. Safe to say, Peter was growing incredibly fond of Pepper Potts at an alarming rate. It was when Peter carded his fingers through his hair, his fingers getting caught in the tangles of the long strands, that Pepper offered to cut his hair. Another thing he had learned about Pepper was that she was insanely attentive, able to read everything about him, from his slightly guarded facial expressions to his occasional wavers in his speech. Either that, or she was a mind reader who heard him thinking about how he should probably trim his hair soon. "Oh," Peter let out, quickly removing his hands from his hair like he had been caught. "I mean, you really don't have to, I usually just do it." "It was just an offer. I'm pretty good at that sort of thing, but if you don't want me to, forget I said anything." Now usually Peter would have shot her down in an instant. Since Skip, May, and MJ were the only ones he let close to his hair, and the only ones to cut it had been himself and his aunt. Since May died, it was just Peter. But there was a simple reason May and MJ had been able to touch his hair. They were women he trusted. With a man touching his hair, it was a lot harder to differentiate their hands from Skip's. Pepper was a woman. On top of that, Peter was beginning to trust her, which really said something about the power of her smile. On top of that, he didn't really like to cut his own hair. Despite having done it for years, it always came out choppy and uneven. He wanted his hair to look nice, and well, Pepper was offering. "Are you sure?" he wondered. She was just offering up her services like this, and he didn't want to take advantage of her. "I'm sure if you're sure," Pepper affirmed. It was Pepper, it was fine. "All right then, that'd be amazing, thank you." School didn't provide enough of a distraction to prevent Harley from thinking about Peter. Every time there was a lull in his thoughts, his mind drifted back to Peter's blank expression on that plane, and he always had to kick himself out of his mind. His friends noticed that he was distracted, so they tried to keep him occupied, and for that he was grateful. Sadly, it rarely worked. It seemed that his concern for Peter and his guilt for being an oblivious little shit were permanent fixtures in Harley's brain. Therefore, it was safe to say that Harley was looking forward to seeing Peter again, to check in on how he was doing, to talk to him after a long day. And that was exactly what he did, marching into the tower and into the elevator, asking Friday to ensure that Peter was on their floor. He was. Harley continued his march to see Peter, exiting the elevator and thumping down his backpack immediately, which was when he finally caught sight of the boy. Peter looked up from a book he was reading from his seat, a genuine, bright grin on his face. "Hey Harley, how was your day?" Holy fuck. Peter had gotten a haircut. And it looked good. Harley had thought that Peter's longer hair had been a nice look for him, but Harley had also never seen how when Peter's hair was at an average length, his slight curls intensified, forming the cutest goddamn poof on top of his head that spilled over his forehead and just missed his eyebrows. Peter's hair now only covered just the tips of his ears, the curled strands barely reaching down over them, revealing Peter's tiny hearing aids. And it looked good. "Harles, you all right?" Harley cleared his throat, the sudden heat in his cheeks growing ever more. "Yeah, all good. Yep, my day was fine, thank you for asking. Hey, I like your haircut, looks nice, you look good." That was probably the worst thing that Harley had ever stuttered out. "Thank you," Peter's voice lilted up at the end in obvious concern and confusion. "Yep," Harley nodded aggressively. "All right, I've got homework to do, you know, so I'll see you at dinner." With that, he turned away, walking briskly to the rooms, but froze when Peter called out his name again. "You left your backpack." "Right," Harley squeaked out, and what the fuck, that had been his first voice crack in literal years. He rushed back to get his backpack for his homework that he didn't fucking have, and once again set off to the rooms. Harley arrived at Wanda's door on instinct, hoping to God that she was in there as he gave a light, if not slightly hurried, knock. Thankfully, the door opened with a wisp of red. He stepped in, once again dropping his bag to the floor. He covered his face with his hands and took an extremely measured breath. "You saw his haircut, didn't you?" Harley let out a small groan through his hands, murmuring a quiet, "Yes." "Geez, Harley, you are just so fucking gay, aren't you?" Wanda chuckled, and Harley removed his hands to see her extremely amused face. "Have you seen him, Wanda?" Harley slid down to the floor, back against her door. "He's just so goddamn pretty." I know, she replied sympathetically. "If only you could do something about all this teenage pining, if only there was a solution to all of your homosexual troubles." "Shut up and let me recover," he ignored her quiet laughter. Chapter 24, this bad boy can fit so many plotlines in it. The door to their bedroom quietly shut behind Pepper as she turned to face Tony, who was standing a few feet away from her. His facial expression was familiar, one that let her know that he knew what was coming next, that he was already guilty for something he did. She sighed, gently covering her eyes with a hand for a moment before she said, "When did you guys catch him?" "Sunday," Tony answered immediately, but didn't go on. She'd get the full story out of him in a minute or so. "Today's Thursday," she murmured, more to herself than anything. "A little over 4 days. He seems pretty well adjusted here for such a short time frame." During dinner, she had seen Peter chat idly with Wanda and Vision, share looks with Natasha and Bucky that had been a bit too meaningful to be casual glances, and laugh about something with Harley. Tony paused, letting out a slightly nervous chuckle. "We've been trying to make him feel at home here, sorta as a way to apologize." She raised an eyebrow, "Just to apologize?" Tony scoffed lightly, shaking his head at himself. No, of course not. You've met him, it's impossible not to like Peter. Wanda and him became best friends, like, immediately, and I'm pretty sure Nat's a bit protective over him. Don't tell her I said that." "So there's no ulterior motives here?" she questioned. She knew Tony, and she knew that he always had good intentions, but she just had to be sure. No ulterior motives for housing a child with superpowers. Tony, who had been avoiding eye contact up until that point, snapped his gaze over to meet hers. "What? No, Jesus, Pep. I mean, he's an Avenger now, but that's only because Sir Eye Patch wanted Peter on the team if he wasn't going to be brought into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, which we helped prevent, by the way." Pepper nodded, holding her hands up in a placating manner. It comforted her to know that Peter was safe here, no longer in danger of being abducted and forced into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s care. She had never been one to agree with the route of capturing Spider-Man, but she also tended to stay out of Avengers business. Therefore, she had often stood on the sidelines while the team went out time and time again to make another attempt at capturing Spider-Man, and she was always there for them when they had to inevitably lick their wounds. Though that begged the question, how did Peter end up here anyway? He certainly hadn't come to the tower willingly, especially if it meant turning himself in to S.H.I.E.L.D. She voiced her question to Tony, and when the guilt in his expression returned tenfold, she had to brace herself for his answer. Tony sat on the edge of their bed with a sigh and laid it out for her, and she didn't get the true scale of it, the true horror of it until. "Peter has the strongest senses any of us have ever seen. A small cough. He underwent temporary blindness and deafness." The rock in the pit of her stomach only grew. A mental picture of Peter, the smiling boy she had met that morning, flashed in her mind's eye, and suddenly she saw him screaming, crying out for help as his eyes and ears were obliterated. She pictured what it looked like when he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his body finally freeing him from the torment of his senses, getting overloaded to an extreme that Pepper could never imagine. But then she shook herself and remembered what Peter's face had looked like when he had animatedly described a Dalmatian that he had seen on the streets just a few weeks ago, and the horrific imagery faded. "I'm guessing you guys have beat yourselves up enough about that," she sighed as she gingerly sat herself next to Tony. The solemn tone of her partner's voice told her that much. Tony gave a dry chuckle, absent-mindedly picking at his cuticles. "Not nearly enough, but if it makes you feel better, Peter has no qualms about throwing it in our faces a bit." "Then it means I don't have to. I know that you know that it was awful to do those things to a teenager, even if you guys didn't know he was a teenager at the time. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to lecture me a bit, Pep, and I think that's the first time I've ever said that." "It's going into the vault to be brought up on future occasions," she assured him, and he deflated slightly. "Look, Tony, I'm not going to give you a pass, but I'm also not going to recite what's already been playing on repeat in that brain of yours. It'd do nothing for you, despite how much I'd like to have it out with both you and the rest of the team. I just need you to promise that you bunch of idiots aren't going to mistreat Peter any further because that boy is a gift and deserves the world." "Pepper, you've known him less than a day, and—" "Not disagreeing," he soothed, taking her hand in his, squeezing gently. She squeezed back. "We all care about the kid, not me though. That would be very stupid of me and would absolutely ruin my reputation. I'm not supposed to care about things, remember." "Tony," she stressed, but her smile matched his teasing one. "Kidding," he mumbled and proceeded to hold up his right hand. "I, Anthony Edward Stark, swear on the behalf of myself and the Avengers that Peter will never again be mistreated because of us." "Thank you," she nodded, then pushed herself up from the bed. "I still haven't unpacked, so you're free to play in your lab now while I get started on that." Tony quickly hopped up from his spot, making his quick escape out the door before she stopped him, saying, "And Tony," he popped his head back in the doorway, "make sure to talk to Harley about his crush on Peter." "Oh my God, yes." Harley was pacing outside of Tony's empty lab, going back and forth, right in front of the entrance. He never liked to go in there when Tony wasn't there, seeing as Tony had always liked having his own space. But that meant Harley had to wait for the man until he inevitably made his way down to his lab after his talk with Pepper. Usually, Harley would have simply interacted with the others instead of pacing silently outside of the lab, but Harley needed to gather his thoughts, to prepare himself for having a serious talk with Tony. See, Harley needed relationship advice, and who better to ask than the resident father figure. Currently, Harley's pacing was slightly reminiscent of a movie scene in which a character was practicing how to greet someone. Instead of the classic variations of hey in different vocal octaves, though Harley was trying to figure out how he would say, "I have the hots for the hero who's been living in our home for 4 days and could break me like a toothpick if he wanted to, but would never want to because he's probably literally the best person to ever exist." Thoughts? Maybe that wouldn't be the best way to start, but hey, that was why he was gathering his thoughts. "Friday," he groaned, "are they almost done yet?" "Boss is on his way down now," she replied, and then like an exasperated mother she said, "Be patient, Harley." "Yes, ma'am," he mumbled, continuing his pacing. He wasn't nervous exactly, but talking about a crush with his father wasn't something he ever really did. But he was comfortable with Tony, and Harley knew that Tony maybe sort of thought of him as his son, so it balanced out. And it wasn't like the man would have any issues with Harley liking a boy, of course, seeing as he wasn't an asshole, and Harley had already come out to him. Plus, Tony himself was bisexual, so there was that. He just wanted some advice and figured that Wanda, despite her self-declared wingwoman status, was probably getting tired of hearing about Peter. She definitely wasn't mad at Peter himself, more like Harley's inability to do anything about his own strife. That was what Tony was for. "Speaking of which, to what do I owe the displeasure?" Tony called, walking out of the elevator and towards Harley with a smile on his face. "I'm here to interrupt your lab time. As some sort of punishment. As some sort of bonding time." Tony hummed, stepping up to place his hand on the scanner before stepping into the lab, gesturing for Harley to follow him as he went. "Then by all means, go ahead and bond." Tony immediately moved to one of his smaller workstations, pulling up the schematics for a project that Harley was too distracted to look at. "Here goes. I'm gay for Peter. Shit." Tony looked up at him with a small smirk on his face, and he shoved away the schematics as quickly as he had pulled them out. "Oh yeah, Pep wanted me to talk to you about that." Harley had to take a second to process that before he sighed, resigned to never having a secret ever again. "You guys are fucking impossible. We don't fucking use language like that shit." "Whatever, alright, so you already knew then, and Pepper did too, somehow." Tony snorted, waving him off. "Kid, you've been living with us for a little over half a year. Of course a few of us will notice when you look at that kid like he hung the moon." Then how the fuck had Peter not noticed yet? Harley had come to know him to be incredibly perceptive, so if Harley was as obvious as Tony was saying, Peter should have had it figured out in an instant, especially after Harley's reaction to the other's haircut. Or maybe Peter had noticed and he was just gracing Harley with time to work up to asking him out. Or Peter just didn't like him back. That was also very plausible. "Are you gonna just bully me the entire time, or will you grant me your sage advice?" "You'll have to be more specific. Like, do you want someone to tell you what to do, or do you want me to give you some condoms and lube?" "Oh my God, Tony," Harley breathed, exasperated as blood rushed to his cheeks. Harley didn't even know why he was embarrassed. This was Tony, for God's sake. The first option, please and fucking thank you. Tony shrugged, nonplussed. "Just wanted you to have options and to be safe, of course." When Harley made a noise of disapproval, the man chuckled to himself. "Alright kid, you want me to tell you what to do? I say you just tell him, be honest. The worst that can happen is that he'll say no, but really in a non-weird way you're hell of a catch, so I'd be surprised if he rejected you." "Putting aside that last part for a second," Harley acknowledged, mimicking moving something to his side with his hands, "the worst thing that could happen is not that Pete'll say no. It's that he'll have a genuine mental breakdown before fleeing the tower, never to be seen by me again." "Why would he do that?" Tony scoffed. "Tony, that boy has got some serious trauma," Harley pointed out, stating the obvious fact. "I've got no idea how he'll react to me showing up on his doorstep and professing my feelings." "He doesn't have a doorstep. For the love of God, Tony." Fine, Tony soothed, holding his hands up in a placating position. "You're right, Peter's got trauma for days, and it might be a bit risky to tell him how you feel. But I plan on sticking to my belief that you should just get it out there. Let him know that you think he's hot and let him pick the next moves. You've just got to let him be free to make his own decisions here." Harley's brows furrowed. "Yeah, of course, no shit." Harley's my name, respect and boundaries is my game. What the fuck, you goddamn nerd. But yeah, I'll let him do whatever he wants as long as I'm also comfortable. Tony gave a nod of approval. So you seriously think I should tell him, hope that he doesn't hate me? Harley, Peter doesn't hate us even after we beat on him for a year. At least I think he doesn't, so I think it's basically impossible for him to hate you of all people. Harley groaned, I guess. He wondered if sharing romantic feelings was always this hard. Sorry man, this is kinda my first time doing this shit. Harley had gotten enough flack as it was for being gay in the South, and he knew that dating someone would just make it that much worse. Even in New York, Harley hadn't dated anyone simply because no one had caught his fancy thus far. Kind of odd that he was almost 18 without having dated anyone, but there were worse things. I know, Harley, which is why I'm telling you what I think you should do. Feelings are rough, and relationships are hard enough as they are without throwing a bunch of superheroes into the mix. That just makes all of this, Tony waved vaguely at Harley, a bit more complicated. But you and Peter are both good people who have managed to bond quickly under strenuous circumstances. I'm sure that you'll be able to work out whatever your future holds. See, Harley exclaimed, and Tony just blinked. You can be wise when you want to be, that's why I came to you. Thanks, I think that was a compliment. Harley shrugged as he backed away from Tony's desk. You decide, I'm gonna leave you to your playtime, that was all I wanted to talk to you about. Quality bonding time, Tony nodded, waving to pull up whatever schematics he was working on again. Harley was almost out the door when Tony called his name, and he turned back. I'm not gonna give Peter the shovel talk, by the way. He's a good person, and you deserve each other. Jesus, right in the heart, Harley melodramatically cried, but he was grinning like a mad lad. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, go confess your love, or whatever. I don't love him, Harley muttered as he left the lab. At least not yet he didn't. Peter was staring at his phone, on the floor in a dark room as teenagers often did. Peter was staring at his messaging app in which he only had 2 threads belonging to Wanda and Harley. Peter was staring at a message he had typed out minutes before, still unsent, reading it over and over with more distaste each time. Hey Ned, it's Peter. Sorry I haven't talked to you in forever, I've just been a bit busy. You think we could catch up? Yeah, kind of sucked, didn't it? What else was he supposed to say though? He'd been MIA for over a year, no contact with anyone outside of verbal communication. While he'd had to ditch his phone, Peter still remembered Ned's number for when he could finally talk to him again. He just hadn't known how long it would take for that to happen. Ned was going to be pissed. Peter pressed the delete button, watching as the words that had been taunting him disappear. Then he was staring at his phone again, the cursor flickering on and off with anticipation. He had to type something. He'd promised himself that he'd talk to Ned again when he could, and now Peter was certainly capable. Now it was the empty message bar that was taunting him. He sighed, typing out a simple message. You is this Ned Leeds? Simple, to the point. If by some off chance it wasn't Ned, Peter wouldn't be giving his name to some random person. Peter sucked in a sharp breath and mashed the send button. Then, like any sane person would, he launched his phone onto the bed before he curled up into a ball and let himself fall over. Peter didn't know how long it had been before he heard his phone vibrate on the bed. Ned had always been a quick responder. Peter, in contrast, chose to let himself be dreading the waiting message for just a few more seconds, maybe a minute or 2 longer. When he finally pulled himself up, reaching for his phone, the quick return message was just as vague as his had been. Ned, who is this? It was Ned, that much was confirmed. Ned always had a go-to response to unknown numbers that knew his name. He would ask who they were, capital W and everything, as he checked all of his firewalls and safety measures to ensure none of his information had been leaked. Of course, who is this? Was a very generic response, but Peter had memorized Ned's number. This was just a double check. You Peter Parker. Ned's reply came in just a few seconds. Ned, what the fuck, Peter? And then Peter was getting a call. Peter was just proud of himself for not throwing his phone again as Ned's name lit up the screen. Instead, he accepted the call like a normal, functioning human being. Peter. Fuck, that was him. That was Ned's voice, saying Peter's name, trying to confirm that the person on the other side of the phone was, in fact, Peter. Peter, who was still just silently sitting on the floor of his dark bedroom instead of responding to his best friend. Hey Ned, nice one. What the fuck, Peter, what dude, what the fuck? I'm sorry, Ned, I'm so fucking sorry. This was what Peter had been dreading. While it would be amazing to have his best friend back, he had always known in the back of his mind that Ned would be furious, confused, incredulous, and other synonyms for upset. From years of friendship with Ned, Peter was confident that Ned would be forgiving. That was just who he was, and Peter was lucky to have had a friend like him. But even if Ned forgave Peter of all his crimes, that didn't mean that he wouldn't still be mad at Peter for literally everything. Peter would be lucky to come out of this call without being yelled at. "Dude, holy shit, man, I've missed you so much. What the fuck, are you okay? I miss you right now, and I've missed you for like ever, dude." Now, that wasn't exactly what Peter had been expecting. Yeah, I'm fine, I've missed you too, like so much, I'm so sorry." God, Peter was so bad at this. How was he supposed to express how fucking sorry he was? Sorry wasn't even enough to make up for anything. He was less than a minute into this call, and it was already a train wreck. "Could you just stop apologizing for a sec, man?" Ned's voice was desperate, verging on begging. "I've missed my best friend. Please just tell me what happened. I've been so fucking worried." Peter almost apologized, but then thought better of it. Yeah, I can explain. So I left the foster home in like late summer of last year, July 28th, but then I had to ditch my phone. I didn't want anyone to track me, cause I was on the run from the CPS and, well, other people. So that's why I couldn't contact you for a while. So how are you? Smooth. The home was that bad. The home was that bad. Okay, Ned replied, followed by a few seconds of silence that Peter resisted the urge to fill. Ned was sorting through his thoughts. "Okay, I'm glad you're out of there, and it sucks that you had a shitty home, but why weren't you able to call me until now? And if you were on the run from CPS, where were you staying?" That was the real question, wasn't it? "Well, I was homeless up until a few days ago. I stayed in this old apartment building. Actually had quite the setup, you would have liked it. As for why I couldn't call you, what the fuck, Peter," Ned interrupted, and Peter noticed that he was repeating the phrase like it was the only thing he knew. "I feel like we kinda just moved right on past the fact that you were homeless. That God, you're hopeless, bro. I mean, what else should I say about it? I was homeless from last August till literally 4 days ago. It kinda sucked, dude." Peter had to stop himself from letting words fall from his mouth without restraint. He couldn't just blurt how alone he was every night and every morning, the feeling seeping deep into his bones, a constant weight that he never quite got used to carrying around. He couldn't just rant about how difficult it was to patrol on an empty stomach, how it was nothing compared to the insufficient amount of food that he got when he was with May, or even when he was with Richard. He couldn't just spill about all the times he'd had to restrict himself from repairing his injured body because of his limited medical supplies. He couldn't just tell Ned about how familiar he was with sleeping in an unheated shelter during the winter months of New York, how much he got used to falling asleep shivering. Technically, kinda sucked was an understatement, but Peter didn't want to unleash over a year's worth of trauma onto Ned, especially on their first phone call in just as long. Jesus, Peter, all right, we'll revisit that on a later occasion, Ned decided, and Peter didn't really feel like it was his place to argue. "Now, why couldn't you contact me again? I know you had to ditch your phone, but you and I both know that you're smart enough to evade CPS." Okay, so it was a little bit more than that. Peter kind of felt guilty for what he was about to explain because now that the Avengers were decent to him, it almost felt wrong to talk about how they treated him for so long. Luckily, that guilt disappeared when he thought about how much medical supplies they made him waste. "The Avengers were tasked with capturing me in order to bring me into S.H.I.E.L.D. That started in November of last year and also ended 4 days ago. I needed to be absolutely sure that Tony wouldn't be able to find out who I am, so no phone for me." "Wait, so the Avengers were basically your enemies?" "Basically. How the hell are you still alive?" "Hey," Peter cried, indignant. "You've gotta give me more credit than that, man. I lasted a whole year while I was homeless." Ned let out an audible hiss. "Right, man, that really sucks." Peter sighed, threading his fingers through his hair, surprising himself with its shorter length. "I know, look dude, I've really missed you too, and I'm just so fucking sorry. I never wanted to fall off the face of the earth. You were the only one, left. I mean, there's Matt, but I'm still able to see him. Ditching my phone was one of the hardest things I've had to do other than watch people close to me die." Peter trailed off at the end, but the clarification was probably necessary. "Not that I'm trying to shift blame from myself, because the fact that it was hard to do doesn't make up for the fact that I still did it. I'm really sorry, Ned, and you can be upset with me for as long as you like." "Peter, I swear to God, stop apologizing. It wasn't your fault that you needed to go under the radar, and I'm glad you did the right thing. I'm not mad, I swear on my life, and my dog's life." "You have a dog?" Peter asked, before internally sighing because that wasn't exactly the appropriate response to Ned's reassurance. "Yeah, got her a few months ago. Her name's Penny." "Cool," Peter murmured. He didn't even know that Ned had a dog now. What kind of friend was he? Certainly not one good enough to be Ned's best friend. Does this mean we're okay? I honestly don't see how you're not furious right now. I was at first back when you first stopped texting me, but then I figured that it had something to do with your whole spider thing. Then I was just worried. Now I'm just glad to have my best friend back, so yeah, we're okay. Leave it to Ned to immediately contradict Peter's thoughts. Ned, have I ever mentioned that you are literally the best? You could stand to say it more often. You're the best and I love you. Man, that felt amazing to say. Peter hadn't said it in such a long time, and saying the platonic L word set a jolt of something down his spine. Peter had missed Ned, and that was that. I love you too, man, so how are you calling me now? Did you figure out a way to completely block Tony Stark from finding you? And you keep mentioning 4 days ago. Mind explaining? Peter smiled to himself and pushed himself up off the ground to instead flop down on his bed. Man, you're gonna love this story. Harley had learned that he often fled to his room if he wanted time to himself to think. More recently, to think specifically about Peter. So that was what he was doing, hiding out in his room, thinking about Peter. By this point, he had decided that he was going to confess his feelings to Peter. Wanda had been hyping him up to do it, and Tony had just advised that that was what Harley should do. But just because the decision was made didn't mean that Harley wasn't filled to the brim with nerves. How was he supposed to tell Peter? He shot down the idea of a grandiose reveal pretty quickly. Peter hated being the center of attention. Privately pulling Peter to the side would be a bad idea as well, seeing as it would raise Peter's nerves like no one's business. Harley could text him, but honestly, that strategy might end up being a bit awkward, seeing as they literally lived together. A love letter was a classic option, but Harley didn't feel like getting made fun of right off the bat. Fresh idea, what if Harley made a Google Doc, shared it with Peter, and then, after starting up some basic communication on the doc, Harley told Peter that he liked him in Times New Roman font, size 12. What the fuck, Harley? No. Harley flopped onto the bed, groaning into the pillow. How did people do this so easily? They would just straight up tell their crush that they liked them. Insane. There was a knock at his door, interrupting his pity party, and Harley called out for them to come in. You're Harley, correct? Harley jolted, whipping his head up immediately to face the door. Mr. Murdock. You guessed it, the man confirmed, gripping his cane as he reached to shut the door. He then moved that cane out in front of himself a few more inches, tapping around the space in front of him. Is there anywhere I can sit down, person who I assume to be Harley? Harley quickly pulled himself up the rest of the way, rushing to move his desk chair for Mr. Murdock to sit in. Yeah, here you go, to your left a bit, sir. Mr. Murdock's face twisted as he found the seat and sat down. Shit, kid, you're just like how Peter was. Don't call me sir. Mr. Murdock is fine, though. I don't get enough of that from teenagers. All right then, Harley nodded, sitting back down on his bed. No offense, but why are you here and how? Peter was so kind as to tell the AI that I am a welcomed guest, Mr. Murdock explained with a smile that was a weird mix between a smirk and a proud grin. I then asked which floor and room was yours. I came here to talk to you about Peter, who just so happens to be out on patrol right now. Lucky us. Harley had gone still, not quite afraid of the coming conversation, but certainly nearing it. What about Pete? Mr. Murdock's expression unfolded into a knowing smile, though it was a small thing. Nothing bad, just a small little warning, if you will. See, here's the thing. Peter doesn't have many people in his life. You do know that, right? Yeah, Harley quietly affirmed. Peter had no family, no friends that Harley knew of other than Mr. Murdock and some kid who had moved away. Well, it has come to my attention that you are now one of his people. Because of that, I now need to make it clear how important Peter is. Not just to me, but to everyone he has ever encountered and to the whole of New York. You're very lucky to be able to know him. I know, Peter is genuinely one of the best people I've ever met, no doubt. It's good you know that, Mr. Murdock said, and adjusted his glasses on his face to move them down on his nose slightly. Immediately, the cloudiness in the man's eyes made itself known, and any doubts whatsoever about Mr. Murdock's blindness flew out the window. Now, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'm just a tad bit lacking in the eyesight department. However, that says nothing about my ability to throw a punch. Harley blinked. I'm sorry. Mr. Murdock shrugged, pushing his glasses back up his nose. I think you heard me. Not that I'm threatening to punch you, since punching a minor is considerably looked down upon. Some may even call it illegal. Mr. Murdock leaned in closer, and Harley subconsciously moved away slightly. I'm sure you're nearing 18, though, yes, so it's not entirely off the table. Mr. Murdock, I feel as though you're a bit hostile at the moment. It wasn't that Harley was scared. It was just that Harley knew what a person with plenty of muscle looked like, and Mr. Murdock's suit was certainly tailored well enough to show it. Now, all of this can be forgotten so long as I never hear a peep from anyone about you causing Peter harm, physical or otherwise. Wait, Harley said, eyes widening, and he threw up his hand in front of him in a slow your roll motion. Are you suggesting that I'd ever hurt Pete? Because that just ain't a possibility. No, Mr. Murdock denied simply. I'm just suggesting what would happen if you ever did such a thing, not that you ever would, of course. Of course. Mr. Murdock sat there for a moment longer, rapping his fingers against his cane, and if even though the man was blind, Harley felt like he was being scrutinized to the highest degree. Then, in a sudden movement, he stood up from his chair and began to walk towards the door. He tilted his head slightly towards Harley when he spoke again. That's good to know. Treat him well, Harley. I will, Harley confirmed to a closing door, leaving Harley to once more sit by himself in his room, thinking. Did Mr. Murdock just give him a shovel talk? Chapter 25, in which two completely different things happen. So you're saying that you want me to hurt you? Well, on a personal level, I'd like to avoid getting hurt, Natasha shrugged. But it's not like any of us will be holding back on each other. Getting injured while sparring is something rather common around here, and I'm just letting you know that there will be absolutely no hard feelings if you injure one of us. That sounds like a terrible idea, Peter commented, his voice flat. Peter's whole shtick was that he avoided hurting people. If he, for whatever reason, lost control of his strength, people could die. That hadn't happened in his whole career, but several people had been way more injured than he had intended, and far more door handles and brick walls had been caught in the fray. Because of that, when he fought in hand-to-hand combat, Peter mostly used a few guaranteed non-lethal tips and tricks that Matt had taught him. Before then, Peter had relied on his webs. Now, Natasha was telling him that the whole point of sparring with the team was to test limits, form a few bruises, fracture a bone or two. She rolled her eyes at his remark before moving into the open elevator, gesturing for him to follow. Peter followed. Bucky, Clint, and I are all trained assassins. Steve's a super soldier. Sam's been sparring with Steve for ages, and more recently, Clint and Bucky. You won't be paired with Tony, Wanda, or Bruce, so you don't have to worry about hurting Tony, Wanda hurting you, or even Bruce hulking out. She gave him a classic Romanov look, which was usually one that screamed you're an idiot. On the team now, Peter. Come to our sparring sessions and just try not to kill anyone. Peter resisted the urge to groan dramatically. Instead, he offered, if I do, I deeply apologize. Thank you, Natasha replied with a smirk. I'm sure everyone will appreciate your sincerity once you've killed one of our teammates. Peter laughed a laugh that he had practiced enough to know it was convincing, and just hoped that his face didn't go as pale as it felt like. I assumed that you didn't need to change, Natasha continued, ignoring any reaction that Peter might have had as they walked out of the elevator into the gym. Peter looked down at his sweatpants and long-sleeve shirt, the same outfit that he had worn for the last training session, and shrugged. You were correct. He would have normally had his suit on under his clothes, but he had encountered a rather sick child on patrol, and well, his suit was in the wash. Peter was busy trying his hardest to ignore the itch to put his suit back on. He'd like to say not having his suit didn't bother him. That would be a lie. Oh, you know me, Nat waved a small wave to Clint once they caught his attention. She then tossed a wry grin to Peter. I've never once been wrong in my life. Hey, crew, Clint called, stretching in flippant ways that were definitely not effective before straightening up to walk over to them. Peter amusedly watched as Clint moved down to one knee in front of Nat, holding a roll of hand wrap. Nat, will you make me the happiest man in the world and be my sparring partner? Idiot, she muttered, grabbing the white tape from Clint's hands as he grinned stupidly. Yes, I'll be your sparring partner. Clint jumped up and pumped his fist in the air like a child. Peter resisted a chuckle as Nat efficiently wrapped her hands, shaking her head with a small smile. Peter turned slightly as the elevator opened behind him, and nodded a greeting as Steve, Bucky, and Sam stepped out of the elevator, all wearing workout clothes. Bucky's metal arm was on full display, not for the first time in Peter's presence, but Peter was no less impressed by the arm each time he saw it. He'd have to ask Bucky to show it to him at some point. The others not here yet? Steve asked, flicking his eyes between Peter, Nat, and Clint. Well, Harley's still at school, for starters, Nat explained, tossing the roll of wrapping tape to Sam, who had been holding his hand up. I'm not quite sure where Wanda is, but Bruce and Tony are probably still working in their labs. Wanda's right there, Peter told them, tilting his head back to the elevator, from which Wanda walked out not a second later. Sorry, Wanda offered, removing her jacket and tossing it into the air, where it became encased in red as it floated its way over to a spot next to the wall. I just got back from a date with Vis. It's fine, Wanda, Steve reassured. You're not the last one here. Wanda looked around the room, smiling a greeting at Peter and Nat. Well, I just might be, seeing as Bruce won't be joining us, and I certainly won't be coaxing Stark out of his lab. Don't forget Harley, Clint shouted from where he was standing on a large, slightly cushioned mat. Nat, get over here and punch me. Nat sighed, but she walked towards Clint, her steps accented not by the clicking of heels, but instead by the muted sound of her tennis shoes. Duty calls. Peter was drawn back by Steve's voice calling his name. Peter hummed in response, turning to look at the remaining heroes. Would you mind sparring with me? Steve asked, looking directly at Peter just so Peter was aware that Steve was, in fact, talking to him. I would not mind, Peter told him, no small amount of hesitation in his tone, but is there a reason as to why you would like for me to punch you? 'Cause he's kinky, Bucky muttered, which earned a laugh from Sam. Hush it you, Steve rebuked without heat. Then turning back to Peter, he explained, same reason I went on patrol with you, I want to see your fighting style. But I fought you all the time while you were trying to kidnap me, Peter commented, rubbing his chin in the most sarcastic way he could. Remember all that year where you broke my ribs once or twice every month? Steve paled slightly and Peter never got tired of that. No, I remember, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Steve cleared his throat and Peter caught Sam awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. I just wanted to, see what it was like fighting you when you're trying to do more than harmlessly incapacitate us. You've never really aimed to hurt us, to knock us out of a fight. Yeah, Peter nodded. Yeah, that was kind of the point. I don't really enjoy causing people harm. We don't either, Steve made sure to say, but sparring is genuinely a way to practice our fighting skills. I guess I'm just wondering how much better you'll be fighting once you don't have to be so focused on not hurting anyone. When the team has sparring days, we injure each other all the time. No, I know how sparring works. I was trained by Daredevil and he injured me all the time, Peter quoted Steve, just like you guys do with each other. See, the thing is, he used our sparring sessions to teach me how to hold back. My goal was never to injure him because I needed to learn how to control my strength. More often than not, I fight without bringing my opponent near death. Peter sighed, getting slightly frustrated. This was difficult to explain. So, if you've already learned how to control your strength, then you should easily be able to hit us without seriously injuring us, right? Yes, Peter allowed, but then why is there an issue sparring with us? Steve, Bucky called quiet. Stop pressuring him, punk. Peter covered his eyes with his hand, and he felt Wanda gently set a hand on his shoulder. No, I'm sorry, I don't want to hurt any of you. Just, if I lose control, then it could be really bad. I never want that to happen. I wouldn't be able to deal. No, Peter, don't apologize, Steve sighed. This whole conversation was just me digging for something that I wanted. I get that you don't want to spar, and I'm sorry for trying to get you to. Peter could tell he wasn't lying. Steve was a sincere person, and all Peter was doing was making this whole situation difficult. It was sparring. Peter had hit Matt before, actually, caused a few concussions, made some blood flow. It was just part of the process for becoming a vigilante. Matt had been fine, and he wasn't even a super soldier like Steve. Peter trusted his ability to fight without losing control. Why was he worrying so much about this? I appreciate that, Peter said, and shot a grateful glance at Wanda. Her hand fell from his shoulder as he went on. We can spar, Steve. Nat was telling me it'd all be fine anyway. I guess I was just making a big deal out of all of this. Oh, Steve let out, his eyebrows rising slightly. If you're sure. Steve looked back at Sam and Bucky, who at this point were sharing a look that Peter couldn't identify. Wanda let out a small breath. Yeah, it's fine. Lead the way, Peter told him, and Steve stepped to guide Peter over to the same kind of mat that Clint and Nat were currently sparring on. Peter moved his hand to his opposite wrist to rest his hand on his web shooter. Are we doing this with fists only, or will I be using my webs and you use your shield? Steve looked back to glance at the metal bands clasped around Peter's wrists. Hand-to-hand combat only. That's not just because you have webs either. Nat's widow bites put anyone out of commission immediately. When Peter just nodded his understanding, his hand falling from his wrist, Steve's face twisted slightly in confusion. Aren't you going to take them off? A small shiver went down Peter's spine. Hell no, I don't take these things off, he explained as he moved the sleeves of his shirt to fully cover each band. I'll just not use them, it's fine. With obvious understanding, Steve's features smoothed out and he nodded. Peter assumed everyone on the team was intimately familiar with the concept of never feeling completely safe. They knew the unease that came with not carrying their usual weaponry. It was why Matt was never without his cane, even when he was with the small number of people who knew he didn't really need it. It was also why when Bucky was without his prosthetic the night they went to gather Peter's belongings, Peter could feel several knives on his person as they moved together up and down the building. They all understood. God, Peter wished he had his suit. "So how are we doing this?" Peter asked as they settled into stances a few feet away from each other. "The opponent has to be down, unpinned, for 5 seconds for them to be defeated," Steve explained. "If they're pinned, they have to yield if they want the fight to end. Otherwise, they can try to get out of the lock. Since we're both enhanced, breaking bones is allowed. Knocking someone unconscious is also a permitted move. As you know, no weapons other than your own body. That's about it." "Sounds amazing," Peter replied, taking a deep breath and slipping easily into his fighting mindset. He was relaxed, but tense and ready for attack at the same time. His spidey sense tingled with idle anticipation as Peter observed Steve moving into the same mentality. "On your mark, Captain." "No," Sam interrupted, and Peter didn't need to pull his eyes away from the captain to know that Sam, Bucky, and Wanda were standing to the side of the mat, observing. "On my mark. Ready, set, fight." Bucky scoffed at Sam's quick refereeing, but Peter was too busy leaping over Steve's incoming body to really be concerned with their conversation. "Up high," Peter mocked, landing a small, light, taunting hit on Steve's shoulder. Steve turned around just as Peter landed into a squat, and just as Peter said, "Down low." "What the?" Steve mumbled as Peter dove to the side to avoid Steve's oncoming kick. From this position, Peter could kick his opponent directly in the side of his knee, and Steve stumbled to the ground. "Too slow," Peter finished, kicking the same knee as Steve tried to bring himself back up. Maybe he kicked it a bit harder this time, and maybe he added in a lightning-fast punch to Steve's stomach, and maybe he stepped on Steve's shoulder once he was down on the ground once more, because Steve had gotten up a little too quickly last time. "Sparring is not a high-five joke that fathers use on their children," Steve groaned, and Peter's spidey sense spiked a small bit, which didn't give Peter enough information to avoid Steve grabbing onto Peter's foot with his unpinned hand. Before Peter knew what was happening, Steve maneuvered in such a way that the man was moving back up, and Peter too was moving up and up. As in, Steve just launched Peter into the air by his ankle in the weirdest fighting move Peter had ever been subject to. Good thing jumping spiders existed, and Peter had been able to perfect his soaring ability. "Holy shit," Bucky muttered, which was very justified, seeing as Peter quickly became in control of the situation, adding in a quick flip as he gracefully brought himself back to the ground. "Hey, he's the one who just threw me," Peter shrugged as he quickly straightened himself. "You guys are just lucky I have experience being yeeted." And then Steve was back on the ground, because even if Peter had been tossed up into the air several times in the past, it didn't really mean that he 100% enjoyed it, and he had decided to throw a kick into Steve's side. Peter had been working up to the amount of strength that he usually used with Steve, and the man had fallen to the ground on impact. "Jesus, Spidey," Steve complained, and with some hesitation, Peter landed a precise hit to Steve's left kidney. Not too hard, seeing as all Peter wanted to do was end the fight, not cause internal bleeding. Holy. Steve curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, and Peter went pale. That was why he was so worried about sparring. But then Sam was there, slapping his hand against the mat with a grin, accenting the loud slaps with counts. When he got to 5, the man laughed, turning to high-five Bucky. Peter, meanwhile, hesitantly walked over to the gargantuan supersoldier still on the ground, still groaning, still in pain because of Peter. Mr. Rogers, are you all right?" Shit, the hit was too hard, Peter hadn't even lost control, the hit was just too hard. Wanda was next to Peter in an instant, Sam and Bucky close behind her. "Peter, he's fine," she soothed, pointing at the dismissive wave from the man on the ground. "He's had far worse." "He's also just a little bitch," Sam added, and the dismissive wave quickly turned into the middle finger directed at Sam. "And there is absolutely no reason to call him Mr. Rogers," Bucky said with dramatic disgust. "That was the worst part about this whole situation. He's still Steve, even if you absolutely kicked his ass." "I can't help but agree with Buck," Steve finally said, and Peter watched as the man pushed himself up from the ground, his hand moving away from his stomach with a grimace. "I thought we had definitively moved past that." "That was before I fucked up your kidney," Peter pointed out, but his companion's comforting words and relaxed bodies soothed his fears a bit. This was sparring. Nat had said anything was fine, so long as he didn't kill anyone. To Peter's relief, Steve was now standing, so there was no killing. "Don't worry about it," Steve shrugged, barely wincing as he did so, already healing. "Now I want to fight Peter," Bucky announced, already shoving Steve off the mat. "Count me in," Nat agreed, and Peter looked over to see her nonchalantly sitting on Clint's back. Clint was in a chokehold. Nat tightened her arm and Clint started thumping the ground. The woman got off of Clint as he sputtered out a cough, and she was at Bucky's side in no time. "Maybe the two of us will be more of a challenge." Peter huffed out a breath, but he pushed up his sleeves a bit, attempting to cool down slightly. "Jesus, all right, you guys are insane." "Hey, Fry," Harley greeted, stepping into the awaiting elevator. "Good afternoon, Harley," she chirped in response. "The team is having a sparring session in the gym. Would you like to be taken there?" Sure, but could you take me to my floor first? I've got to drop off my backpack and get changed." "Of course," she said, and the elevator started moving up, as elevators do. He made quick work of depositing his school stuff, giving a quick hello to Vision, and changing into workout clothes. When he re-entered the elevator, he was taken down to the gym without having said anything. Logically, Harley had known that Peter would be with the team in the gym. Peter was an Avenger, and it was Avengers training. Therefore, seeing Peter in the gym was no surprise. What was a surprise was to see Peter combating Bucky and Nat, two highly trained ex-assassins, at the same time and winning. Harley watched in awe as Peter landed a kick to Bucky's right shoulder, sending him stumbling back a few steps, and used the leverage from the kick to push himself out of the way of Natasha's punch. Natasha had been behind Peter, but now both she and Bucky were standing in front of him, quickly gathering themselves. And Peter just jumped onto their shoulders. Just one foot on Nat's shoulder, one foot on Bucky's shoulder. The two adults on the bottom of the human pyramid stumbled for a fraction of a second, Bucky letting out a curse, before they attempted to grab at Peter's ankles. But Peter, being the speedy little shit he was, jumped off of them before they could. It was almost like all of this was a game to him, as if he wasn't fighting the top two most fearsome people Harley had ever met. Clearly, Peter had put a bit of power into his jump, and Bucky and Natasha were sent to the ground as Peter flew upwards. He landed far too quickly for as high up as he had been, and immediately launched himself at the two who were now standing, sending a flurry of punches and kicks at their bodies. Only a few of his attacks were dodged, and suddenly Bucky was on the ground after Peter had delivered a well-placed kick to the back of his head. Bucky was unconscious, and Harley knew that Peter now only had one opponent. Peter said something in Russian, a short phrase with a playful and teasing lilt to it, and Nat's eyes narrowed as she shifted into a defensive stance. The Black Widow was on the defensive. The Black Widow's offense had always been better than her defense. Peter had Natasha pinned in just a few seconds, getting her down to the ground with a kick to her legs and a punch to the juncture between her neck and shoulder in quick succession. Then Peter was on top of her, pulling her arms into his grasp, shifting his body so that he could lean down next to her face. They exchanged whispered words before Natasha sighed and clearly stated, "I yield." Peter left her body so swiftly that Harley was surprised there wasn't a cloud of dust in his body shape left behind. While Nat was getting back up, rubbing the place where Peter had punched her, Peter moved to tend to Bucky. The teen lowered himself to gently tap his face a few times, and Bucky awoke with a jolt. Peter moved back quickly, his arms down by his side and displaying empty hands, his face calm and neutral. Bucky settled. "Now I don't feel as embarrassed," Steve chuckled, sliding his eyes over to grinning Sam. Harley hadn't even noticed that the two of them, plus Clint, had been observing the fight as well. He also hadn't noticed that Wanda was doing her own thing, honing her control over her magic by lifting what Harley knew to be weights that Tony had made, weights that were awfully heavy and shifted form as Wanda moved them through the air. "And I don't feel embarrassed either," Nat told them, shooting a small smile at Peter, who returned it. "Peter is quite the formidable opponent." "Aw, Nat," Peter fawned, jokingly fanning his face before settling into a more serious expression. "You guys were, too. I know I can probably learn a thing or two more from all of you, but that's just how I fight, and Steve had said he wanted to experience how I fight." "For now," Bucky started as he began to push himself off the ground, "I think you're fine." "Thanks, man," Peter said, grinning a grin too blinding for it to be insincere. Then Peter turned to face Harley, and he felt as though a spotlight had just landed on him. "Hey, Harley, how was school?" "Oh, Harley answered vaguely, because now that Peter wasn't fighting, Harley could more easily focus on Peter's exposed forearms. Peter had never worn something that displayed his arms in Harley's presence, so Harley was going to take what he could get. School's school. Ain't that the truth? Peter agreed solemnly before glancing back at his teammates. I'm gonna head back up, take a shower before dinner, let you guys recover. Thanks for the sparring session. To us it was sparring, to you it was a warm-up, Nat bluntly replied. But have a good shower, you fucking force of nature. Bucky slapped her arm and, in unison with Steve and Sam, chastised, language. Peter chuckled as he stepped past Harley towards the elevator, and Harley subconsciously followed him. Peter took notice and turned his steady brown eyes onto Harley. Didn't you come down here to train? Peter asked, making a show of staring pointedly at Harley's workout clothes. As he did so, he rolled his sleeves back down to cover his arms. Harley tried not to feel disappointed. Nah, it's Friday anyway, Harley tried. Tired, you know, school. Peter just shrugged. Alrighty. Peter didn't need to know that Harley simply always wanted to be near him. So you fought Steve too? Harley asked in the quietness of the elevator, recalling how Steve had mentioned that he had been embarrassed. Yeah, right before I fought Bucky and Nat. Peter shrugged again, looking down. He said that he wanted to know what it was like when I didn't hold back as much. And how'd it go? Peter bit his lower lip slightly, releasing it from his teeth slowly, and no, it had zero effect on Harley. I think I went a little too hard on him, but everyone said it was fine. Dude, he's literally Captain America. He can handle a bit of rough housing. I guess you're right, Peter allowed, and a smirk promptly took over his face as they left the elevator together. I did totally kick his ass though. I'm just cool like that. I like you. Hey, what the fuck, Harley? Peter froze. Seriously, what the actual fuck? What? Peter breathed, looking directly into Harley's eyes, his mouth slightly agape. Peter, I am so sorry, I just... Say it again. Now it was Harley's turn to be confused. What? Say it again, Harles. Peter surprisingly had not dropped eye contact for 1 second, yet his expression was completely unreadable. I need to hear it, I can't. You gotta say it again. Harley cleared his throat. I like you, Pete, like in a romantic sorta way. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, I like you. Oh my god, Peter whispered, and his eyes squeezed shut for just a moment before snapping open again. You're not lying, you're telling the truth. What? Peter's hand rose to cover his mouth. Harley was just about to ask about Peter's apparent lie detector ability, but then decided that not only was it a conversation for a later time, but that Harley wasn't too surprised. Yeah, I like you, Peter removed his hand for just enough time for him to blurt out, I like you too, before he covered his mouth again. At this point, his expression had changed from unreadable to so colored with fear and surprise that Harley was taken aback. Well, Harley was taken aback for more than one reason. You like me? Peter nodded silently. Harley repeated it another time, trying to get it to set in, trying to get his mind to make the connection that, I like you, you like me. That's gay as hell, Harles. The words seemed to spill from Peter's mouth without permission, and his eyes went wide. Sorry. He didn't finish his apology, however, because Harley had already bursted out laughing. You're right, Harley wheezed, bordering on hysterical. It's fucking gay as hell, Pete, holy shit. Then Peter was laughing a little bit too. God, you're an idiot. You like me, you fucking idiot. Your life choices could not be any worse. Oh my god. Hey now, I feel like that was more of an insult to you than it was to me, Harley pointed out, calming down slightly, but still grinning like an absolute madlad. Well, you're the one who likes me, Peter chuckled, but then stopped, his expression freezing. Holy shit, dude, you fucking like me. Yeah, Harley nodded vigorously. Yeah, I really do. Hey, Pete. Yeah. Wanna be my boyfriend, Jesus. God, Harley, Peter groaned, but to Harley's immense pleasure, Peter, too, was grinning like a mad lad. Just a couple of mad lads grinning. You're fucking insufferable, you know that. Harley just nodded. I'll be your fucking boyfriend, Jesus. Insane, Harley whispered, his mouth starting to ache from his never-ending grin. Dude, that's so wild, what the fuck? Hey, you know what I think you should do? Peter casually wondered. What do you think I should do? I think you should hug me like right now, you know, yeah. Thank God, Harley wasn't ready for his first kiss quite yet. A post-confession hug was right up his alley. Yeah, Harley nodded and took one step to close the gap between them. I think I can handle that. Peter's arms reached to wrap around Harley, encasing him in probably the best hug Harley had ever experienced. Harley settled one arm over Peter's shoulder, the other around his waist. Peter was warm, Peter was close, Peter was breathing puffs of air onto Harley's neck, Peter was pressing his smiling face into Harley, Peter was tightening his grip on Harley's shirt. It was perfect. Harley had taken the risk, and it was perfect. Chapter 26. Peter is both a genius and an idiot. Hey, Peter mumbled into Harley's shoulder. Yeah, he quietly answered. Not that this hug isn't doing everything for me right now, but we should probably talk about some stuff. Oh, Harley pulled away from Peter slightly, and Peter found himself missing the closeness immediately. What kind of stuff? A quick jolt of guilt shot through Peter. Nothing bad, Peter hastily assured, subconsciously tightening his hold on Harley. I just know that healthy communication is the backbone of a good relationship, so. Harley's face relaxed into a smile. And we are in a relationship. Yeah, Peter breathed. They were in a relationship. They had known each other for 5 days and wound up in a relationship by some sheer miracle. Peter was giddy, he'd admit, but Peter had a lot of baggage and Harley might have as well. They needed to clear the air on some things, set boundaries for the relationship. Peter had done this with MJ and established an amazing habit of talking about the things that bothered them. Peter wanted to be with Harley, and to do that, they needed to do more than just stand in the hallway, hugging. Okay, Harley nodded. Healthy communication, that sounds good. Wanna go to my room? Sure, Peter let his arms fall from Harley, although he couldn't say that there was no lingering. Harley copied his action, but on the way down, he gently took Peter's hand in his. Their fingers intertwined immediately, and Peter just stared at their joined hands. This okay? Harley asked, and Peter looked up at his face to notice the gentle look in his eyes. Yeah. Peter looked back down at their hands, giving Harley's a squeeze. He smiled when Harley squeezed back. It's great, actually. Some may even call it adorable. Harley chuckled, the sound resonating in Peter's soul, and took a step forward with him. Can't say I disagree with you. Peter just hummed, the smile still resolutely on his face. He had a boyfriend. A week ago, he would never have thought that he'd end up here, honestly. He hadn't thought that he would have another chance at a relationship until... Well, he hadn't thought that he would have another chance at a relationship, period. It was hard to form emotional connections with people when there's baggage involved, let alone a secret identity. Yet somehow, Peter wound up finding Harley, who hadn't taken an issue with anything so far. That was why they needed to talk about some stuff, namely a few aspects of Peter's past. Then Harley could decide how involved he actually wanted to be with Peter. It was a terrifying, but nevertheless extremely necessary, talk. Harley opened the door to his bedroom and Peter was about to follow before he remembered that he needed express permission to enter Harley's room. This was not his own room. This was someone else's room. He could not enter without their permission. That was a rule. He couldn't break it. Since their hands were still linked, Harley noticed when Peter halted in the doorway to Harley's room. The other looked back, confused. Can I please come in? Peter hurried to ask, before Harley could get a word in edgewise. Peter's question didn't ease Harley's confused expression, but nevertheless Harley replied, Of course, Pete, come in. With permission granted, Peter allowed himself to cross the threshold into Harley's room. Harley's face now held a mix of both confusion and concern, but Peter waved it off. His anxiety was already calming, so he smiled at the other and began taking in the room. The thing that caught Peter's eye first was a little pride flag sitting in a cup of pencils on Harley's desk, and Peter smiled to himself. Besides that, Harley had several decorations plastered on his deep blue walls. Most were band posters. Peter recognized Nirvana, Pearl Jam, and Queen amongst the collection, but there was an occasional page ripped out from a car magazine, and Peter caught sight of a map of New York City. Harley's room was a bit messier than Wanda's, with a few articles of clothing laying over a chair, several books piled on the ground because the bookshelf was full, and a trash can that was overflowing with crumpled-up sheets of paper. The desk barely had any empty space, instead cluttered with sheets of paper that appeared to be blueprints and several scattered broken pencils. Hey MTV, welcome to my crib, Harley said, a grin on his face that looked so intensely proud. He gestured around his room with that hand that Peter wasn't holding. Peter rolled his eyes, but he couldn't help the smile that pulled at his lips. You're a fucking dork. Harley agreed with a hum and pulled Peter over to sit on his bed. Okay. Harley let go of Peter's hand to settle into a crisscross applesauce position, and Peter mimicked him. Healthy communication time. Yep. We communicate healthily. Yeah, that sounds about right. Harley took a deep breath, his eyes roaming Peter's face. All right, you don't seem very... Yeah, we can start with this. What part about this is mackin' you uncomfortable? With that gentle and genuine question, Harley hit the nail on its head. Okay, yeah, Peter cleared his throat, his anxieties for this conversation growing, but he calmed when Harley firmly set a hand on Peter's knee. There's just a few things that I haven't been too clear with you about, and I think that you deserve to be told about them. Especially if we don't want there to be any misunderstandings going on here. It's just that sometimes it can be a bit hard for me to talk about, so that's what's making me uncomfortable. Harley nodded. Well, first of all, I don't deserve to know everything about you, Pete. You don't owe me any information that you don't want to share. Peter chuckled slightly, shaking his head. That may be true, but I do want to tell you about them. Kind of. It'll just make things easier for us going forward, I think. It's just hard. All right, that's okay. We'll go at your pace, promise. Harley's hand started to steadily bounce on Peter's knee as he thought, how about I start? Peter let out a breath. Yeah, that'd be better, if you're okay with that. Yeah, it's chill. He gave Peter a small smile before starting. All right, I'll just jump right on in. So, I've never been in a relationship before. He paused, looking at Peter with anticipation, as if expecting a bad reaction. Peter shoved down his shock. Harley was a catch, what the fuck, and softened all of his features. All right, that's valid. Do you wanna talk about the reasons or anything? Yeah, Harley's other hand was awkwardly fidgeting in his lap, so Peter reached over to grab a hold of it, lacing their fingers together. He heard Harley's heart rate pick up. You know, Tennessee wasn't the greatest environment for a gay kid to grow up in. Never took an interest in girls, and I didn't wanna, make myself uncomfortable or anything by forcing a heterosexual relationship. But that also meant that I had to turn quite a few girls down, and that was when the rumors about Harley Keener being gay started spreading. I've gotten a few bullies, but I've always been a pretty athletic guy, so scaring 'em off wasn't too much of a hassle. But that all just means that I don't have much experience with this shit, so to speak. And that's fine, Harles, Peter soothed when it seemed like Harley was done talking. It's not like I'm expecting anything from you. First relationships are hard, and I just don't want any pressure to be on you. Peter and MJ had each been each other's first partner, but even if it was their first relationship, both he and MJ knew that relationships could crash and burn if they didn't communicate on a regular basis, especially in high school. Respecting each other's boundaries was on the top of their priority list, right up there next to honesty. It was why Peter told MJ about Spider-Man right after the homecoming fiasco, so she would know what was going on whenever something triggered him, or why he got so little sleep. It was also why MJ told him that she was trans almost immediately after they had started dating, which allowed for Peter to have some understanding of her perspective. What Peter was trying to say was that he knew what it was like to be stumbling through a relationship. Hell, he'd still be stumbling through this relationship. Therefore, Harley not knowing what he was doing didn't bother Peter at all. Are you sure? Harley asked, still looking a little concerned. Because I honestly have no idea how to pace anything, man. What's too soon? What does it mean to go too slow? Well, I don't think you have to worry about going too slow, Peter chuckled. We've known each other for, Peter counted on his fingers, a little over 5 days, so. Fair, Harley shrugged. And we can let each other know when we go too fast. Right now, I'm good with cuddling of any form, but kissing is kinda off the table. We can definitely consider that in a little while, you'll have to ask. Harley nodded, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Right, yeah, of course I'll ask. I'm not an asshole, I don't think. No, you're definitely not, Peter agreed, then hesitantly went on. But there has been an asshole. A complete asshole, actually, so I just want to be safe, you know. Hinting at Skip seemed safe. Eventually, Peter would either have to tell Harley like he did with MJ, or Harley would have to find out about all of it, like Matt did. Harley must have understood what Peter meant by asshole, because his face went slightly pale and he squeezed Peter's hand. Well, you know, I'll do everything I can to make you comfortable, you know that. Peter nodded, glad that Harley didn't ask. Same for me. You tell me you're not comfortable with something and I'll listen. Nice. It was a bit quiet for a moment, and Peter knew it was an awkward quietness because Harley was waiting for Peter to take his turn. Harley had admitted his inexperience with relationships, and Peter had to explain something in return: healthy communication. Peter cleared his throat. Healthy communication, he muttered, like it was some kind of encouraging mantra. Okay, so the previous cadet captain, right? Harley nodded, visibly slightly confused. Michelle, yeah. Yeah, well, I knew her as MJ. She would have liked you, I think, so I just wanted to let you know that I dated her. For less than a year, actually, but it had always felt so much longer to them. They were just so happy together. Oh, Harley said, and from his tone, Peter knew that Harley didn't know what had happened. That's pretty cool. I've heard lots of good things about her. Yeah, she was amazing, in literally every single way imaginable. Now, it should be noted that in the past 2 years, Peter had only talked about MJ with May in the months while she was still alive, Ned over the phone both 2 years ago and last night, and Matt more than a few months ago. Not a lot of practice to get himself to not cry whenever he talked about her. Peter blinked away tears. MJ died, Harley. Oh, Harley said, this time in a much, much different tone. Pete, I didn't know. Everyone just said that. No one said what happened to her. I just assumed. Harley took a deep breath, shaking his head slightly, eyes wide. I just assumed that she moved. It's fine, Harles, no one told you otherwise. And now Peter was the one who had to tell him. Harley cut himself short. Can I hug you? Peter nodded, a small motion, and Harley gathered him into his arms. Harley's hold on him was tight, and since Peter had practically slumped into the hug, he was able to bury his head into the other's chest. I'm so sorry, Pete. Peter squeezed his eyes shut, but a tear leaked out regardless. I'm not sure if that really helps, but I am sorry. She was shot, Peter murmured, and he both felt and heard Harley take a sharp breath. It was just after a date, and I walked her to her apartment before I left. By the time I knew something bad was going to happen, I was too far away to get her away from the shooter. She was dead within a minute. Harley tightened his arms around Peter and he asked, You're still here with me, right? Peter let out a harsh breath and relished in the feeling of Harley's grip. He allowed it to tether him to reality instead of simply floating away from painful explanations and warped memories. Yeah, he was with Harley. It was all right. Good, good. Harley moved one of his hands to the back of Peter's neck and he shivered, but allowed Harley to keep his hand there. You know it wasn't your fault, right? Oh, now this was a useless effort. Peter knew that, Matt knew that, Ned knew that. There was no helping Peter's thoughts on this issue. But he didn't really want to talk about that at the moment, so he hummed non-committally, and Harley sighed. It was left at that. Believe it or not, I actually told you about all that for a reason, Peter said, going for a happier tone. It fell flat. I've just a lot of people around me have died. I've kinda gotten used to the idea of my loved ones dying, and I've just been on my own for a while. Suddenly, I have acquired a few new friends, and of all things, a boyfriend. Peter allowed himself to smile into Harley's chest as he heard the other's heartbeat flutter. I guess I just wanted to warn you that I'll, be a little more worried than most at times. Worried about, Harley continued, hinting for Peter to go into more detail. Okay, let's say this. After my uncle died, it was really hard for me to let my aunt out of sight. I was just thinking that the same thing would happen to her. It did, so young Peter wasn't too far off. After the average grieving period, though, she had to go back to work and I had to go to school. I just didn't handle it that well. Peter'd had as many panic attacks about Ben's death as he had about the chance of May dying. So you're saying that because you, lost your last partner, some of that behavior will manifest? It won't be the same, really, because I've gotten used to it. Practice makes perfect. But just a warning, if we're on a date, there is no way in hell that I'll leave you alone on the street. That is more than fine, darlin'. Sometimes I don't particularly enjoy being on crowded sidewalks alone anyways. Hey, Harley. First of all, you're being really sweet. Secondly, I really like it when you call me darlin'. Oh, Harley chuckled, and Peter felt it resonate throughout his body. That's good, 'cause I really like callin' you darlin'. Gay extremely. All right, Peter sighed and finally lifted his head from where he burrowed into Harley's chest. One more thing on our healthy communication agenda. And that is, who do you want to tell about us, I mean? Oh, Harley replied, a little thoughtful. Well, I'm fine with anyone knowing, but I'd like to tell Wanda. All right, cool, I'm fine with anyone knowing too. Peter was sure that the tower was an accepting place, and he and Harley would manage homophobes just fine between the two of them. I'm going to tell Ned and Matt, if that's all right. Course, Harley agreed. You want to tell Wanda with me? It would be my honors. Harley still wasn't over the fact that he could hold Peter's hand and Peter could hold his. He didn't think that he would ever be over that, actually. He would have to ask Peter about his love language, because it seemed like he enjoyed the hand holding just as much as Harley. They didn't unlink their hands during the entire journey from Harley's bed to Wanda's room. Actually, I don't even know if she's in here, Harley told Peter, remembering that she was in the gym the last time he checked. She is, Peter decided. So is Vision. Would we be interrupting them? Thankfully, the door opened before they could decide if they should knock or not. "You guys were being pretty loud," Wanda called with a laugh. She and Vision were sitting on her bed, and Vision pushed himself up upon there. Harley took a step into the room, and yet again he felt Peter stay back, not allowing himself to enter the room. Before Harley could let himself be riddled with confusion once again, why was he waiting? Wanda's voice called again, "Peter, you can come in." Peter then deemed it appropriate to join the rest of the group in the room, a smile on his face as though there was nothing wrong. Maybe Harley was just overthinking something that might have just been one of Peter's quirks. Either way, it seemed as though Peter was ready to move on, as he greeted Wanda and Vision with separate hellos. Harley chose that moment to also let it go, and held up their linked hands with a gigantic grin. "Oh my God," Wanda nearly squealed when she saw, "finally." Peter turned to Harley and raised an eyebrow, "Finally." Harley cleared his throat a bit and shot a glare at Wanda. "I may have been talking to Wanda about you for the past few days." "Understatement," Wanda exclaimed, pointing at Harley. Harley just glared harder. "Literally every time he talked to you, Peter, he would come to my room and die for no less than 3 minutes." While Harley was groaning, wallowing in his misery, he heard Peter laugh openly. "That actually explains a few things." "I'm happy for you too," Vision spoke up, and Harley jolted, having forgotten that he was there. "I imagine your relationship will unfold in extraordinary ways." "Oh, thank you," Peter replied with a smile while Harley was busy simply grinning. His only hobbies included grinning and holding hands with Peter. Wanda got off her bed to walk over and gather Peter in a hug. Harley had to drop his hand. She whispered something in Peter's ear, but she had always been a good whisperer, and Harley hadn't a clue as to what she said. Peter said something indecipherable back. She then stepped away to pull Harley into a similarly tight hug. To him, she offered, "Congrats, Harley, I wish you well." "Thanks," Harley whispered. He knew he wasn't a good whisperer. "Okay, Peter grabbed Harley's hand and gave it a quick squeeze before he dropped it again. "I'm gonna call Ned, and then I'll head out on patrol, so I won't be seeing you for a while." "You didn't eat," Harley said, not skipping a beat. "Oh," Peter let out, blinking. It seemed like he genuinely forgot. "All right, can I make a sandwich or two while I call Ned?" "You don't have to ask for permission, darlin'," Harley gently reminded. He realized that he'd need to add entering someone's room to the list of things Peter thought he had to ask permission for. Peter looked a bit awkward as he backed out of the room. "Okay, I'll do that then. I'll see you guys later." The remaining trio gave their goodbyes as the door closed. I'll talk to you in a bit," Wanda told the Mandroid in Harley's opinion, and Vision nodded before he phased through the wall. So Wanda started, plopping back down onto her bed. "Did you tell him, or did he tell you?" He joined her with a melodramatic groan. "God, Wanda, I just blurted it out." "So he just blurted it out?" "Yeah, man, out of nowhere," Peter explained in time with a swing. "You shoulda seen it, it was pretty fucking cute." "I bet," Ned laughed, the sound loud and clear in Peter's mask. "So then what?" "Healthy communication," was all Peter said as he gave a wave to a citizen 24 feet below him. "Oh good, how'd that go?" "Pretty well, I think. We talked about some relationship insecurities he had, and I told him about MJ. Peter landed on a building, switching to running for a while as he neared Hell's Kitchen. Did he handle that well? Did you handle that well?" Peter gave a sardonic snicker. "Bold of you to assume that I ever don't handle things well." "Peter." Yeah, we were both fine, relatively. We told Wanda too." "Wanda Maximoff knows about your relationship?" Ned excitedly questioned, some of his fanboyness slipping out. "Yeah," Peter chuckled. "I told you I was friends with her now." "I know, but it doesn't make it any less cool." "I know, man." Peter then caught sight of Daredevil's running form in the darkness. "Hey dude, I'm gonna have to go. Matt's in my sights." "Okay, bro." Ned hesitated before he went on. "Hey, I'm really happy for you. Tell me if Harley doesn't treat you right and I'll be back in New York in an instant." "Overprotective much?" Peter sarcastically returned, but he was smiling anyway. "Thanks, Ned. I'll talk to you tomorrow." Karen, end call. "Call ended, Peter," she said, her voice replacing Ned's. "Thanks, Karen. Could you also edit Harley's name in my contact list? Change it to Harls 3, please." Peter had to spell out the heart, but he still thought it was cuter than an emoji. "Done," she told him right as Peter came up on Matt's now still form. He landed right next to him, resisting the urge to childishly bounce up and down. "What is it, kid?" Matt flippantly asked, and Peter followed him off the building, going in the direction of the part of town with the highest amount of criminal activity. "I have a boyfriend." He was basically the same as Harley, blurting it out. He had a boyfriend. "Holy shit," Matt said, stopping as soon as they were on the next building. "Harley." "No, some other gay teenage boy I've met recently and formed a crush on. Yes, it's Harley." "Kid, I'm so fucking proud of you," Matt said, and Peter could hear the smile in the man's voice. Peter could picture what Matt would look like if he didn't have his mask on. His glasses would have slipped down on his nose slightly, to the point where his crinkled eyes would be visible. He'd be grinning broadly, a genuine smile that only a handful of people got to witness, let alone have it directed at them. If Peter were lucky, Matt would reach out and give him a small side hug. And that's what he did now. "I did tell you that you deserve this, right?" Matt asked, his grip on Peter almost bruising. "I definitely told you." "You did tell me," Peter sighed, "and look where it got me. It's all your fault." Yeah, you're welcome." Matt released Peter, but neither of them made a move to leave the building. Neither of them heard anything. It was still cold out, of course, and crime rates always went down in the winter months. He and Matt still went out, though. If they didn't, they wouldn't have stopped the weapons deal a few nights ago, and who knows what would have happened to Xander if Peter hadn't stepped in. They always went out, regardless of supposed lowered crime rates. Yeah, Peter chuckled. "So, I've got a boyfriend now. How's your case coming?" "I've basically got it worked out," Matt shrugged. "The court hearing's not for another week or so, so I've still got PL." Car tires screeched quite a bit more than a few blocks away. There were 3 children crying loudly until they were suddenly cut off. Gagged. "South," Peter unnecessarily told Matt, since they were already moving in the same direction, both obviously having heard the sounds. They usually stuck together. Not this time, though, not when children were involved. Peter was inherently faster, switching between running and swinging to where he heard the car, to where he had heard the children. Peter soon found himself in the midst of apartment buildings, cars casually going up and down the street. The city never slept, and Peter certainly hated that fact when he was looking for a specific car among the dozens upon dozens that passed by without a care in the world. None of these cars were displaying any signs of hurry, though, like the tire screeches had indicated. Matt had changed directions, his distant footsteps making a sudden turn, jumping down onto street level. "What did you find?" Peter asked, knowing that Matt could hear him, knowing that Matt would be listening for his voice just as Peter was listening for his. "Fresh tire tracks," Matt explained. "Multiple sets in front of a single apartment complex. There's a set heading in your direction and another in the opposite way. I'm following the other set. I'll find you later." The same car's tires screeched again, turning west. He was closer now, close enough to know that the car was larger than a sedan. A van, most likely, which was just too fucking cliché if this was a kidnapping ordeal. Matt was now too far away for his soft and quick footsteps to be heard. Peter latched onto the edge of a taller building with a web, and he soared into the air. He was practically flying over the city, scouting for a suspicious-looking van, one that screeched around corners, one that almost definitely contained at least 3 gagged children. Peter caught himself with another web as he rounded a corner, now determinedly out of the apartment district, the high and low apartment buildings having suddenly switched to the classic decrepit warehouses. The stream of cars had thinned, and the dim street lights definitely added to the eerie atmosphere. Tires screeched once more. Peter was close, as in Peter could see the van that matched the picture that his mind had built. It was 3 blocks down, its black paint job only allowing it to be seen when it passed a street lamp. It was driving haphazardly at best, definitely going over the speed limit. Karen put a lock on that black van up ahead. "No license plate, Ford, thanks." "Done? Can you get a read on the contents of the van yet?" he asked, now only 1 block away. He stopped swinging, limiting his travel to the less obvious and more stealthy option of running. 3 children, ages unknown, all female. 2 adult males are with them in the back, armed. 2 more are in the front seats, also armed. "Shit," he cursed, of course they were armed. That wasn't often an issue. Hell, sometimes Peter got a free knife out of it. But children were involved and he had no plan, no backup. Well, actually, his backup steps had just returned to his hearing range, so the other lead must have proved to be a bust. Still no plan, though, and still children accompanied by armed men. He ran past the van, unnoticed until he chose to jump down to the street level, landing several meters in front of the vehicle. The driver swerved, nearly crashing into a street light, but Peter once again moved in front of them, this time close enough to stop the car before it crashed. The van was no longer in motion, stopped by Peter's arms and probably the brakes, and 3 men unloaded immediately. Peter still needed a fucking plan, but at least he could hear the children's heartbeats. He just needed to get to them. "Even in gentlemen," Peter murmured, more to himself than anything as he bounded onto the van, kicking the exiting driver in the head as he went. Fancy an illegal night out on the town. He reached the back of the van and was pleased to see that the doors were already open. He was less pleased to see 3 burly men on the ground in front of him, guns out and aimed. 2 men aimed their guns at the children, who Peter could hear sobbing and sniffling even with the gags, and the third had aimed his gun at Peter. "Move and we shoot," the man on the left warned, one of the ones who had a gun pointed at the small girls. His spidey sense was far past tingling at this point. He had a rather large gun pointed at him, locked and loaded. His sense was screaming. Matt was getting closer, but not close enough. Peter needed to hold them off for just another minute, maybe 2. "You have 10 seconds to scram," the one on the right said. "So much for another minute or 2. Peter now had a plan. It was one of his worst by far. "Fucking hell," he muttered, and dropped to the ground at the speed of light. A bullet was fired. He dodged. Matt's speeding heartbeat could be heard. 2 more bullets were fired, and he dodged neither of them, seeing as he was now in the van, shielding the tied-up girls with his body. 4 shots went off. He didn't know how many hit him. The girls kept crying through it all. Chapter 27, Peter finally gets some medical attention. That fucking kid. Matt was just 2 blocks away. He was 2 blocks away when he knew exactly what Peter was about to do, judging by the way his heartbeat spiked as he shifted one leg back, crouching slightly, murmuring a curse, preparing to jump, as if there were not multiple guns aimed both at him and where he would land on the ground. In conclusion, Peter was an idiot, an impatient, self-sacrificing idiot. But Matt supposed that he would have to wait to lecture the kid until after the sound of bullets firing stopped. Matt soundlessly jumped down from the roof right behind one of the men, swinging his leg at just the right angle and with just the right amount of force, and the man was out cold. His gun fell to the ground with him, and a bullet fired aimlessly, thankfully not hitting anyone. The 2 others stopped shooting, shifting to look at Matt in surprise before aiming their weapons again. Matt would have to get them out of the way quickly if he didn't want to get shot himself. Moving as fast as humanly possible, he ducked and ran at the man on his left, launching himself at the man's legs. The kidnapper collapsed to the ground, dropping his gun, and Matt flipped their position so that the criminal was on top of him. The other armed man didn't seem to want to shoot his partner, like Matt had predicted, which gave Matt enough time to knee the crotch of the man on top of him. Said man groaned, but stopped when Matt threw an oddly angled punch at his head, rendering him unconscious. Now all Matt had to do was grab the gun from the ground, a hefty semi-automatic, and launch it at the last man. It hit him in the stomach, causing a loud and jolty cough to escape him, and Matt took the opportunity to throw his billy club at the criminal as well, and this time the hit landed on the man's head. He crumpled to the ground. Matt stepped over him to reacquire his club. All of this happened in about a minute, give or take a few seconds. Good time, but now Matt had to worry about the boy currently bleeding out in a van, and b, the 3 crying girls underneath the boy currently bleeding out in a van. Even though he still hadn't come down from his adrenaline rush, and even though his hands were shaking slightly, and even though the smell of the blood coming from Peter made him sick, Matt still had enough mind to know that Peter's heartbeat was definitely still there. So, against what he truly wanted to do, Matt prioritized the girls. None of them were injured as far as he could tell, because thankfully, the only exit wounds in Peter's body were in his legs, which meant that the bullets hadn't hit the girls. But the shifting of ropes against skin indicated that they were tied up, and the muffled nature of their cries pointed to gags. Matt was disgusted. Sighing, Matt walked towards the girls, slipping his billy club away. Their heart rates picked up, and he cleared his throat as he crouched down in front of them. "I'm here to help," he told them, using his normal voice, rather than the gruff one people associated with Daredevil. He knew it would scare them. "And so is he," Matt continued, gesturing to Peter's unconscious form, "but I need to move him to free you girls." They didn't respond. They were gagged. Of course they didn't respond, but Matt was more narrating his actions than asking for permission. He knew he needed to be gentle with them, but getting closer to them and touching them was a necessary part of the process. Matt moved forward at a pace that seemed too slow and too fast at the same time, and gripped Peter's body, gently shifting him off of the girls. Even though Matt knew he didn't touch any of the wounds, the slipperiness of fresh blood coated his gloved fingertips. He never wanted to wear these gloves again. Okay, he murmured, reaching out to the girls. They were all tied together in a tight bundle, and he felt the knot in the front of their bodies. I'm going to untie this rope, all right, then I'll get your gags. Again, the girls obviously didn't respond as Matt swiftly untied the knot. The girls continued to sniffle as Matt, with still shaking hands, gently reached up to their faces, one by one, to pull away at the binds that kept a sock shoved in each of their mouths. Matt was disgusted. They gasped as soon as the socks were released, gulping down air. They had been breathing through their noses while the gags were in, but Matt knew the terror of being forced to do so. Who are you? One of them choked out. She seemed to be the oldest of the trio, but still no older than 9 by Matt's estimations. A guy just trying to help you guys out, he mumbled, deftly untying the binds on their ankles. They had nothing on their wrists. All right, give me just one moment and I'll make sure the cops are on their way. He turned to Peter's still silent and unmoving body. He had a pulse, and Matt could hear him healing already. He was fine, and tapped the boy's face, wrapping his fingers against the undamaged mask. Karen's, he called. Karen, can you hear me? Your voice is clear, Matt, yes. Her voice was inside Peter's suit, so she was able to call him Matt, even with the little girls around. It still startled him slightly to be called his name while in the suit, even if he knew that others couldn't hear her. What's the status on the police? I contacted Officer Mahoney as soon as Peter arrived on the scene. His forces are 1 minute out. 1 minute, that close. Matt hadn't even heard them approaching, hadn't heard the sirens that were now blaring in his ears. He had just been so focused on. Matt tried not to worry about the uneasiness of Peter's breathing. Thanks, Karen, he quickly replied, remembering how Peter always made a point to be polite to his AI. Then, to the girls, he said, the police will be here very soon, all right. They'll get you back home. Wha about as Spider-Man? A younger one whined, and Matt resisted the urge to wince. He's all right, he was okay. He's just gotta rest for a little bit so he can heal back up. Don't you worry about a thing. A small fleet of police cars, 3, 4, Matt didn't care enough to count them, turned onto their street, sirens continuing to sound. Okay, there's the police, they'll take care of you. Matt shifted to push his hands underneath Peter, hoisting him into his arms. Spider-Man and I gotta go. Thank you, mister, they chorused, their childish voices still trembling slightly. Bye, Spider-Man, the same young one said as Matt began to walk away, holding Peter's body close to his, regardless of the blood. Matt toted Peter down a full block, away from the police who were rushing towards the children, and ducked into an empty alleyway. He barely got out of view before he lowered Peter to the ground, propping him up against a dumpster. You idiot, he muttered to Peter's unhearing form. What the fuck were you thinking? I was right there, kid. He sighed. There'd be more time to lecture Peter once he was conscious. Matt focused his hearing on Peter and Peter alone. He had 7 bullet wounds and only 2 of which had exit wounds. Thankfully, none of the bullets were anywhere near his spinal cord, but one had hit Peter's lung. It had ruptured the tissue there and air was speeding out of Peter's lung. It had already partially collapsed. That explained his choked-up breathing. Karen, I have contacted the tower and alerted the team of Peter's condition. Natasha Romanov is approaching. He didn't respond to her, instead choosing to focus on Peter's 6 other bullet wounds. Peter had been eating more, apparently, because his skin was stitching itself back together already. Now, that was a good thing for the leg wounds, but not for the other 4, the ones in which the bullets were being buried inside Peter's body. Damn it, Matt quietly sighed. Karen, why is he out? Any head trauma? He hasn't received any injuries other than the bullet wounds, Karen assured. He seems to be unconscious as a result of shock. ETA on Romanov. 3 minutes out. Matt couldn't do anything other than sit there and put pressure on the chest wound that had caused the collapsed lung. Peter didn't even jerk under his hold. Peter would live through this, Matt knew. He'd lived through worse on his own. But collapsed lung and hemorrhaging and shock and 7 bullet wounds were all terrifying phrases, regardless of Peter's souped-up healing ability. Understanding the insane rate at which Peter healed did jackshit for Matt's permanent worry. The fact that Peter's blood was all over Matt's hands and suit certainly didn't help the situation, and being able to hear a lung deflating and deflating and deflating was a special kind of hell. Suddenly, one of Peter's choked breaths got a bit too choked, and he coughed himself awake. At the same time, a speeding car could be heard coming down the street, nearing their location, but Matt hadn't heard it approaching until that moment. Seriously, he needed to be paying more attention. "Whoa there, kid," Matt rushed out when he heard Peter shift, trying to get enough leverage to push himself up. "Sit your ass back down." Peter wheezed out a cough before he stuttered out, "Hey, got us fuck shot." He then let out a groan as he tried to press a hand to his chest, curling up slightly. "We can see that," the woman behind Matt commented, and Romanov knelt down next to him. "Would that happen to do anything with the crime scene I just drove past?" Matt gently took Peter back into his arms, ignoring weak protests. "That was us, yes." "DD, what?" Peter gasped, biting down hard onto his lip. A gush of blood expelled from a wound that must have reopened, coating more of Matt's suit. Sorry." "The girls are fine, kid," Matt reassured, knowing that that was what Peter was trying to ask. He took hurried, yet smooth steps towards Romanov's car, with her already rushing to get the door for Matt. "And don't worry about the suit." Peter hummed, "All right, I'm gonna," he hissed as Matt ducked into the car and hacked out a cough as he was set down on his side. Shit, man, yeah, I'll just fucking hell pass out again." "You do that," Matt sighed and closed the door. Peter held true to his statement, seeing as his choked breathing had leveled out again, his heartbeat steadying. Matt sped around the car to get in from the other side, the end where Peter's head was resting. Matt sat down, not bothering to buckle up as he pulled Peter's upper body into his lap. He continued to press down on one of Peter's chest wounds in hopes of limiting airflow. His hands couldn't shake when they were applying force. Romanov had kept the car running, and as soon as both Peter and Matt were situated, she sped away, disregarding any and all speed limits. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Murdock." Matt allowed himself to be shocked for all of 2 seconds before he took a deep, controlled breath. "I fucking hate spies." Romanov hummed, "Don't we all?" He tried not to be curious, really he did, but how'd you know? "You forgot to disguise your voice." "Shit, something that easy, huh?" Matt was really off his game tonight. He'd blame it on the blood still spilling from his kid. "Is he okay?" Romanov asked, feigning a casual tone. Her heart rate told a different story. "He'll be fine, he just needs to get 5 bullets removed." The quick beats sped up even more. 5. Well, there were 7, but there's only 5 still in his body. Romanov pressed harder on the gas pedal. "You're blind, aren't you?" she wondered, her voice now much tenser. Matt figured it had something to do with Peter's unconscious body in her backseat. He blinked at the subject change. "Very much so, yes." "Pardon me if you find any of this offensive, but I've got to ask, how are you able to know what's going on?" Matt snorted, "Just because I'm blind doesn't mean I'm clueless." "I mean," Romanov exasperatedly corrected, "how do you know that Peter has 5 bullets inside of his body right now?" Matt shrugged, repositioning his hands on Peter's chest. "I have good hearing." He was surprised Romanov hadn't figured that out already. "Right, so you can, hear the bullets inside of him." Basically, Matt neglected to explain how many years of practice it took to hone his senses to be able to pick up on an obstruction in someone's body. The way their blood flowed around it. The way he could practically taste the coppery flavor of blood on his tongue when too much of it spilled from a wound. The way the scent of a metallic bullet floated to his nose through layers of tissue. The way their muscles contracted around an intruding object. The way the sound of a bullet whizzing straight through a body sounded a hell of a lot different from the sound it made when it lodged itself between muscles. Romanov would never understand, so he saw no use in trying to explain how he made his way through the world. It was quiet for all of 30 seconds, the only immediate sounds being those of passing cars honking at them and Peter's strained breaths. "You sure he'll be fine?" Romanov said, again with the false casualness. "He's working on healing as we speak. The bullets would have to be dug out, Matt knew, but at least his legs were getting better. The main thing will be getting his lung reinflated." At his words, Romanov's heart rate spiked even more, but she didn't say anything. Her facial muscles didn't even twitch. Peter's face twisted slightly in his unconscious state, and he stuttered out a cough. "How much longer?" The car's brakes screeched, jolting both Matt and Peter out of position, but Matt prevented Peter from moving too much. "We're here." Matt threw open the car door as he pulled Peter into his lap and exited the vehicle carrying him. Romanov's own car door slammed, and her heels briskly clicked away, Matt following her at the same pace. They stopped in sync in front of a single door, Romanov murmuring an apology as they waited for a brief second. A lock mechanism clicked, and the door threw itself open. There were 2 men waiting inside, standing next to a gurney. One of the men was Rogers, but Matt couldn't identify the other. "Jesus, that's a shit ton of blood," the unknown man remarked. Daredevil, what the hell happened to him? Rogers asked, stepping forward with his arms held out in an attempt to take Peter from Matt. Matt disregarded this attempt and set Peter down on the gurney himself. We'll explain later, he dismissed, adjusting Peter's head so that he could get as much oxygen as possible. Just get him up to medbay, Romanov ordered, and the elevator opened. Bruce is waiting. Rogers, an unknown man, hurried into the elevator, Romanov and Matt following them. Right before the doors closed, though, unknown man asked, "Wait, is he even allowed to come up with us?" Yes, Rogers, Romanov, and Matt replied in unison, Matt being slightly more aggressive than the other two. All right then, unknown man conceded, and the doors closed. As the elevator shot up, he continued, he doesn't look too good. What are his injuries? I thought his AI briefed you on his condition, Matt countered, raising an eyebrow. His hand was still firmly on Peter's chest. While Rogers mumbled something about how he didn't know Peter had an AI, Romanov filled Matt in. Bruce was the only one to receive an alert, and all he told us was that Spidey was seriously injured before he went to prepare the medbay. I see. The elevator doors opened, and Matt was guided by Peter's gurney. They passed by several people as they rushed down the hallway. He has 7 bullet wounds, only 2 of them have exit holes and a collapsed left lung. He's only unconscious due to shock, but he'll likely wake up once. Matt racked his brain for Peter, mentioning a man named Bruce. Dr. Banner begins operating. Unknown man whispered, "Man, what the fuck?" Rogers remained silent other than a harsh inhale. Why do you think he'll wake up? Romanov questioned, pausing to open a door, and Peter was wheeled into a room. Matt figured it was an operating room, and another man was found inside. Anesthesia won't work on him, Matt explained. If his chest is cut open, he's gonna wake up. Don't worry about it, though, he knows how to handle it. We can't operate on him without anesthesia, the new man fretted, hurrying over to the gurney. The pain will be excruciating. I said, Matt growled, he can handle it. He needs a procedure, and no medicine has ever worked on him before. But look, he has a collapsed lung, and bullets are being trapped underneath his skin the longer we wait. Just trust me, and help the fucking kid out. Matt was losing his cool slightly. Thankfully, the man went with it. Fine, he rushed out. Just get him on the table. Nat, can you grab a pair of gloves and help me out a bit? Romanov complied, and Rogers helped Matt transfer Peter onto the operating table, laying him down on his back. He has a bullet in his right shoulder, 1 nestled in his left set of ribs, 2 on either side of his right kidney, and the last one is in his upper right thigh. Don't worry about the lower leg wounds yet. They don't have bullets in them. They've just got to be cleaned. Matt stripped down Peter's suit, removing his mask as well, and held it out for someone to take. Unknown man stepped forward to take it, and Romanov moved in to slice Peter's shirt open with a pair of scissors. His collapsed lung is on his left. Sam, go out and wait with the others. I'll call you in if I need any of you. The man, who Matt had figured out was Dr. Banner, slammed a syringe equipped with a hypodermic needle into Peter's chest, pulling air out of his chest cavity. Matt had moved his hand just seconds before. Peter gasped in a sharp breath, still unconscious. Nat, hand me that chest tube. Mr. Murdock, you may stay and help if you would like. Steve, stay in case Peter needs to be restrained. You forgot to disguise your voice again, Mr. Murdock, Romanov reminded him, a bit too late. Matt muttered a curse and conceded to pulling off his mask. At this point, it almost seemed silly to keep it on, especially if he kept forgetting to disguise his voice. Besides, Peter would feel more comfortable if he saw Matt's face, so if Peter was more comfortable, then Matt could worry about Rogers's silent shock later. Dr. Banner was now holding a pair of surgical knives, his hands as steady as ever as he neared Peter's chest. You said he's going to wake up as soon as I make the first incision, right? Matt nodded. Then he needs to wake up before I make any actual cuts so he doesn't jostle my tools. Right, Matt huffed and stripped down Peter's pants as well. He hated to do so without Peter's knowledge, but they were going to have to be removed at some point in order to get to Peter's upper thigh wound. Can someone hand me antiseptic? It, along with a cloth, was placed in his waiting hand. He soaked the cloth with the antiseptic and pressed it onto one of Peter's leg wounds. Peter jolted awake with a gasp, just as Matt knew he would. Matt blindly, handed the antiseptic and cloth back to Romanov and rushed to Peter's head, ignoring the way Peter's chest was intensely convulsing with every breath and focused on Peter's hacking coughs. Kid, you're fine, Matt comforted, allowing Peter's flailing hand to grab onto his. Peter squeezed tight, but at least he was aware enough not to break Matt's fingers. Focus on my voice and take shallow breaths only. Your lungs a bit fucked up. Through his calming coughs, Peter groaned, when is it not? Matt smirked and started to calm down himself. Most of the time, believe it or not. Look, Peter, Dr. Banner needs to take out a few bullets and reinflate your lung. You gonna be all right? Oh hey, Bruce, Peter greeted, craning his head up to look around the room. Nat Cap'n, DD, what you doing without your mask? They know, we'll talk about it later. You gonna be all right, Matt repeated, but he was already waving Dr. Banner forward. Yeah, I'll be fine, Bruce, you can go ahead and stab me. When you put it like that, I don't really want to, Dr. Banner admitted, but he started slicing through Peter's skin on his chest nevertheless. Peter didn't flinch. Hey, Peter called as Bruce started to move around tissue, and Matt hummed. Someone needs tea to go out there and tell Wanda and Harles that I'm okay. Want me to do it? Matt wondered. That'd be good, yeah, just make sure to come back. Peter sucked in a breath as Bruce began to search for the bullet. I can talk to them, Rogers offered, already moving from his position by the wall. I'll do it, Matt denied and let his hand slip from Peter's grip. I know Peter better. Matt marched out of the room while Peter murmured his thanks. Just outside the door, the people they had passed in the hallway earlier were waiting, some sitting on provided chairs and benches, others pacing. The two younger heartbeats in the hall belonged to Harley and a woman sitting on the floor, one of them crying, the other comforting. Matt figured the woman to be Wanda and knelt down next to them. Harley paused his comforting murmurs, Mr. Murdock. Matt sighed. Peter held priority over Matt's identity, so secrecy be damned. Hey, Peter wanted me to tell you too that he's fine. A blunt statement, but Matt needed to get straight to the point so he could get back in there with his kid. He said that, Wanda quietly sniffled, but not in an exactly childish fashion. Her heart rate was all over the place, her breaths coming short, and Matt could practically smell the fear radiating from her. She was trembling from head to toe. Yes, Peter's tough, Matt assured. It takes more than a few bullets to take him down. He'll be up and kicking in no time, I promise. You, sir, better not be lying, Wanda threatened, and Matt was suddenly met with the strange sound of wind chimes. Why would there be wind chimes? Wanda, it's all right, Harley hastily said, squeezing the woman's shoulder. He wouldn't lie to us. Peter's gonna be fine, he said so himself. The wind chimes stopped, and to say Matt was confused would be an understatement. Wanda whispered a small, okay, sorry. Matt nodded silently and straightened himself, turning to go back into the operating room. Wait, a man called and Matt sighed, stopping. He just wanted to get back in there with Peter. Sorry, never mind. The man's heart was racing, but more than in a panicky way, he was enhanced. He was a bulky man, powerful, but he carried himself in a way that almost seemed small. There was mechanical whirring coming from his left arm. Peter's going to be fine, Barnes, Matt told him, glancing in the man's general direction. Here, you know what? Matt cracked open the door to the operating room. Kid, say hi to your friends. Peter's voice floated into the hall, and Matt could hear the effort he was putting into not letting it waver. Hi, Bucky, hi, Wanda. Hey, Harles, I'm alive and well. There you have it, I'll see you guys once he's fixed up. Matt swiftly re-entered the operating room, letting out yet another sigh. You're not gonna see any of 'em, quit lying, Peter quipped, now with an oxygen mask on. Thanks for talking to them. Course, kid, how's it going? Lung bullet is out, and lung itself will be fine in, like, an hour or two. Peter reached his hand out again, and Matt took it without hesitation. Bruce is working on the kidney ones. He needs more blood, Bruce distractedly commented, and gestured for Romanov to hand him a cloth. But we obviously don't have any other than, Peter tensed even further beneath Matt's grip, and he was quick to move on. Hear that, kid? Too much blood loss. Maybe you shouldn't have gotten shot 7 times. Peter groaned, but instead of being one of pain or panic, it was a familiar one of complaint. Save the lecture till after I get some sleep. Oh, and Bruce, once I get that precious sleep, my blood will replenish much faster. Big talk from a kid who gets about 3 hours of sleep a night, Matt snorted. Bruce hummed, sounding intrigued. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to study the rate of your healing. Maybe wait, Peter, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Peter tensed yet again, but he replied before Matt could intervene. It's all right, Bruce, Peter assured, but Matt could still hear his heart rate rising. Maybe just don't say those things when you're holding my skin open. Hey, why don't you tell him about that time with the banana and knife and, folding chair, Matt suggested. I know what you're doing, Peter said, but it's a really good story, so I'll oblige. So I was at the Toys R Us on Broadway Street, and really I was just looking for a place to eat, right? But see, I had just come from a drug bust. Matt held his kid's hand through the entire story, laughing at the appropriate moments, and soothing him whenever he had another coughing fit or a bullet was pulled out of his body. Yeah, the lecture could still wait. Chapter 28, Hurt Comfort ? And that's the last one. Bruce punctuated his statement with dropping the final bullet into the container next to him. I'll just finish stitching these up, and then you can be transferred to a recovery room. Right, Peter acknowledged, and how long will I be in recovery? Bruce reached for his needle, threading it with a hum. The chest tube will need to remain overnight, but your lung will still take another day or two to inflate. In the days while your lung is still healing, you'll need to take it easy, but you can leave the medbay once I remove your tube. Peter'd had a few collapsed lungs before. He knew the routine. Regardless of his enhanced healing, air could only fill his lungs so fast, and he understood that he would have to rest until his lungs stopped being a little bitch. The first time he had a collapsed lung, he'd figured out what had happened by connecting the dots between an enhanced kick to his chest and sudden issues with breathing. He didn't research it any further, and decided to not only keep patrolling, but also return to school and patrol again the next day. He'd passed out in gym during the school day from minimal airflow, and when it happened again while he was patrolling, he'd acquired some common sense and realized that he needed to go the fuck home. The next time he had a collapsed lung, he still went to school, but reluctantly skipped his patrol. He'd certainly coughed less, that was for sure. Therefore, Peter was already nodding as Bruce continued. Now, as your unofficial doctor, I'm going to have to warn you against going out as Spider-Man while your lung is still healing. I know, he groaned. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not a complete dumbass. Hi, my name is Popular Belief, Matt deadpanned. Peter is a complete dumbass, and my proof is that he jumped at the opportunity to get shot 7 times without a second thought. He didn't jump at the chance, necessarily. He just knew that as long as the girls were safe, it didn't matter how much he was injured. It never mattered how much he was injured. He would always heal. Peter sighed internally, forcing himself to answer like a normal person. Actually, Matthew, my second thought was that the only way for me to get out of that situation would result in getting those girls shot, or worse. I was 2 blocks down, kid, Matt emphasized. You could have waited. You heard those guys, Matt. They had no fucking idea what they were doing. Move and we shoot, they said. You have 10 seconds to scram, they said. Someone was gonna get shot either way, and I preferred risking myself rather than the girls. It's not like I'm dead. Fucking clearly, Matt scoffed. But really, kid, couldn't you have just thrown a web bomb? If you could jump down there, you could have raised your arm a little bit. Their reflexes weren't that good. Shit, yeah, that would have been a bit smarter. But come on, man, you know I'm a dumbass. Matt threw his hands up in the air, looking proud and slightly exasperated. And now we've come full circle. You literally said that you weren't a complete dumbass about a minute ago. Stop using your lawyer tactics on me, Peter cried, a sound that was unrelated to Natasha joining Bruce in suturing his wounds. You walked right into that one, kid, Matt shrugged. No lawyer tactics needed. Peter groaned and chose to execute his most famous rebuttal, sticking out his tongue and flipping Matt off with both hands. Then Bruce had to rebuke him with a small slap because the doctor was still stitching up the wound on Peter's right shoulder. You aren't helping your case, Matt commented, chuckling slightly. All I was trying to say was that I'm not enough of a dumbass to go out and patrol with a healing collapsed lung, Peter huffed. I've learned my lesson, I swear. Matt just hummed in a way that showcased how unconvinced he was, and Bruce looked up at Peter with a raised eyebrow before returning to his work, shaking his head. Bruce and Nat finished stitching him back together within 15 minutes, seeing as they didn't even have to handle his leg wounds, which had since scabbed over. Steve, finally leaving his quiet post by the wall, offered to get Peter a fresh set of clothes. Bruce shot him down with an exaggerated gesture to the chest tube inserted in between Peter's left set of ribs. So if we're done here, can I start making my way over to one of the recovery rooms? Peter asked as he began to sit up, accepting the hospital gown Nat procured for him. He hated that he had been exposed during his entire procedure, but neither Nat nor Steve had made a comment about Peter's extensive scarring, so as long as he left the room with the gown on, it was all fine. Can you even walk? Bruce incredulously countered. Sure I can, Peter made grabby hands for Matt, who sighed, yet took a dutiful step forward. By this point, Peter had made his way to sitting fully upright, and he slipped down from the operating table with Matt's familiar support. Peter had laid his right arm over Matt's shoulder, which, even though it pulled at his shoulder wound, was better than interfering with his chest tube on his other side. "Look at that," standing up. "Mr. Murdock, would you please step away for one moment?" Bruce inquired, and Matt complied. Peter was proud to say that he only tilted slightly before he righted himself. Standing up on his own with a plentiful amount of holes in his body was painful, but certainly not something he hadn't done before. Every move he made was unpleasant, to put it lightly, seeing as there wasn't a single way he could shift without an injury making itself known. "Just use a wheelchair, Peter," Nat implored, obviously taking notice of Peter's trembling legs. Peter gave a weary, resigned sigh. "Yeah, whatever." Steve promptly left the room to retrieve a wheelchair, leaving Peter to struggle through putting on his hospital gown. At this point, Peter was simply glad that Natasha was standing in front of him so that she couldn't see the brand on his upper back. "You can just wear that over your tube," Bruce explained. "It's secured enough, and the gown is loose specifically for this purpose." "Right," Peter muttered and followed Bruce's instructions. When he picked up his drainage unit, the gown hitched up awkwardly around the now raised tube. "I look stupid." "Now you look fine," Matt told him with that smug smirk of his, and Peter shot him a glare. "You look like you're healing," Bruce corrected, and Steve re-entered the room with a wheelchair. "Now get in that chair so you can leave this room and play nice with the worried Avengers out there." On that note, Matt yanked his mask from the floor. "I'm going to leave. Peter, don't be dumb and tell your friends not to fuck up my identity." "I can't guarantee that I won't be dumb, but I'll make sure brief them on a secret identity," Peter said, and gingerly sat down in the wheelchair. "I'll see you in a few days, DD. Try not to get shot in the meantime." With that, Matt pulled on his mask and swiftly left the room, not answering any of the waiting Avengers' questions. "All right, Peter," Bruce sidestepped Steve to get in front of Peter. "I'm going to go up there and get you some food. I'm sure your healing's been in overdrive to avoid the possibility of dying, so you'll need to recharge. You can have however many guests as you want, and visiting hours are up till you crash. Good luck to you." Bruce hustled out of there before Peter could even be grateful, and then it was just Peter, Nat, and Steve. "You ready, Pe'euke?" Nat asked, facing Peter as she walked to the door with a quirk in her brow. "Always am," Peter sighed. He knew that Wanda and Harley were still the most freaked out, but judging by Pepper's heartbeat out there, she was pretty worried as well. Hopefully seeing him alive would soothe their speeding thoughts. Natasha opened the door and Steve wheeled him out into the hallway, where it immediately fell silent. Everyone on the team, plus Pepper, was gathered there, and it seemed like they had been waiting for the entire time. Weird. Peter gave them a jovial wave before he was bombarded with their attention. "Hello, I'm fine." Wanda hastily pushed herself up from the floor, appearing by Peter's side in an instant. "Peter," she whispered with a sort of reverence as she reached out her hand to cup his jaw. He leaned into it automatically. "I was so scared." He gave her a sad, understanding smile. "I know, I'm okay though, look at me." He did a full body gesture to his stitched-up body, and hilariously, Nat went to his side to pull the same move as if she was Vanna White. "I'm glad," she said, simply and quietly. Her fingers fell away from his cheek, leaving a tingling sensation in their wake. She fell back to stand with Vision and Harley, the former of which gave Peter a nod. Harley was just staring at Peter, his brows slightly furrowed. Peter gave a confused stare back. Tony spoke next, loudly, though he remained in his spot as Pepper came forward to Peter. "You look great, Spidey. What kind of stunt did ya pull to achieve that look?" "Nat or Steve can explain it," he replied, giving a one-armed shrug before turning his attention to Pepper. He took a deep breath as she laid a hand on his head affectionately and let it out slowly. "It was fine. Hi, Pepper." "I was worried, sweetheart," she told him in that permanently steady and calm voice of hers. For a split second, Peter was violently reminded of May as he looked up at her face. "You can't latch onto my heart like that, only to go and get yourself shot." "I'll do better," he assured genuinely. He kind of forgot that people cared about him now and he hadn't meant to make them worry. He knew he worried Matt, but to be fair, Matt worried Peter all the time, so it canceled out. But it was different now, he belatedly realized. Even the team members he hadn't spent too much time with yet, like Sam and Clint, were in the worried crowd. They were in the back, studying Peter with matching concerned eyes, but it felt just as personal as Steve drumming his fingers on the wheelchair, or Bucky anxiously flexing his fingers from his spot at Nat's side. Peter craned his head slightly to look at Bucky, whose eyes met his immediately. "You okay there?" "Yes," the man replied instantly, almost as if it was on instinct, certainly too quickly for it to be an honest answer. Are you okay?" "I'm in tip-top shape, don't even worry about it." Peter knew that Bucky saw right through his shit, seeing as Peter was still plainly sitting in a wheelchair, his drainage unit in his lap, resting just an inch or two away from his thigh wound. Regardless, Bucky took a noticeably deep breath and nodded. Peter heard the elevator working, traveling down from a higher level, and he knew that Bruce would be in it, expecting to see Peter in a recovery room already. Peter tilted his head back slightly to look up at Steve, stage whispering, "We should probably get in one of the rooms with a bed in it, so Bruce doesn't kill us when he gets down here." "Right," Steve cleared his throat and stopped rapping his fingers against the wheelchair's handles. The man dutifully maneuvered Peter through the throng of people, all of whom shifted awkwardly to let the pair through. Even more awkwardly, though, was the way they followed him down the hall, quietly shuffling along. Peter chose not to mention it as Nat pulled open the door for Steve and him. "Hey," Peter called, and Steve froze in the doorway, as did the Avengers behind him. "Don't say shit about Matt's identity." Peter waited until the general mumbled consensus was that they wouldn't say a word until he told Steve that they could keep moving. He'd have to talk to them more later. Wanda was the only one to follow the trio inside, and she aided Peter as he got in the bed, pulling back the thin blanket and holding his drainage unit for him. Steve deposited the wheelchair next to Peter's bed and gave a slightly aborted wave goodbye. "Steve," Peter called, smiling slightly, and the man stopped to turn his head to look at Peter. "Thanks for helping out." "Least I can do," Steve dismissed, but he mirrored Peter's smile before he continued out the door. "See you in the morning, Spider-Man." Outside, Bruce finally arrived, and Peter chuckled at his loud sigh. Through the closed door, the man could be heard ushering the crowd into the elevator, muttering to them that they could all see Peter the next day. They all clambered into the elevator, and the only one to remain was Harley. Peter heard him settle into a seat, and Bruce didn't say anything to him. Bruce gave an odd knock on the door with his foot, it seemed, and with a flick of the wrist, Wanda opened it for him. Bruce carefully stepped in, carrying a glass of water in one hand and 2 plates of food in his other, with one precariously balanced on his arm. Nat came forward to take the balancing plate from him, and she handed it to Peter. The glass of water and the other plate was set on his bedside table. Peter took a bite of his first sandwich, which was loaded up with all of the trimmings imaginable, and popped a blueberry from his fruit cup into his mouth once he was done chewing. The other plate had a small salad, a twin sandwich, and 2 chocolate chip cookies the size of his hand. "Thanks, Bruce," Peter offered, swallowing his food. He hoped that the man knew that Peter wasn't just thanking him for the food. "No problem," Bruce replied, already inching towards the door. "I'll be back in the morning to remove your tube. Get some rest, Peter." He left the room with a little dip of his head. "I'll be taking my leave as well," Nat announced, though she quickly sidled up next to Peter's bed. "You're tough, glad you're still with us." Peter, having taken another bite of his sandwich, didn't have time to respond before she, too, swept away from the room. Peter gave a questioning look to Wanda, but she just shook her head slightly. Peter swallowed again before he reached out to take Wanda's hand, noticing that it was shaking slightly. "Hey," she gripped his hand, staring at him with unshed tears in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Wanda closed her eyes and a tear slipped out in the process. "I'm okay," she hesitantly replied. "I just wanted to feel you a little bit more before I left." Peter nodded uncertainly, knowing that his confusion was painted across his face. "Feel me?" She gestured vaguely with her other hand. "Your energy, I guess. I can basically, feel people's auras, I think. You're in pain, but you're here and you're alive, and I just wanted to feel that again." Peter nodded again, this time with a bit more understanding. "Okay, I'm here and I'm alive. Take all the time you need." She sniffed and continued to silently hold his hand for another minute. Peter didn't allow himself to feel uncomfortable, instead just letting himself be quiet with her, soaking up her presence just as much as she was soaking up his. "Okay," she whispered and released his hand with a watery smile. "I'm going to bed. Rest well. Pes Cyrillic letter 456 te ye air." She bent down to give him a small kiss on top of his hair. Peter felt his eyes tearing up, and he wondered if she was ever going to be able to do that without him getting emotional. "You too," he told her, and she left the room with a hum. Peter sat there alone on his bed for a solid 2 more minutes, quietly chewing his sandwich, jiggling his foot on the bed, listening to Harley as he slowly got up and approached the door. The door slowly opened, and finally Harley stepped in. Peter watched as he pulled a chair from the corner of the room up to the side of the bed and took the seat when it was arranged to be less than a foot away from Peter's side. Peter finished off his fruit cup and slipped the empty plate underneath the one on his bedside table and took a quick sip of water. He then looked at Harley, who was looking back. They studied each other. Harley broke the silence. "What's your last name?" The question caught Peter off guard, and he furrowed his eyebrows. Parker." "Parker," Harley echoed. "Peter Parker." "Harles, are you all right?" "What's your middle name?" Harley wondered, completely ignoring Peter's question. "Benjamin," Peter answered, but only after a second of hesitance. "What's your favorite color?" "Blue, specifically the shade of Ben's favorite chair, the one where the man could often be found reading a book or a newspaper, the one that remained in Peter's home until he had to go into foster care." "When's your birthday?" "August 10th, Harley, what's up?" This time, Harley didn't ignore Peter's concerned question. "I really don't know all that much about you, Pete." Slowly, Peter shook his head. "I guess not the basic stuff that people usually start off with at least, but you know a bit more personal stuff." Harley knew about Peter's love of Star Wars, Legos, and Star Wars Legos. Harley knew that Peter liked to make art even if he hadn't seen anything. Harley knew some of Peter's traumas. Harley knew about Peter's secret identity. Harley knew about Peter's love of potatoes. Harley knew about Peter's sensory overloads and was able to calm him down from them. Harley didn't even know Peter's last name, but they knew the parts about each other that were a bit more buried, a bit more real. "I was just thinkin', while I was waitin' for you to get out of surgery," Harley explained. "I was just thinkin' about how I didn't even know your last name or your favorite color or your birthday, but if you had died tonight, it woulda gutted me." Harles. "I can't lose you, Peter. I don't, we barely know each other, we've only just begun datin', but you're just so fucking important to me already." "Harley," Peter said, keeping his voice firm because Harley was spiraling. His heartbeat was wild and his breaths were starting to get a bit harsh. The other's drifting gaze snapped back to Peter. "I'm not gonna die, at least not for a good while." Harley laughed a humorless laugh. "You don't know that." "I've had worse, Harles," Peter reminded him because it was definitely true. He'd had so much worse, and yet here he was. "That doesn't mean that you won't die, Peter." Harley wasn't yelling, but his voice was getting more clipped. Peter didn't like it. "How can you sit here and assure me that you won't die? How can you?" "I've tried, Harley." The other teen stopped dead in his tracks, the words dying in his mouth. Peter's heart sank. "I've tried it," Peter repeated, now so much more tired than he was before. "I've put legitimate effort into trying to end my life, and it wouldn't work. I gave up. I don't think I can die, Harley, at least not yet." Harley's eyes were wide and his breathing was less harsh. It was quiet now, barely audible, shallow. "Why?" Peter let his head fall back onto the pillow and closed his eyes. His mind answered Harley's question, flicking through the mental list of reasons that Peter had. The reasons all kind of jumbled together, taking form in a scrambled mess of hate and emptiness and grief and tiredness. "I'm not sure if I really want to talk about that right now." "Will you ever want to talk about it?" Harley quietly asked, hesitant. Peter's eyes slipped open once more and he turned his head to look at Harley. The other teen was scared, but he was trying to hide it. "I don't know." Harley very clearly didn't know what to say. Peter didn't really know what to say either, seeing as he really didn't mean to open up about this tonight. Usually, Peter could pull from past conversations when he was talking about the fucked up parts about him, but the thing was, he'd never told anyone before. Technically, Bruce knew, seeing as they had talked about it very briefly during their first meeting. But all of Peter's attempts happened after May died, so it wasn't like he had talked to MJ or her about it. With Matt and Ned, well, suicide didn't come up that often in conversation, unless Peter was making a casual joke about it. "I'm fine now," is what Peter decided to say. It wasn't super true, but whatever. "I haven't tried anything in almost a year." "Peter," Harley quietly said, the name sounding like a plea on his lips. "That doesn't mean you're okay." "Probably not, but you don't have to worry about that now, I swear. I have things to live for now." Peter had Matt, whom he'd had before as well, but they had grown closer. Peter was communicating with Ned now. Peter suddenly had a bunch of random adults who cared about him. Peter had a boyfriend, for Christ's sake. He had things to live for. He wasn't about to attempt any time soon, he didn't think. It was quiet, uncomfortably so. Peter awkwardly reached for his glass of water and took another sip. Harley sighed. "I don't want to lose you," he repeated. "You won't," Peter reassured, but now that statement had more levels to it. It was not only a testament to Peter's durability, but a promise to stick around, even if he didn't really want to. Peter scooted to the side of the bed, a few inches away from Harley. Harley was visibly confused until Peter patted the now empty space on his bed. His tube was on his other side, and Peter's shoulder was noticeably getting better. "You want me to get in?" Harley wondered. "We can cuddle," Peter suggested, his voice lilting up at the end. "It's all right if you don't want to, I just thought that, it'd help, or something." Harley hastily stood up, quick to assure Peter, No, you're right, it'd help, but you're hurt, I don't want to make it worse." "I wouldn't suggest it if it was going to make it worse, just don't lay on my shoulder." Harley raked his eyes over Peter for another second before he sighed, mumbling, "If you're sure." Harley gingerly climbed onto the bed, and though Peter hadn't spent any time in a normal hospital bed before, he was pretty sure that this one was larger than average, probably more comfortable as well. Harley slowly settled into Peter's side, his body curled up to fit itself along Peter's. He rested his head on Peter's chest, giving it a few seconds before he relaxed, content that he wasn't touching any of Peter's wounds. Peter rested his right hand over Harley, his shoulder unaffected. It was probably almost completely healed by this point. "Okay," Peter asked, because he was incredibly comfortable like this, and he was too exhausted to stay awake for much longer. "I'm good," Harley replied. "You?" "I'm good," Peter echoed. He was beyond tired, but he needed to make one more assurance. "You won't lose me, Harley, I'm okay." "I hope so," the teen mumbled, scrunching himself further into Peter. Chapter 29, Welcome back to Plotless Chaps. The moment Bruce walked into the room, his eyes widened comically, and he stopped walking so suddenly that it appeared as though he had run into a wall. Peter, having anticipated his arrival, having heard the man coming down in the elevator, having been planning the inevitable conversation, met Bruce's gaze immediately, trying to signal to him that he needed to stay quiet. Bruce blinked but nodded anyway, keeping his gaze on Peter as he further entered the room. Well, maybe he wasn't staring at Peter so much as he was ogling at the other teen that was currently curled into Peter's side. Maybe the thing that Bruce was focused on was how Harley had an arm stretched across over Peter's chest and a leg intertwined with Peter's own. Maybe Bruce was simply not anticipating such an intimate position between two people whom he hadn't known were dating. Maybe it was that. Bruce pulled the sleek swivel chair out from where it had been pushed into the small desk that Peter's recovery room offered. The doctor sat down and traded a clipboard and pen from the desk for a set of Peter's folded clothes he'd brought as the chair swiveled across the floor. The action reminded Peter of the doctors he'd had as a child, who'd ask him how things were going at school as they listened to his asthmatic breathing and prepared him for a flu shot, darting from one end of the room to another to collect supplies or jot down notes. Bruce glanced up at Peter a few times as he scribbled a few notes down on his paper, ticking off a box here and there, marking through a comment occasionally. After a quiet minute or two, he finally looked up and held Peter's gaze, the friendly glint in his eyes matching the small smile he pulled. With a hushed voice, he said, "You look incredibly awkward." In response, Peter rolled his eyes, not wanting to speak for fear that he would wake his sleeping boyfriend. To Peter's credit, he couldn't remember the last time he was in such close proximity with someone for such a long amount of time. Surely, while he was asleep, he must have simply melted in Harley's hold. But alas, now awake, he was insanely aware of every point of contact on his body, including the other teen's head that rose and fell with Peter's every breath. Peter's right arm looped around Harley's shoulder, but carefully didn't apply too much pressure to the other's body. The hand resting on Harley's arm was still, other than the thumb that cautiously soothed circles into Harley's skin. Peter's other hand laid frozen on the leg that was tangled in his own, and his fingers itched to tap against Harley's thigh, still not quite used to the hot, tingling sensation that settled into his skin whenever he touched Harley. Of course, Peter looked awkward. He was still getting used to being touched on a regular basis, let alone straight-up cuddling. "So, this is a thing then?" Bruce casually asked, using his pen to gesture between Peter and Harley. Again, not wanting to wake Harley quite yet, Peter silently nodded his head. He ignored the slight blush he felt in his cheeks. Bruce returned his nod with a wholesome little grin, clearly happy to see them together. Peter was left to wonder if the man had seen it coming. He almost saw Bruce as an all-knowing man, but his childish worship of the scholar could factor into that opinion more than anything. "You know," Bruce started, rolling his swivel chair over to the bed in one smooth motion, "he'll have to get up so I can check on your wounds." Peter sighed, but he had expected that, so he gave a small nod. Reluctantly, he removed his hand from Harley's thigh, lifting it to subconsciously sweep the hair out of Harley's face. In the last second, though, centimeters away from Harley's hair, Peter froze. He then decided that he would need to talk to Harley about where he was comfortable with Peter touching. Harley had already made it clear that everything Peter had done so far was good with him, and that fact extended to whatever Peter would want to do later on. However, they hadn't talked specifically about hair, and that hit a little too close to home for Peter. Instead, Peter quickly redirected his hand to fold around Harley's shoulder, tapping gently as he murmured, "Harles, it's time to get up." Harley didn't immediately respond, other than a small twitch in his brow. A deep sleeper, then. "Harles," Peter repeated, this time slightly louder. When he was met with nothing but a slightly hitched breath, Peter sighed and stole a glance at Bruce, who was watching patiently, looking slightly amused. "He's not waking up," he complained, stating the obvious. Bruce smirked slightly and rolled to Harley's side of the bed. "I got this," he assured, and bent down close to Harley's ear. Then, "Harley, I've got to help Peter." Peter didn't understand how that phrase would do anything that he wasn't already trying, but to Peter's surprise, Harley's heartbeat sped up, signaling his awakening, and his eyes blinked open with a sharp inhale. "Wah," Harley groggily mumbled, but Peter realized that his voice had a hint of panic to it. "Pete needs help. Why does he need help? Is he okay?" Hi," Peter jumped in, sensing that Harley was starting to freak out. Harley craned his neck to face Peter, somehow looking surprised to see him, as though his arm wasn't still laid across Peter's chest, and as though their legs weren't still jumbled together. "Pete," Harley sighed, his body relaxing as he continued, "You're okay." Peter gave a slow nod, reassuring him. Harley responded with a relieved little smile that was probably the cutest thing Peter had ever seen, and turned to face Bruce, who was now 100% amused. "Then why do ya need to help I am?" Bruce gestured towards Peter. "All I need to do is make sure his injuries are healing up all right, but you needed to be off the bed for me to do that, so we had to wake you up." The man had pasted on a sly little smile, but shrugged nonchalantly, figured that saying that he needed help would get your attention. Immediately, Harley flushed and thumped his head back down on Peter's chest, hiding his face. It seemed like a subconscious action, and now Peter was the one with a tint to his cheeks. Bruce affectionately rolled his eyes and reached over to poke Harley in the back with his pen. "Gotta get up, Harley. Your pal's got a few things that I need to check on." That got Harley moving, a hasty right, falling from his lips as he pulled himself away from Peter, jumping out of bed and into the bedside chair with the speed and grace of someone who had just woken up. Peter, now alone on his side of the bed, felt cold without Harley snuggled up against him. He moved his hands to sit calmly in his lap after he pushed himself up on the bed, but every movement felt a little too controlled to be normal. He'd have to try to gain more opportunities to be as close to Harley as possible, because this cold feeling just wasn't working out for him. Bruce sidled right up to Peter's bedside, raking his eyes over Peter's body. "So," he began, glancing down at his clipboard, "let's start with the bullet wounds, yeah." Peter glanced at Harley, and with one look, he knew that the other teen wouldn't move from his seat unless Peter demanded it. Now, Peter didn't really want Harley to leave the room. His presence was comforting, and Peter guessed that Harley liked knowing that Peter was all right. However, Peter was going to be exposing his chest and legs in order for Bruce to properly look him over. Thus far, Harley hadn't mentioned anything about the scarring on Peter's arms, which Peter was only slightly surprised about. But underneath his gown, both he and Bruce knew that it was a massacre of past injuries, each scar more severe than the last. But Peter trusted Harley, he knew that much. Harley wouldn't be disgusted by the scarring, he was too good. Peter looked back at Bruce and nodded a single time before reaching up to pull at his gown's collar. It slid easily out of position, inching down to expose his right shoulder. In doing so, the freshest bullet wound was revealed, but so was every other scar he had surrounding it. 2 wounds resulting from normal criminal knives, 1 from a surgery knife, and evidence of a bite mark. Peter didn't remember where he got all of his scars, but he certainly remembered each of those. While Bruce leaned in to look closer at the healed bullet wound, Peter once more glanced at Harley. He caught the other's eyes wide, looking at the scars lining Peter's shoulder, but soon Harley felt Peter's gaze and snapped his eyes up to shoot Peter a hesitant smile. Peter found no disgust, no pity, no fear, no judgment in Harley's face. Peter returned his small smile, flooded with relief. Turned out trusting people was fine, sometimes. Incredible, Bruce breathed, and Peter was reminded of the situation at hand. Not even a scab, do they always heal like this? Peter looked down at his own shoulder, where his healed bullet wound blended in with all the other purplish scars. No, actually, the rate of my healing corresponds with how much I eat, and well, lately I've been eating a lot more than usual. Makes sense, Bruce mumbled. Do they still itch, even with the accelerated healing? Oh my God, yes, Peter groaned. Like you wouldn't believe. The newer ones are always worse, but sometimes the old ones itch too. I used to have itch cream, but eventually it was something I had to live without. Too expensive. I've gotten used to it, though. Thought so? Bruce set his clipboard and pen down on the side of Peter's bed and rolled his chair over to a small drawer, pulling out a tub of what Peter recognized to be itch cream. When Bruce was at Peter's side once more, he set the tub on the bedside table and gathered his stuff from the bed. That'll help. Just tell me when you run out and I'll give you some more. Thanks, Bruce, Peter said, smiling warmly. Technically, it wasn't a gift, it was more so part of his medical treatment. But it certainly felt like a gift, especially considering how few people knew how terribly some scars itched. Peter, as he said, had gotten used to the random itches he felt spring up surrounding his new scabs and freshly healed scars, always having to consciously keep his hands away from his wounds, and forcing himself to stop itching when he had subconsciously attempted to soothe the irritation. Itch cream was a luxury he had missed. Of course, let's check the other ones now, shall we? As he worked, Bruce explained that he was simply checking that none of the wounds had gotten infections, and that there was no unanticipated irritation. All of the injuries had healed up nicely, each one looking similar to the last. Harley stayed for the entire examination, never saying anything in response to more and more of Peter's tattered body being revealed. Peter found himself blushing when he had to strip down the upper half of his gown to allow Bruce to see new scars on his abdomen, knowing that Harley's eyes lingered on his bare chest before he politely looked away. They all look great, Bruce commented, making a few notes on his sheet. Now then, I can take out your chest tube, but how's your breathing? Peter took a cautious breath to measure his pain level. Not terrible, he decided, focusing on resisting the urge to cough on his exhale. Hurts, coarse, and it's a bit tight, but that's pretty average for a collapsed lung, yeah. Average indeed, Bruce agreed, and once more rolled over to the counter to set down his note-taking tools, trading them out for a pair of gloves, dressing tape, and a pair of scissors. Let's say we remove that tube of yours, Hem. Ready when you are, Peter once more pulled down the top of his gown, raising his left arm to make the sight more accessible. Have at it. I'll cut the stitches, Bruce narrated, doing exactly as he said, and when I tell you to, take a deep breath in and I'll pull out the tube. And breathe. Peter followed instructions, taking a sharp, deep breath as Bruce gripped the tube, swiftly yanking it out of Peter's body. Before Peter could overanalyze what it felt like to have a tube slide out of his body, Bruce applied new bandages to the insertion site. All right, Bruce announced, smiling once he had disposed of his materials. My custody of you is over. I'm going to request that you don't patrol for the next 2 days just while your lung finishes reinflating. Not to sound like a broken record, but make sure you rest, Peter. We don't need you screwing up your lung again. I promise to rest, Bruce, Peter solemnly swore. I appreciate you fixing me up. It's no problem, see ya, boys. The man grabbed his clipboard once more and left the room with a small wave over his shoulder. Once he was in the hall, Peter heard him mutter, I'm still not that kind of doctor. Well, Peter looked at Harley, who was getting up from his seat and pulling out his phone. It's about 8 right now. I say we take some of that prescribed rest of yours. That doesn't sound too bad, actually, Peter agreed thoughtfully. He had a nightmare last night, that much he knew, but he couldn't remember it. All he knew was that he wasn't fully rested in the slightest, and normally that'd be just fine. However, rest equaled healing. Plus, Harley had said we, not you, meaning possibility of cuddling. Would you mind grabbing my clothes? Harley's eyes darted about the room in search of Peter's clothes, murmuring, got it, when he finally found their place on the counter where they were neatly folded. He passed them to Peter, who had started to push himself up. When Peter paused awkwardly, looking from Harley to the clothes in his lap, Harley seemed to connect the dots and flushed. I'll be waitin' outside. Once Harley had fled the room, Peter got up as quickly as he could, which was actually a pretty average pace, and pulled off his gown. Then cautiously he eyed his body, searching out the new scars. The swell of disgust he felt when he studied his body was quickly pushed away, replaced with a detached survey of his injuries. He didn't know how the chest tube wound would heal, and it still had bandages on it, so that would be a mystery for a few hours. But the bullet wounds blended in well, just a bit pinker than the ones surrounding them. Satisfied, he finished changing into the short-sleeved shirt and sweatpants he was given. They were the generic clothes that he hadn't worn since he'd gone shopping, but they were still comfortable, so he didn't mind. Plus, the team had seen his arms by this point, seeing as he had chosen to reveal them during training yesterday. None of them had said anything, so traipsing about the tower with his arms visible seemed all right. All right, he announced as he walked back out through the door, having swiped his new itch cream, and Harley looked up from where he was just staring at the floor. Where to? Well, my room certainly has a bed, Harley suggested, and they walked together down the hall and to the elevator. How about we watch a movie? If we happen to fall asleep, then so be it. Peter reached to take Harley's hand in his own, and their fingers intertwined immediately. Good with me. When they got up to their floor, Peter took a minute to listen for Wanda's breathing. She was still asleep. He made a note to have a small chat with her once he'd had proper snuggle time with Harley. She had looked absolutely devastated, and he just figured that something might have been up. "Can I please come in?" Peter asked as Harley opened his door. He gave his free hand a quick shake at the rush of nerves. "Of course, darlin'," Harley responded easily. Peter stepped in. "Fry, please pull up the Emperor's New Groove," Harley instructed. Peter watched as a panel of Harley's ceiling opened and a television lowered. The lights dimmed and the movie popped up on screen automatically. Peter wondered if his room could do that. Harley plopped down on his bed, quickly arranging his sheets and pillows to look a bit nicer than the jumbled mess they had been. When he was done, he settled down underneath the covers, then waved Peter over with a goofy little smile. Peter returned the smile, albeit a little less goofily, and climbed into the bed. When all Peter did was lay on top of the blankets, Harley looked at him questioningly. "Don't you want to get under?" Then, as an afterthought, "I mean, unless that makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to." "Ah, no, it's all right," Peter hurried to say and adjusted his position, pulling the blanket over him, his legs immediately finding Harley's and draping over them. "I just didn't really want to intrude, you know." "No intrusion," Harley assured, putting his arm over Peter's shoulders and drawing him closer. "Mandatory rest time, all is welcome." Peter simply hummed, already feeling his eyes grow heavy as he watched Cusco dance across the screen. The song that accompanied his grandiose movements was softly playing, enough so that Peter could easily ignore it as he nestled his head into the crook of Harley's shoulder, allowing himself to focus on the steady vibrations that coincided with Harley humming along with the song. "Sleep well, darlin'," Harley whispered, gently squeezing Peter's shoulder. Peter let out a satisfied little sigh and followed Harley's directions. Harley believed that watching Peter as he slept was not creepy for 3 reasons, which were as followed. 1. Peter had been filled with bullets not 12 hours ago, and not long afterwards had told Harley that he'd attempted suicide before. Harley was still healing emotionally. "Thank you very much." 2. Harley had fallen asleep during the movie, just as Peter had, but he had simply woken up a bit before Peter. It wasn't as though Harley had been watching Peter for an hour. Just for about 10 minutes now. 3. Peter was adorable. Harley was allowed to admire his boyfriend. Peter hadn't moved from his original position, legs still mixed up in Harley's own, head still burrowed in Harley's shoulder. The sleeve of Peter's left arm was a tad bit ruffled, pushed up so that the already short sleeves revealed all of his arm, all of the damaged, pale skin. For the past 10 minutes, Harley had been tracing over Peter's scars. Fingers ran lightly across raised skin over and over and over again. He didn't know the stories of all but one of the scars that he studied. The one that he focused the most on, the one that he was slightly hesitant to touch, the one for which he actually knew the history, was the one that he had caused. Peter's shoulder, being exposed and such, showed off the burn scar that looked like a splatter of pink skin. It was darker and concentrated in the center, and thinned out into lightened lines and dots as it extended, the damaged skin dissipating as it expanded. It was the one that Harley had given him when they first met. Harley had never really apologized for that, had he? He had certainly meant to, but well, it just never happened. As he gently smoothed over the tight skin on Peter's shoulder, the guilt hit Harley hard. He was the cause of one of Peter's scars, a severe-looking one at that. Peter didn't deserve that, didn't deserve the effect of Harley blindly following the lead of his family. Peter wouldn't have had to go through the pain of the injury or another huge scar added to his collection if it weren't for Harley. Harley was just as bad as the rest of the Avengers had been. Except they had all apologized, Harley hadn't. Interrupting Harley's thoughts was the tensing of Peter's body as he woke up and realized where he was. Knowing that sometimes Peter took a hot second to gather his surroundings after waking up, especially in the case of a nightmare, Harley let his hand drift back down from the other's arm, away from his shoulder, in order to gently track the other scars. Peter tensed even further when he figured out what Harley was doing, so Harley froze his movements, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. Do they bother you?" Peter quietly asked, voice slightly rough with sleep. The movie's credits played in the background. Harley barely noticed. My scars, do they bother you?" Harley's face twisted instinctively. and he was glad that Peter's head was still angled so that Harley's expression wasn't visible, seeing as Peter would most definitely assume that Harley was disgusted. Rather, Harley was shocked by Peter's never-ending distaste with himself. "Of course not, darlin'," Harley rushed to assure. "They're a part of you. The only thing I don't like about 'em is that they're a result of your pain." Harley resumed, tracing a slash wound on Peter's forearm. "If anything, they're a sign of how much you put into your work, how much you care." Peter's head craned up to look at him, his face colored with shame somehow. "A few of them are a bit ugly, I've gotta say." "They can't be ugly if they're on you," Harley countered. Peter leveled him with a flat look. "They're scars, Harles, damaged skin, imperfections. They're not supposed to be pretty." Harley grabbed Peter's arm loosely, where several pale pink lines encircled his wrist, visible underneath the web shooters that Peter must have kept on during the surgery. Jokingly, Harley examined the scars there with a comical amount of attention, holding Peter's wrist too close to his face for it to really count for anything. After a few seconds, he let Peter's wrist go with a shrug, huffing, "Looks fine to me, Harley." "They don't bother me." Harley emphasized each word with a tap to different scars lining Peter's arm. He suddenly wished that he could have instead given each of them an affectionate peck, but for one, Peter would probably not have been okay with that, and for two, Harley had no idea where that thought came from. Peter relaxed back against Harley with a sigh. "Okay, thanks." "Don't gotta thank me for thinkin' you're attractive." Harley relished in the small blush he saw form on Peter's cheek. "I am sorry, though." "For what?" "You know, you're, Feeling slightly awkward now, Harley almost wished that he hadn't ruined the moment, but when was a better time to bring it up than now? "The scar on your shoulder." To clarify, he gave that one a gentle tap as well. Peter chuckled slightly to Harley's surprise. "Forgot about that one, honestly, it's fine." "No, Pete, I really am sorry," Harley insisted. It was almost as though Peter was dismissing this when Harley did something seriously fucked up. "I was just following the team's lead, but I felt bad right after I did it anyway, 'cause it was just really shitty of me to do. I hurt you, and that's just—" "I forgive you." "Not okay," Harley finished, before he realized that Peter had interrupted. "Huh." Peter shrugged against him. "I forgive you, Harles. You're right, it was pretty shitty, but I accept your apology. All good." "Oh." Peter chuckled once more. "Sorry, it's just that you were starting to ramble a little, and I know what it's like to need to apologize." Peter reached up to blindly tap his hand against Harley's cheek. Harley thought the action was oddly affectionate. "So, I forgive you. I hold no hard feelings over our first meeting." Thanks." He guessed it made sense that Peter forgave him so easily because Peter truly was a kind person, but it just seemed so undeserved. But Peter wouldn't lie to Harley about how he felt towards him, right? Harley trusted him. "I appreciate that." "Course," Peter said easily, giving a small pat to Harley's stomach, and with one huge sigh, relaxed further into Harley's body. Harley took hold of his hand and smoothed his thumb Peter's knuckles. They both directed their attention to Hercules, which had started playing automatically at some point. It was still early enough in the day that no one would judge them for staying in bed. It was nice. Chapter 30, Grief Counseling with Your Bud. "Oh, okay." Peter eyed Natasha, who, like usual, looked and spoke as though she knew everything. At this point, though, Peter didn't know what she could have known from seeing Harley and Peter walking into the kitchen, or why those words were the first ones that came to her mind upon their entrance. Harley, on the other hand, must have had a better idea than Peter did, because he heaved a sigh and covered his face with his hand. "Hey, Sam," she suddenly called and received an answering grunt from Sam in the common room. "You owe me and Clint $10. "What?" Sam cried, and Peter heard him spring up from the couch and thump into the kitchen. Clint closely followed with a victorious grin. "When did it happen?" "Don't know," she shrugged, still casually looking over Peter and Harley. "When did it happen, boys?" "When did what happen?" Peter muttered to Harley, slightly exasperated. I think they're talking about, Harley gestured between himself and Peter. "Us." Peter regretfully flushed immediately. "What? How do they already know?" Harley glanced at Nat before addressing Peter. "Nat kinda just knows things. I figured that she'd be one of the first to realize." Then, still looking at the woman in question, he said to her, "We got together yesterday. What was the bet about?" Natasha smiled what appeared to Peter to be a genuine smile. "Oh, well, Clint and I said that you guys would end up together in less than a week." Sam, on the other hand, Sam pouted as he forked over the $10 to both Nat and Clint, thought it'd take a bit longer. Turns out he was wrong. "But it doesn't matter that I'm wrong, 'cause either way it's good for you too," Sam concluded, his melodramatic scowl vanishing from his expression, replaced with a welcoming smile. Peter felt Harley grip his hand, and he molded theirs together like usual. They fit together well, Peter's hands being only slightly smaller than Harley's, but Harley also had appropriately sized hands to go with his large frame. Harley's hands were less rough than Peter's, though calluses only in places where Peter knew tools would rest while he was working. Peter's hands, however, were laden with calluses, and holding a hand that was so smooth and soft in comparison felt odd but nice. Maybe Peter understood how the others had seen this coming. His thoughts simply could not stray from Harley. "Thanks, guys," Harley offered, and Peter sent them a nod and a smile that mirrored Harley's. Harley turned back to Peter and squeezed his hand. "I'll scrounge us up something to eat. Why don't you sit with Nat and rest a bit more?" Peter rolled his eyes, complaining, "You don't gotta baby me," but he sat down next to Nat good-naturedly anyway. If he was honest, it did feel better to sit down, even if it was just his lung that was sucking at the moment. Sam and Clint joined them at the table while Harley muttered something about an English muffin and the lack thereof, and how they probably didn't have enough protein, anyway, so eggs would have to do. "You look like you're doing better," Natasha commented, finally bringing up the elephant in the room that was the solid memory of the Avengers surrounding Peter in his wheelchair, while he tried to assure them that 7 bullets weren't too bad. "Seems like a bit of sleep did you and your bullets well." "It did indeed," Peter admitted. "Can't even feel the bitches anymore. They didn't even itch, what with his fancy cream and all. They didn't even itch." "Aw, come on," Sam groaned. "I get shot a single time and it takes me a week to be up and kickin' again, and you get to be walking around the day after 7 bullets. Peter noticed that despite Sam's joking demeanor, his tone went just slightly hysterical when he said that last bit, almost as if he was reminding himself of that fact. Peter also noticed that Clint bit the inside of his cheek at those words, and Natasha's heart fluttered. He decided not to bring it up. "Go and get bit by a radioactive spider, and then you can be a bit more like me." Clint shook his head. "I still think that story is wild as shit." "You live with the Hulk," Peter deadpanned. "Point," Nat agreed, taking a sip of her tea, "but in all fairness, you are one of the oddballs around here." "Vision literally exists." "I said one of the oddballs," she repeated, rolling her eyes. "An enhanced 17-year-old who's stronger than our super soldiers combined, has enhanced senses and healing, and happens to be able to stick to surfaces of all kinds." Peter muttered his agreement, but Sam took issue with Natasha's words. "Hold on, I thought it was your suit that made you sticky." "Sam, do you ever pay attention?" Clint wondered. "He casually sticks to random shit all the time." Sam whipped his head back to Peter, and then Peter shrugged, reaching for an orange in the bowl on the table. Picking it up, he lightly tossed it into the air and twisted his hand so that he caught it with the back of his hand. The orange stuck to the skin there at his command, and he waved his hand around to demonstrate its stability. He unstuck it to toss it towards Sam, who had been watching with wide eyes, and fumbled to catch it last second. "Got a shit ton of microscopic hairs on my skin that makes me, grippy." He pointed to Nat, remembering her comment about his powers. "You forgot the 6th sense, and the speedy running, and the souped-up flexibility and the ability to talk to spiders." "Hold the fucking phone," Harley interjected, and set down a plate of 5 or 6 pieces of toast in front of Peter, pushing a knife and jelly towards him with his other hand. "You can talk to spiders." Peter kept his lips plastered in a neutral position as he reached for the jelly. Yeah, he absolutely could not. Ned had taken a solid few months to discover the truth. Not telepathically or anything, chitters and such. Peter caught Nat narrowing her eyes at him slightly, but Sam cut in. "I do not want to think about that anymore, so let's go back to the 6th sense you glossed over. What, can you see ghosts or some shit?" "No, it's not like the movie, fuck off," Peter chuckled. "It's basically weaponized anxiety. I know when there's danger around me, or if someone just walks in the room, or even when someone's about to try to kick me in the leg, just like Clint's doing right now." "Man," Clint grumbled, and his foot underneath the table receded back to where it belonged. "I was trying to see if you could sense it, or whatever." Peter just rolled his eyes and caught the orange that Sam threw back to him with his left hand, shoving a piece of toast in his mouth with his right. "Sam, you're literally in my field of vision." He swallowed the toast, cleared his throat, and kicked Clint's foot away again. "Stop trying to test it out." "We don't need to test it out anyway," Nat pointed out. "He's dodged enough of our attacks for this explanation to make sense." Peter hummed, finishing off another piece of toast. "I didn't dodge nearly enough knives, but I do think that my sense helps a little bit with my knife-throwing practice." Nat eyed him, and as if testing the waters, she replied, "It would also probably help being the one to throw them, not being the target." Ah, so that's what I was doing wrong, Peter said, mimicking her thoughtful nod. This was the first time anyone on the team had responded to one of his jabs with a joke, and he had to say it was refreshing to understand that they were all apologetic and simply move on. Sure, he'd had fun watching them squirm every time he brought up their fights, but he was pals with the Avengers now. Nat seemed to understand that he was ready to joke around with them about it. I can give you some pointers on that if you'd like, Nat offered casually, as if it wasn't the Black Widow who was suggesting knife-throwing lessons with Peter. Peter already knew how to handle his knives. He knew how to adjust his grip quickly as he tossed a large blade from hand to hand. He could twirl and spin a knife like a drummer could a drumstick. He knew where to stab in order to hurt, not kill, should he ever need that skill. He could disarm a knife-wielding enemy in hand-to-hand combat with ease. He had taught himself how to throw knives when Ned had first mentioned how cool it'd be, but it was a hard talent to acquire, even for someone with his impressive hand-eye coordination. So Peter knew how to throw knives, yes, but he also knew that he had much room for improvement, and Natasha Romanov was literally right there, offering to give him some pointers. I'm down, he replied easily. Not till after your rest-in period is over, Harley decided, and placed a plate filled with scrambled eggs in front of Peter, next to his toast, along with salt, pepper, and hot sauce. Peter murmured his thanks as Harley took the seat opposite of Peter, getting started on his own, much less full plate of toast and eggs. Yeah, Peter mumbled. All the fun stuff needs to wait. Harley and Peter ate their breakfast, Nat continued to sip at her tea, and Sam and Clint were just there for the show. The focus of the conversation ranged from Sam telling stupid stories about Steve and Bucky, Natasha peppering in a few stories that even Sam didn't know, and Clint filling in the space with anecdotes about some odd times he'd had in the vents. And Pepper knew I was there immediately, Clint snickered. She said she could practically taste the smell of burnt hair, and she knew it couldn't be her, so she just looked up and, well, Sam laughed along with him. Wait a sec, was that time you came into the gym smelling like someone had poured a vat of Febreze on you? Clint nodded an exaggerated, solemn nod. My punishment, you mean? Now Harley was laughing too. Wait, I remember now. Wanda forbade you from common in the gym without a shower first, right? Peter, who had been quietly following the story, smiling along, snapped up at the mention of Wanda. He needed to talk to her. Turning down his hearing aids just slightly, he listened to ensure that she was awake and alone in her room. She was. Peter could hear her flipping through papers of some kind and proceeded to stop listening to her, since it felt like he was eavesdropping. The conversation at the table was still going on, so Peter stood up silently, not wanting to interrupt. He took his and Harley's empty plates over to the sink, quickly washing them individually, drying them thoroughly before he placed them in their cabinet. He walked back over to the table, setting a hand on Harley's shoulder to get his attention. Harley hummed, looking up at Peter. Hey, where are you going? I'm gonna go check in on Wanda, make sure she's all right, Peter explained. The other Avengers, having paused their chatting shortly while Harley and Peter talked, resumed their conversation. Harley's lips twitched into a small frown. Oh, all right, just letting you know she doesn't usually like to talk about it. Harley shrugged. I don't really know the full story, 'cause she's hardly told me about it, so I had to learn some details from Clint. Clint looked over when he heard his name mentioned. What about me? Peter's gonna talk to Wanda since she got a bit freaked out last night, Harley said. I was just telling him that he probably wouldn't get, the full story. Oh, Clint's expression clouded over just slightly, racked with a sudden onslaught of shadowed emotions before it cleared again and he looked at Peter. You, Clint sighed. Good luck. Okay, Peter hesitantly replied, now much more worried than he had been. What the hell had happened? I'll see you guys later. Harley reached up to squeeze Peter's hand before it left his shoulder. See ya. Peter quickly moved to the elevator, entering it and requesting for Friday to take him to his floor. Apparently, Peter now had to prepare himself for a story. He hadn't known there was a story attached to Wanda's intense emotion last night. He had just assumed that she had gotten a little upset seeing her unconscious friend go into surgery. He hoped that Wanda would talk to him about it, but it sounded like there was a slim chance of that happening, especially if Harley hadn't even got the story from her. Either way, though, it didn't matter. He was there to offer comfort, not pull a nasty memory out of her. He got out of the elevator, approaching Wanda's door. She was still by herself in there, still flipping through papers. He ran a hand through his hair and knocked quietly, knowing that through the silence of her room, it would ring out. Who is it? She softly called. It's Peter, Wanda. There was shuffling around, and a few seconds later, Wanda opened the door, except she was standing there in front of him, not having used her magic to let him in. She smiled up at him, a small, gentle thing, and opened the door further to allow him inside. She closed the door behind him and gestured for him to sit down on her bed. "How are you feeling?" she asked, moving to sit in her usual spot across from him. "I'm doing good," he said truthfully. "It's just the lung now, I'm mostly healed up." "C'est she murmured, looking a little distracted as her eyes left his face and traveled down his body, studying him. It was like she was trying to make sure that he was, in fact, healed up, as if his shirt and sweatpants weren't there. "I just, wanted to make sure you're all right, because you didn't really seem all right last night, and I thought we could, talk a little about it." Peter was fiddling with his hands now, trying repeatedly to crack his knuckles, but none of them were popping. Wanda didn't say anything. She simply stilled as she considered Peter for a solid 30 seconds. Peter tried to not feel awkward underneath her steady, unreadable gaze, but he couldn't help but feel as if he had said the wrong thing. The general consensus had been that Wanda probably wouldn't really want to talk to Peter about whatever was bothering her, so should he have just left her alone? No. No, he couldn't have left her alone, not when she had seemed so comforted by simply being in the same room as him last night. She wasn't in the right mindset to be left alone at the moment. But then again, sometimes, when Peter was feeling rather very upset, he'd prefer to be alone, so maybe Peter was just making it worse by being here, since really he didn't know Wanda all too well yet anyway, so who was he to assume and just? Wanda broke out of her trance, getting off the bed in one swift motion, and Peter's harried thoughts came to a screeching halt. She walked over to her desk and grabbed a box that was resting on it, one that was identical to the two others that resided on her bookshelf, one that Peter hadn't noticed when he came in. She sat back down on the bed, the box now placed in her lap, and Peter could sense the metaphorical weight of that box, that plain, light blue box with its plain, light blue lid. Peter knew Wanda could have just gotten it with her magic. She didn't, though, and he felt that that had some significance to it. She opened the box, setting the lid aside with great care, and Peter watched with bated breath as she pulled out the first item. She studied the paper first, and a look came to her eyes that Peter recognized the moment he saw it, for it was one he knew intimately. It was an expression that he himself had worn many times before, and it would continue to grace his face for many years to come. Wanda was grieving. She finally flipped the paper towards Peter, and he discovered that it was a photograph. The film that was used resembled something from the early 2000s, showcasing a young man, perhaps a teenager, with shaggy blonde hair and a beard that was just barely starting to form on his face. He was pale, but not dangerously so, and his face was accented by the bags beneath his eyes that in no way looked new. It looked like a passport photo, for which he was not meant to smile, but his lips quirked up slightly, indicating that he was trying oh so hard to follow that rule. "This," Wanda said clearly, "is my brother, Pietro." Wanda was grieving. Peter slowly reached out and lowered Wanda's hand, because it was starting to tremble as she showed him the picture. "You can tell me about him if you'd like," Peter offered. "Sometimes it was nice to think about them while they were living, not about what it felt like when they were gone." He was my twin," she explained quietly. "The funny one. He always found a place for a joke in conversation, even when we were with Hydra, and he was stubborn and kind, and I just looked up to him so much." She sniffed slightly, tears forming in her eyes, but none fell. You remind me of him, Peter." Peter got chills. He said nothing, but laid a hand on Wanda's knee in support. "We joined the Avengers when they were fighting Ultron," she continued. "We thought that we could do good with, Hydra, but it turned out the Avengers were doing actual good. He was so excited to finally join the fight. His power was speed, you see, and he felt that he could put it to good use fighting Ultron in Sokovia." Peter remembered Ultron, or more like when the story of an entire country being raised from the ground infected news everywhere. He knew that Tony was the one to bring Ultron to life, meant as a way to protect the entire world, but it all backfired. What he hadn't known, however, was that Wanda had been so involved. "Pietro, he saved Clint and a small child from being executed by Ultron. I felt him die. It was as if our souls were shared and his was ripped from mine. His body was filled with bullets." Wanda choked on a breath, and the tears finally spilled over. "Oh, Wanda," Peter murmured and gathered her shaking form in his arms. She collapsed into his hold, her arms slinking out from where she had been holding herself to clutch at Peter's shirt. He squeezed her tighter. "I'm so sorry." "Last night she gasped in a breath. So many bullets, there were so many, and you were Jay, just laying there, and all I could see was Pietro, and I thought you were going to die just like him. Oh. Fucking hell, Peter, you reminded Wanda of her fucking dead brother. I'm here, Wanda, was all he could think of to say, anxious to comfort her. I'm okay, I promise. She tightened her hands on his shirt, probably stretching it, but he didn't mind in the slightest. I know, she breathed, I know you are, it's just hard sometimes, and it was just too similar. She lifted her head from his chest and gave him a weak, watery smile. It's not bad you guys are so alike. I loved my brother and I love you too. You shit. I love you too, Wanda. He cared deeply for Wanda, and at this point she had grown close enough to him that they genuinely interacted like a pair of siblings that actually got along. He just hadn't realized that he actually had another person in his life that he loved, and it felt dangerous to have that kind of addition. Matt and Ned were the only ones to survive his luck, but Wanda was strong. He could care about her. She squeezed his torso at his words, almost as if she understood how strange it felt for Peter to say those words. At the same time, though, she untensed in his arms, finally calming down, and he knew that he had helped. Why don't you tell me a bit more about him? He suggested gently, eager to comfort her further. She pulled away from his hold, but remained close as she reached for the plain, light blue box. They were side by side, shoulders touching, legs lined up against each other as she pulled out another piece of paper from the box. Pietro doodled this for me to cheer me up when we were younger, she explained, showing Peter the drawing. It wasn't particularly good, but it was clear that Pietro had put no small amount of effort into it. It was a small forest, each tree decorated with individually drawn leaves, and a tiny dog in a clearing, sitting in the center of the page. I don't think he knew I kept it. It's adorable. Wanda giggled. He never did get any better at drawing. She set the drawing to the side and pulled out another photo. Holy shit, he gasped. You guys were absolutely precious. The picture was of Wanda and Pietro, no older than 7, and they were laughing. Laughing at what, he didn't know, but they were absolutely delighted by something. Crooked teeth showing, their smiles were free, genuine. Peter looked at Wanda, waiting for her to explain, but she was still focused on the picture, a sentimental smile on her face. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and she finally diverted her attention back to him. They shared a look of total understanding, and Wanda breathed a sigh of what seemed like relief. She set the photo to the side and continued to pull out item after item. Peter listened to all of the stories she had to offer. Chapter 31, Tony is still a character somehow. The removal of his bandages was painless, seeing as Peter's tube site had completely healed over, not permitting the gauze to pull at any dried blood. He wadded it up with detached haste and tossed it in his trash bin. As soon as the wad of bandages made an impact in the can, there was also a knock at his door. Come in, Harles. Harley opened Peter's door, stepping in with a call of Peter's name. Peter responded with a hum as he distractedly walked out of his bathroom, examining the scar that his sight left. It was definitely minor, and hardly changed anything about his torso. Oh, he heard Harley say, and Peter finally looked up to greet the other. Harley, however, had looked away, his cheeks flaming red. His heart rate was rapid. What? Peter questioned, knowing that he was missing something. Pete, you don't have a shirt on. Oh, Jesus, ever-loving Christ. How the hell had he not noticed that he just waltzed out of the bathroom without his fucking shirt on? Now that he had noticed, he could feel the chill of the air conditioning against his back, and goosebumps rose on his skin just as quickly as his face heated up. He swiftly swiped his discarded shirt from where it laid on his bed and pulled it on hurriedly. His breathing hitched in the process, and he hacked out a cough while he was still working his arms through the sleeves. When the shirt was finally on, he had to lean against the wall to brace himself as he tried to work through his coughs. Jesus, Pete, Harley fretted, rushing over to Peter. His hands hovered over Peter's body, not quite sure how to help him as his coughs quieted down. Shit, Peter breathed as he finally calmed, and he reached up to brush away the tears that had formed during his coughing fit. He took a deep breath to make sure his coughs were done, and his lung only protested slightly, letting him know that he should exhale as his chest felt as if it were tightening. Sorry about that. Don't apologize, Harley dismissed, finally deciding to lay a hand on Peter's back to soothe circles between his shoulder blades. Was it your lung? Nah, my asthma finally made a comeback, Peter joked, but then Harley's face grew even more concerned, so Peter rushed to assure him. Kidding, yeah, it was my lung, it's fine. Didn't sound fine, Harley muttered, his eyebrows furrowing. He was studying Peter, looking him up and down, as if he would be able to medically examine him that way. Peter gave Harley a small pat on his shoulder before sidestepping him in order to get away from the wall. "I've had collapsed lungs before, you know. This is normal." "Normal, right?" Peter shrugged. He was just glad that Harley had seemed to move past seeing Peter shirtless, something Peter himself was trying to forget. "Did you need something?" Peter wondered, redirecting the conversation. "Oh," Harley rubbed at the back of his neck in a classic move of bashfulness. It was definitely adorable. "Well, you'd gone up to talk to Wanda a while ago, and I tried to just be patient, you know, but I just wanted to check in with you, see how it went." Peter smiled at him, slightly touched by his concern. "It was all right, she's just grieving like the rest of us." He shrugged, trying to explain it without revealing their entire conversation to Harley. "We cleared the air a bit, and I think I made her feel a little better. I'm leaving her alone while she spends some time with Vision." Harley's face looked slightly surprised. "So she actually talked about it with you, like she told you what happened?" Yep, he didn't know why she did so, seeing as Harley had said that she wasn't even able to get the full story out to him. Well, maybe he knew why. From his experience with sharing traumatic memories with someone, it really depended on how he thought they'd react. Maybe Wanda had a better idea of how Peter would handle the story of her brother and his death than how Harley would. Peter'd certainly had plenty of experience. "Well, that's interesting. How was she?" Again, Peter shrugged, upset, but she got more comfortable the more we talked about it. "Good," Harley acknowledged and proceeded to fall silent. Peter absent-mindedly ran a hand through his hair as the awkward silence enveloped them. Harley seemed satisfied with the knowledge that both Peter and Wanda were okay, and now it appeared that he didn't know what to do with himself, standing with Peter in his near-bare room. "Wanna go back downstairs?" Peter suggested. "Sounds good," Harley immediately agreed, huffing out a breath of relief. They stepped out of Peter's room, and Harley hesitantly reached for Peter's hand. Noticing the unsure nature of the action, Peter was quick to grasp Harley's hand in his own to reassure him. They went back down to the main floor, immediately moving to the kitchen when they both heard voices coming from there. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Tony animatedly presenting something to Steve and Bucky, who seemed to be fixing up something to eat, and Natasha, who was on what must have been her fourth cup of tea. When they realized that Harley and Peter had joined them, their attention was redirected. Bucky gave a small wave to Peter, clearly studying him. Peter responded with a hesitant smile. He knew that the man was still worried for him, but Bucky's form relaxed slightly, apparently satisfied with whatever he saw in Peter's expression. "Boys," Tony exuberantly cried, drawing Peter's attention away from Bucky. Tony seemed energetic, despite the permanent dark circles residing beneath his eyes. Peter watched as his eyes immediately fell down to where Harley's hand met his own, and the man grinned. "I believe congratulations are in order." Both Peter and Harley blushed at that, but Peter was the first to recover, rolling his eyes. "Make sure the party has presents." Tony then lit up in a different sort of way. Speaking of presents, Tony made grabby hands towards Nat, who tossed a pair of glasses to Tony. The man yelped, fumbling with them at first before the glasses finally settled in his hands. "Careful," he stressed. "You said you made them indestructible," Natasha rebutted, raising a brow. Tony opened and closed his mouth, no sound coming out, and looked down at the glasses. "That's right," he finally declared. "I forgot." With that, Tony tossed them to Peter in the same way Nat had done, except Peter didn't fumble with them like Tony did. Studying them, he noticed that there was a whir of near-silent technology within them. They certainly looked normal, though, with black brims that switched to white halfway down and had a flared rectangular shape. They looked nicer than the glasses he'd worn as a child with shitty eyesight, that was for sure. They also sparked a memory. They were akin to the glasses he had caught sight of while in Tony's lab, the ones from the blueprint. That explained the humming technology coming from the seemingly rudimentary object. "Well, put them on," Tony beckoned. Peter followed the instructions, slipping them past his ears with ease. They fit perfectly secure, but not exactly tight. Peter had no idea glasses could be so comfortable. The only thing was that they didn't exactly change his vision at all. Last time Peter checked, glasses were meant to aid one's sight, which of course wasn't something Peter needed. Then again, knowing Tony, the man probably had a different use intended for these glasses, just like he did with the hearing aids Peter currently donned. Peter looked at Tony in anticipation of the expected rambling explanation. "Right," Tony took a deep breath. "I'm sure you've connected the dots somewhat between these and your hearing aids, but I'll explain a bit more. These glasses are meant to reduce the amount of strain your eyes have to deal with in regards to your enhanced eyesight. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't think that I am. but your vision must work in the same way that your hearing does, in that you put a constant amount of effort into not letting it overwhelm you. Now I designed these glasses to limit the amount of light that gets to your eyes, just like your hearing aids can limit how much you hear. There are sensors on the brims of the glasses, one on each side, that can either increase or decrease the amount of light intake. Right now it's at its lowest setting, which just means that your vision isn't affected at all. But if you tap a finger to the left side, go on, and hold it there, the brightness setting on the world will go down. Without a word, but certainly with growing excitement, Peter reached up to press against the left sensor. Instantly, the world around him began to dim, to the point where it resembled the effect of sunglasses, back when those actually worked on him. Truth be told, sunglasses indoors weren't exactly ideal per se. His setting was almost uncomfortably dark. Sure, if he were outside, the glasses would be perfect, but in the well-lit kitchen, they just weren't necessary. But then it was less dark. And then it was less dark. And then it was hardly dark at all. Peter realized that just his eyesight had adjusted to the new amount of light, just as they did when it was pitch black. He could feel his eyes almost relax as they no longer had to strain so intensely to ensure that Peter wasn't living in a constant sensory overload. The world looked the same to him, but his eyes didn't have to do half as much work. When he had first gotten bit, Peter had to train all of his senses to not absolutely fuck him over. He hardly even knew how he did it. He just knew it took plenty of time and plenty of sensory overloads for him to control how much of the world he let in. Matt had certainly helped, giving him exercises such as picking out one voice to listen to out of hundreds, or getting him to search for the scent of just one ingredient in a restaurant. Controlling his sensory input had become a subconscious effort, but it still took work, and when he couldn't keep up with it, well, it was like he was back to day one of his powers. Tony was still quietly standing in front of him, awaiting Peter's assessment, and Peter could feel everyone else's eyes on him as well. "It's incredible," he told them all, relieving. Tony's face split into an extremely proud grin at Peter's words. Wonderful, spectacular. He gave himself a literal pat on the back, and Peter chuckled, enjoying the man's excitement. "What did I say, master gift giver?" Steve huffed, "Except for that time you gave Pepper a giant stuffed animal." "It was a bunny, thank you," Tony shot back, glaring at Steve, but the action was without heat. "I certainly appreciate the glasses," Peter interjected. "Thank you so much, Tony, you've helped a lot." Tony's momentary spite was forgotten, the glare wiped from his face as he essentially preened at Peter's appreciation. "It's the least I can do," he dismissed. "If there's any way I'm able to help out the newest Avenger, then I'll always be quick to do so. Besides, the glasses and aids help the most basic things. You shouldn't be in pain because of your powers." All Peter could think was, whoa. Because holy shit, Tony was right. Why the hell should Peter suffer because of his powers? It shocked him that this was the first time he was considering this, but Peter supposed that he'd always thought of powers and pain as a package deal. And sure, maybe in the sense of guilt and general burdens, they were a package deal. However, he was supposed to be stronger because of his powers, and physical pain shouldn't be a part of that, right? If he was constantly hindered by an aspect of his powers, then what the fuck? Why? "You're right," Peter agreed, his lips twitching up into a proud-of-himself smile. "Thank you," he repeated, hoping that Tony caught on to the fact that Peter wasn't just thanking him for the gift. If he did, Peter couldn't tell. Tony left the kitchen with a peace sign and a promise to be holed up in his lab until further notice before anyone could get a word in edgeways. "You look sharp, Spidey," Bucky commented, now with a bowl of what looked to be curry in hand. Steve was dishing one up for himself. "You're lucky Tony made him a normal shape, not some of those dumb aviators he likes." "I like him too," Harley was quick to add and pulled Peter's shoulder so that they were facing each other. "Yeah, they look really good on you." Peter felt his face heating up slightly. "Gay," he teasingly muttered, but sent Harley a tiny smile to show his thanks. "Oh gods, they're soft," Natasha loudly proclaimed, jokingly shoving a hand out in front of her to shield her eyes from Peter and Harley. "Get you and your affection out of here." Both Peter and Harley chuckled and decided that they would follow her instructions as they left the kitchen once more. Peter was in his element, Harley could tell. He was in his element a lot, actually. He was in his element while fighting, while joking around with the team, while providing comfort. He'd also mentioned that he loved to make art, but Harley had yet to see him in his element in that area, so that hobby had not yet joined the list. But Peter was certainly in his element now, in the lab with Harley, studying his damaged suit. The atmosphere was a lot different from the last time they were in the lab together, during which Peter was silent and closed off, trying to stave off the memories flooding his mind. Now Peter could be heard muttering to himself about the needed improvements he would have to make, and his actions were a lot more steady, no shakiness noticeable in his hands. Peter was in his element, and while Harley would also be in his element should he join in on the engineering, he was content to watch his boyfriend have a bit of fun. Peter sighed and set down the pencil and notepad he'd been using to make notes and picked up his mask. Harley watched, slightly confused, as Peter replaced his glasses with the mask and sat down in the chair behind him that had been pushed away a while ago. "How would you feel about a new suit, Karen?" Peter asked into his mask, and Harley almost didn't get it. But he was a bit of a genius, so he was able to work out who Karen was and why Peter was seemingly talking to himself with his mask on. "Yeah," he continued after a brief pause, "I know that we've had this one for a while, but the patches are starting to get a little too noticeable and I'd need to make 7 more of them. Plus, one of the bullets hit— wait, yeah, no, I know you know that. No, you don't need to show me the schematics again, I was just talking to myself, kinda." Another pause. "Yeah, you're right, I'm right, we're both right. I guess I need to revamp the tech in here. Make it more efficient, probably." "We have all the materials you'd need for a new suit," Harley interjected, getting the gist of Peter's conversation with his AI. "I'm not sure how you got it that advanced the first time round, but Tony Stark lives here. We have access to, like, every piece of technology ever." Peter looked up at Harley, the white eyes of his mask centering in on Harley's face. "Seriously? Course, you're a science guy like the rest of us, I don't see why you shouldn't." "Holy shit, thanks." Peter stood up and pulled off his mask again, revealing his bright smile. "That'll make this so much easier than scrounging around in dumps for parts." Harley blinked in shock. "Hold the phone, you made your suit using supplies from dumps?" "Well, the techie part of it, yeah. I got a lot of wires from old computers. The suit itself is mainly spandex, and some of my materials I used were from my engineering class at Midtown." "That's really impressive." Harley also hadn't had a ton of money growing up, so when he worked on cars in his youth, he went to junkyards for the cars he could fix up and the tools he needed to repair them. But a superhero suit, made of old computer parts and discount spandex, that's another level. Peter blinked and pulled on his glasses once more. Harley noticed a very slight tint to his cheeks as he did so. "Well, you know, it's really only my mask that's advanced. I could manufacture just enough mechanics to get the eyes to move with my own expression, and Karen just needed some good programming." Then he gasped and picked up his mask, looking around. "You have a holographic system in here, right? Do you think I could hook her up to that?" Harley accepted that Peter had moved on from the topic of his impressive engineering, and conceded to nodding and launching the holograms up in front of them with a flick of his wrist. The action was designed to be recognized by Friday, and it was one of many that control the movements of the many holograms now surrounding them. Peter searched the blue lights with bright eyes, and Harley couldn't help but stare at him as he did so, admiring both his fascination and beauty. He'd be a dirty liar if he claimed that Peter wasn't intensely more attractive when he was happy, invested in his element. Also, the glasses were hot. Peter found what he was looking for in the mess of blue, and confidently reached out to slide out the keyboard from one of the holograms. He then less confidently wiped away the other holograms, but looked pleased when his keyboard and connecting screen were the only things that remained. He turned to face Harley, hands still in the air. "This is so cool." "Right," Harley agreed, intrigued as Peter pulled the laptop that Harley had put on his side of the workstation towards him. Peter also grabbed his mask and a cord that he plugged into both the laptop and his mask, connecting the two. He took a moment to type some information into the laptop, pressed the controls that Harley knew would transfer the laptop's data to the hologram, and a revolving image of the Spider-Man mask popped up, now colored in holographic blue light. "That was quick," Harley commented. "It's easier to use this thing than I thought," Peter shrugged. "Now then, let's just— hey, Fry." "Yes, Peter," she responded. "Can I add my AI to the speakers in here?" Friday paused and Harley knew why. "Tony's gonna have to approve that request," he explained. "She's probably asking him now." Harley's phone vibrated in his pocket with a message, and he pulled it out to look at the new thread. "Old man, what the hell are you two doing up there, and why did Friday just send a request to add an AI to my system?" Harley smirked and relayed the message to Peter. "Give me a sec to explain it to him," he said. Pete's got an AI that he wants to hook up to the speakers in here cause he's working on his suit. He'll probably want to add her to the system too." "Old man, he wants to add his AI to my system." "You probably— something wrong with that." "Old man's no, but I want to check the situation out before he adds the AI." Harley slipped his phone back into his pocket and looked back up at Peter, who paused his typing to turn back to Harley. You can add Karen to the speakers, but if you want to add her to the tower system, then you gotta wait till Tony gets down here. Peter nodded his thanks and returned to typing, his pace slowly picking up speed until it stopped suddenly when he turned again towards Harley. Hold on, how'd you know that I wanted to add her to the system? Harley shrugged, just assumed that that would be the natural progression or something. She would have access to some control in the tower, which would help you out in the long run, especially if you wanted to control the lights or implement your own protocols to help out. Plus, she's the AI you're used to, so it'd make sense that you'd prefer her over Friday. Peter looked at Harley for another second before nodding slowly and returning to his typing. Guess you're right, I'm a lot more familiar with Karen, and I have actually wanted to make a blackout feature on the mask for sensory overloads, but I never could because I know the material of the mask would get to me. I just thought that if Karen were a part of the tower, she could be used more specifically towards me. Is that okay? Again, Harley shrugged. Should be. I think Tony trusts you. Plus, it's not like you want full control of the tower, you just want to add your tech to the system. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Well, we'll see, I guess. Peter went quiet for just a few seconds as he typed before stepping back from the keyboard. I think that should work. Karen, you there? I'm everywhere, a new voice said, filling the room. Her voice was human-like and calming, but it seemed like it had some personality to it. You're literally sitting on the table. Shut up, Peter immediately responded. Fine then, Karen said. Yes, I am settled into the speaker system. Happy. Very, Peter replied, and pushed away the hologram. So that's Karen, Harley asked, even though the question was basically useless. Who's asking? Karen responded, and yeah, Peter's AI definitely had a bit of personality in her. Harley was once again impressed. He knew that JARVIS had a personality that matched perfectly with Tony's, and that Friday had a more reserved, less perfected version of that. This level of programming, though, done by a teenager with limited supplies, was a true show of talent. That's Harley, Peter said, be nice. Oh, that's Harley, Karen echoed. Then I will most certainly be nice. Peter once more blushed, and it intensified slightly when Harley asked, Did you tell her about me? I have no idea what you're talking about, Peter huffed, which led Harley to smile because Peter definitely told his AI about him. So if she's not in the system, how is she here in us? Harley asked, mercifully letting the subject drop. He could totally tease Pete about that more in the future, though. There's a mic in the mask, Peter explained. She can pick up what we're saying and respond, and she can also use the sensor in the mask to pick up our body heat and see what we're carrying and such. It's helpful during patrol. Sounds impressive, Tony piped up, at which Harley startled because he hadn't heard the man enter. Peter, however, had obviously heard the man and only offered a shrug in response. It's basic sensor technology, he dismissed. Tony hummed, waltzing over to Peter's workstation and pulled up the hologram that Peter had closed. How quick did you get your AI into my speakers again? When Peter didn't answer, Harley filled in for him. A minute or less, I'm pretty sure. Sounds even more impressive, especially with a system you aren't familiar with whatsoever. What's your AI's name, Spidey? My name is Karen and I can speak for myself, Karen quickly answered, and Tony chuckled. Good for you, Karen, he approvingly replied. So Peter, I'll be honest, I don't really care that you want to put Karen in my system. I know you won't say, fuck over my security systems. I'm not a dumbass, Tony, Peter easily shot back, but he seemed relieved. All I'd want to do is have her be able to do shit without having to use my phone or my mask. She's in your phone, Tony questioned. Yeah, I uploaded her soon after you gave it to me. It was a lot easier to add her to a high-tech system rather than the beat-up phone I had a while ago. Tony looked like he wanted to talk a bit more about that, but instead he just nodded. Well, you can go ahead and add her to the system, but I'm gonna watch and see how far you get, and then we can talk more about how you're going to implement her. A smile broke out on Peter's face, and consequently a similar one appeared on Harley's. Really? Peter excitedly asked as he turned back to the hologram and began typing again. He tried a few commands, none of which worked, before he finally found the combination of keys that pulled up a screen filled with lines and lines of code. Peter was able to begin typing again after a few seconds of just studying the code appearing in bright blue light. Harley might not have had a mind fit for coding. He mainly excelled at engineering, math, and physics, but he knew from the way Tony's eyes widened slightly that whatever Pete was doing was impressive. As Peter switched to another line, Tony stepped up beside him and studied the code Pete was implementing more closely. You're switching languages a lot, the man commented. Python there, then you went to C++ before going back to Python, and now you're just, why the hell are you coding in whitespace? Harley watched as Peter rapidly alternated between the spacebar and tab button, ignoring all other characters. I know for a fact that you switch languages too, Peter responded, not looking away from the hologram. Makes it harder for people to understand what the hell you're even coding, so it's difficult to hack. Esoteric languages like whitespace are even less known, so I picked one to learn to just randomly add into my codes for fun. My other coding friend learned the cow language, so I went with one of the other stupid ones. Peter gestured to the screen, which was almost filled with, well, white space. That's literally one word. I'm switching back to Python after this. I learned INTERCAL back in university to just annoy the fuck out of my professors, Tony chuckled. Maybe I'll pick up whitespace now, too. As the two laughed about programming languages of all things, Harley realized he was surrounded by nerds. But Peter was in his element, and when Peter was in his element, Harley was happy. Chapter 32, Common Trope but with a Twist. Peter spent the rest of Saturday resting, which included finishing the installment of Karen into the tower, and re-establishing his Mario Kart prowess over Harley, and later Sam and Clint. When Sunday morning finally arrived, Peter awoke from a short, dreamless sleep that came after a nightmare, and his first thought was, it's been 1 week. He'd been attacked and captured last Sunday, and it had only been a single week since then. In that week, Peter had joined the Avengers, contacted his best friend for the first time in over a year, and ended up with a boyfriend. The phrase, it's been a long week, had never felt more true. Wild, Peter muttered to himself. Then to Karen he asked, what time is it? It's 8:15, she replied easily, and Peter was pleased to hear her voice ring out in his room. I think you should go ahead and eat breakfast. I don't disagree. He hopped in the shower, once again ignoring his reflection in the mirror, and sped through his routine. It was only when he was putting on his usual sweatpants that he discovered an odd sound coming from a few floors down. Karen, is there a dog in the tower? It seems so. That would explain the sound of panting, of claws clicking against tile, of a tail beating happily against the floor. What hadn't been explained, though, was why Peter could hear a dog on the common floor, surrounded by the cooing of several of his teammates. Peter went down to the main floor with a new purpose and found Steve, Bucky, Natasha, Bruce, and Pepper in the common room. They were all sitting on the carpet in a circle, and to Peter's great surprise and amusement, there was a pit bull bounding from person to person in the circle, like a brown blur in a race with no competitors. Peter tried, but seemingly lost his voice when the dog's eyes found him, and consequently rushed past the circle of adults to leap at Peter. Paws landed at Peter's waist, making it so the dog was standing on their hind legs, and their white-spotted nose was attempting to sniff at Peter's face. They barely came short, and Peter was quick to crane his head downwards to allow the dog to sniff all across his face, before their tongues snuck out and planted a big one on Peter's cheek. Peter, now openly laughing, looked back up at the chuckling people watching from the floor. Who on earth is this fella? Oh, that's your new dog, Pepper explained casually, with a bright smile. The employees at the shelter named her Coco, but she doesn't answer to it, so we figured you could rename her whatever you want. Oh, okay, Peter continued to enthusiastically pet the dog attached to him, before he snapped his head back up and furrowed his brows so hard it felt like he could get wrinkles from that action alone. Full stop, this is my dog. Yep, Pepper confirmed. You said you had always wanted one but could never have one. Well, now you can have one. Oh, hi, honey. The dog had given Peter a small headbutt to gain his attention once more, and she proceeded to pull away from him to recenter herself on the ground. When she pawed at his feet excitedly, he joined the adults in sitting on the ground so he could pet her with more focus. So you're giving her to me? Yes, sweetheart, Pepper reiterated. We can all help take care of her if you'd like, but she's intended to be your buddy, and she seems to have taken kindly to you. Peter was going to object. What did he do to deserve this? Why was she being so nice to him? But the pit bull nudged her head beneath Peter's hand to get him to smooth over her face, and he let out a breath. Thank you, so much, thank you. You're welcome, she easily replied. Now then, will you give her a new name? Peter's mouth moved before his brain could even think about it. Stellina. Pepper chuckled, presumably at the immediacy of his answer. That's pretty. Little star, Bucky translated, a small smile on his face. You're giving her an Italian name. From the Italian lullaby Stella Stellina, Peter explained. It was the first time he had spoken Italian in a while, and he felt warm at how his accent immediately molded back into his mother tongue. Usually he spoke in English, even in private most of the time. There were still times, however, that he mentally reverted back to the language, especially if he was extensively remembering his family members, most of whom were of Italian lineage. Speaking Italian reminded him of his time spent with his biological and non-biological family. One of his only memories of his mother was her singing Stella Stellina to him as a child. Stellina had been his top choice for a dog's name for as long as he could remember. "I think it fits," Steve commented. The gargantuan man then scooted across the carpet to get closer to Peter and thereby got closer to Stellina. Stellina, who had been excitedly attempting to crawl into the space between Peter's crossed legs, got her attention diverted by the new person. Peter expected her to leave his lap in favor of Steve's affection, but she just looked at the man and gave a little squeak that accompanied a yawn before turning back to Peter. Peter was in love. Pete 3 image attached. Pete 3 333,849 at. The picture was of Stellina taking a nap on Peter's bed, most of her body being covered by his blanket. However, the one part of her that was visible, her nose, was poking out from beneath the covers in a way that Harley could only describe as mind-blowingly adorable. He expressed this opinion by sending Peter a series of exclamation points in response. "What you smiling at, Harley?" Harley snapped his head up at Sally, who was eyeing him with a teasing glint in her eye. "Oh, my friend got a dog yesterday," he explained, unsure of whether or not he should call Peter his boyfriend in front of the other's old friends. "He sent me a picture of her." "Share with the class," Betty prompted, already getting up from her chair to move over to Harley. "You know Mr. Harrington struggles with the printer, so it'll still be a bit before he's back." The whole of the CADEC team joined her, excluding Flash, who continued to do whatever the fuck he was doing on his phone. Harley, recognizing that he couldn't avoid the horde of his teammates, sighed and pulled up the picture of Stellina. The result was a resounding chorus of cooing and ahs. "We spent like all day yesterday getting her accustomed to her new home," Harley said, grinning as he put up his phone. "He said he'd take her to a park this morning. I'm just sad that he went without me." "Doesn't he also have school though?" Cindy wondered. "Or are you friends with an old guy who sends you pictures of his dog?" Of course, these smart-ass kids would find holes in his story that he hadn't realized existed. He almost flailed for a lie that would hide Peter's identity even further, but decided to just tell them the truth, since he doubted they would connect the dots between Harley's friend and their old friend who had disappeared over a year ago. "No, he's our age, he just graduated early." They accepted his answer without any further arguments, and it was then that Mr. Harrington bustled back into the library with a stack of papers. "Sorry for making you guys wait," Mr. Harrington hurried to apologize. "The printer works against me. Abe, could you come up here and pass these out while I explain?" Abe sauntered up and took the stack of packets from Mr. Harrington, and Harley was one of the first to receive his. He distractedly looked down to examine the packet, expecting it to be a random personality test or something similar, which wasn't uncommon with the director of the CADEC team once the season was officially over. Betty was the one who organized the extra practices to make the team better, but Mr. Harrington mainly wanted them to have fun in the off-season. However, the paper was most definitely not a personality test, indicated by the blaring text on the page. Stark Industries field trip. Harley whipped his head up to gauge the reactions of his teammates, but was shocked to find that none of them seemed particularly surprised, though many seemed appropriately excited. "Now, as I'm sure most of you know," Mr. Harrington started, "the academic decathlon team here at Midtown was given a standing yearly invitation to a tour of Stark Industries since we won at Nationals 2 years ago. It's that time of year again, and our trip will take place this Wednesday. These forms must be returned tomorrow, and since you all are the smartest kids in this elite school," Mr. Harrington's tone was one of exaggerated snobbiness, "I'm sure you can handle that." Harley read further down the permission slip, noting that it mentioned that no payment from students would be required, as Stark Industries would handle the costs of transportation and dining. He flipped to the second page of the packet, breezing past the "it's not our fault if your child is injured by some bullshit they pulled" waiver, and secretly rolling his eyes at the NDA. He lived there. "So you guys did this last year too?" he asked, not to anyone specifically. "Yeah, but it was super interesting, so I don't think any of us mind doing it again," Sally explained. She looked around the room, as did Harley, taking account of the others' enthusiastic nods. "Exactly. We got basic access to the different departments, plus a few demonstrations, so for nerds like us, it was basically heaven." "Sounds fun," Harley murmured. He knew it would be fun too, since he had intimate knowledge of the tower. Back when he had first come to New York, Tony and Pepper had given him near all access, and he was allowed to roam around in the labs. He had a small collection of friends, made up of interns closer to his age to department heads as old as Tony, maybe older. All they knew was that he lived at the tower, but none of them knew the extent of his relationship with the Avengers or Tony and Pepper. His friends and casual bystanders had all learned by now not to question the situation and just let him play around with what they were working with. Sometimes, he even helped them out if they were stuck on a particular issue. He wondered if he would see any of his familiars on the trip. "That concludes today's practice," Betty announced. "Remember to bring these back tomorrow if you want to be on the trip on Wednesday." When he heard Harley arrive at the tower, Peter chose to just meet him where he was on the common floor, Stellina in tow. He and Stellina had been working on learning her name, and it was going well, not that Peter had much experience. She was a smart girl, and took his praise and affection like it was gospel. It could have also been the treats that Pepper had so kindly bought for her. But other than that, she was already a well-behaved dog. Well past the age of a puppy, she was already house-trained, and was able to recognize Peter as her owner, sticking by his side without fail. While when he had first met her, she was just as rambunctious as one would expect a touch-starved shelter dog to be. She had calmed down exponentially by noon, and was content to lay by Peter's side and nap while he pet her and spent some time texting Ned. Now, though, she was back to her excitable state, upon realizing there was a new person in her presence. "Hey, Stellina," Harley said, using a high-pitched voice that Peter knew must have been reserved for dogs, but he found it hilarious anyway. Stellina seemed to like it, seeing as she rushed over to him, greedily soaking up his attention. "Hello, sweetie." Peter chuckled as he joined Stellina at Harley's side. "I feel like I should be upset that Stellina got greeted before I did, but honestly, I understand." Harley rolled his eyes good-naturedly and got up from his crouched position. "Heya, Pete," he mumbled, resting his forehead against Peter's shoulder briefly. He raised his head again to smile at Peter. "How was your day?" "Oh, you know," Peter shrugged, smiling at Harley in return. "Busy with this gal, but good. How about you?" "Average, took a math test, probably did well on said math test, got a field trip form to tour Stark Industries, had a lengthy conversation with a friend discussing which animals had chins and which didn't." Peter paused, thinking, "Well, I think humans are, like, the only ones right, cause, hold up, you have a field trip to the tower." Haley grinned sheepishly. "With the CAD deck team, yeah, it's on Wednesday, and it just looks like a tour of the lower levels." "Does anyone on the team actually know that you live here?" It seemed like living at the tower would be something Peter would want to keep quiet, as if it were another type of secret identity. Who knew how much attention Harley would get if everyone knew that he lived with Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, and the Avengers? "Abe's the only one on the team that knows," Harley shrugged. "He's cool about it, though. He's known for months and hasn't said a word. But the rest of the team will probably figure it out once they're here and you're in your home, right?" Harley shrugged again and looked back down at Stellina as he continued to pet her. "I guess, but I've decided that I really don't mind. We're all getting NDAs anyway. They can't legally spread information around." Harley wasn't lying about not minding, so Peter just nodded his understanding. "It's your decision." Harley smiled at him but looked a bit hesitant as he asked, "Do you want to go on the tour with us?" Peter blinked, all of his thoughts screeching to a halt. "Why? Just wonderin'." Harley looked as though he regretted saying anything, which immediately made Peter feel bad. "Figured that you haven't seen your old friends in a while. Plus, you don't really know much about the public floors of the tower, and since I like it down there, I thought that you would too, and it'd be more fun if we were together." It was true that Peter had been curious about the busy workplace just levels below him, but the issue was clear. He'd have to interact with his old teammates after disappearing over a year ago. Would they even want to see him? He'd always been friendly, but Peter didn't think any of them really cared enough about him to be upset that he was gone. There was also the issue of explaining why the fuck he was just in the tower, not associated with any organization that would grant him a tour. And a few of them would probably wonder about how he knew Harley. Peter had been a poor nobody at school, the nerd who stuck to his group of exactly 2 friends. How could he explain how he went from that to living with one of the richest guys in America, the world, and the fucking Avengers? Any lies he could think of wouldn't hold up. The most viable option would be to claim he was an intern, but he was 17 and probably unable to hold an internship, and didn't know any of the workers in the tower, which would look suspicious. Was he just going to present himself as Harley's random-ass boyfriend and leave it at that? Yeah, that seemed about right. Can I think about it? Peter asked, deciding that he would talk to Ned about it. I can let you know tonight. It's fine with me, Harley assured, looking slightly relieved. Peter wondered if he had thought that Peter would be upset. You don't need to sign any forms or anything since you live here, so take your time. Your only deadline is Wednesday. I didn't realize that you'd have to fill out a form to go into your own home, Peter laughed. That's dumb as hell. I know, all I could think about when Harrington was explaining the trip was how goddamn ironic the whole thing was. Peter and Harley spent a bit more time conversing while Stelina soaked up the attention between them. He then checked in with Wanda once more, who, like him, seemed to prefer being in the privacy of her room when she wasn't socializing with others. Stelina laid on the floor as Wanda and Peter did a quick Ukrainian recap on how to conjugate modal verbs in the future tense, which included would, should, and could. "Mal dayetse yeri," she praised, putting away the whiteboard for the day. "Ya pe sha ayu esya teobe. Deya keu," he replied, his posture straightening slightly with the compliment. "So now that we're done with ukea ir Cyrillic letter 457 ns yeri ka for today, why don't you tell me about your patrol last night?" "Went well," he shrugged. Last night had been his first night back out on patrol since Friday, since he deemed his lungs healthy enough to go back out. "I went to Queens instead of kicking it with Daredevil, and I'll probably do the same tonight. The winter months are usually more mild, so all I did was stop a minor mugging and help a little girl get back home." "Why was she out in the first place?" Peter chuckled lightly, remembering the girl's rambling explanation. She thought she lost her stuffed animal at the park a few blocks from her apartment and decided it would be best to go back on her own to find it. A small smile graced Wanda's face as she shook her head slightly. "Sounds like something I would do. Are situations like that common?" "Well, this is New York, so yeah, there's a lost kid in Queens like every other night. One time this kid thought he saw a dragon from one of the cartoons he watched flying outside of his apartment, so he went outside and followed it till he got lost. Turned out to be one of those small planes that fly the flags, you know, probably something like an insurance company advertisement." "Kids are so odd," Wanda observed. "They should never grow out of it." She then proceeded to tell him about how Pietro, when he was young, had believed there was a bunny that would hop across the house, dusting things off. In actuality, it had been his parents with a feather duster. They exchanged stories of dumbass kids until Peter dismissed himself to return to his room. Stelina immediately got up as he did, and sat with him as he settled in on the floor of his room. Too bad she couldn't follow him as he suddenly changed his mind and chose to move to the ceiling instead. He pulled out his phone, quickly opening his and Ned's conversation thread as he rested against the wall, stretching his legs out across his ceiling. "You may I tell you a tale and receive advice from you in return?" His reply was as quick as ever, having responded in just a few seconds. "Git, I am working on homework, but you can call and I can multitask." Peter smiled to himself and conceded to Ned's terms, calling him without hesitation. Ned picked up before the first ring was done. "Hey," Peter greeted, "what kind of homework?" "Lab report," Ned explained. "Dissected a pig in bio, so I found my report from sophomore year and I'm basically copying that, minus the data we collected." "Now aren't you glad we did that?" "The second time was no less disgusting, so I will never be glad we did that." Ned faked a gag, and Peter shook his head with a smile, despite knowing Ned wouldn't be able to see his reaction. "So what's up?" "Well, remember when the CAD deck team won the invitation for a yearly tour of Stark Industries?" Ned sighed forlornly. "Yeah, I'm still upset that we didn't get to do it that year." "They just had to renovate the tower right after they invited us, huh?" he complained, rolling his eyes. "But look, I might have another chance at the tour. Would that have anything to do with the fact that you live in the place that's being toured?" "Kinda. It's time for this year's tour, and Harley invited me to come along. I think I'm allowed to because there's nothing anyone can do to stop an inhabitant of the tower from just being in the tower, right? I don't think anyone will kick you out. They might think it's weird, but if you can prove you live there, it'll be fine." "Well, I think the fact that my AI is in the system is proof enough," Peter pointed out. "Or Tony's AI can vouch for me. So no problem there. What advice did you want?" "Well, the entire ACAD deck team will be here." Peter shook out his hand that wasn't holding his phone, trying to release the nervous energy that had built up just thinking about what would happen. A jolt of panic ricocheted throughout his body. "I have no explanation for why I left and why I live at the tower now. I don't even know how I would answer any any of their inevitable questions, and I know Flash is gonna be there, so he probably won't leave me alone about it if I try to blow him off. But honestly, I don't think any of them would leave me alone at this point, just because it's been so long and they'll want. Hey, Ned interrupted. Take a second, man, you're okay, breathes. Peter automatically stopped talking and focused on calming his mind and body at Ned's instructions. Sorry. It's fine, man, nothing to apologize for. Ned had always been equipped to help Peter out with any anxiety he faced, usually able to recognize his triggers and notice when Peter got a bit too nervous for comfort. He was always willing to try to calm Peter down, and it appeared that Ned hadn't lost that instinct. Now then, it's time for the debunking. He sounded so pleased with himself, and Peter fondly rolled his eyes. This was why he wanted to talk to Ned anyway. You can just tell them the truth about why you left. You graduated early. No lies even required for that one. As for why you live in the tower now, I think you'll be able to just shrug or something. You don't owe anyone an explanation. But they won't just drop it, Peter complained. Well, Flash might not, but you know how to handle him, Ned confidently said. Harley could probably also handle him, like just pull the protective boyfriend thing. But I think the rest of the team will be cool about it. They know your life has been fucked, and they're probably used to spotty explanations from you, Spider-Man. You gave lame excuses too, guy in the chair. So they'll just be extra used to it. I mean, it'll be a bit awkward for sure, but I don't think there's reason to panic over their reactions. It'll probably be good to catch up with them too, Peter begrudgingly added, knowingly adding more to the pros side of going to the tour. And you'll get to see the labs, bro. How is that not the most exciting thing ever? A smile spread across Peter's face. You're right, I guess I'll go. Chapter 33, hinting at the plot point. Peter Parker collected panic attacks like Peter Piper collected pecks of pickled peppers. Well, he collected anxiety attacks too, but if he included anxiety attacks, the alliteration of the analogy didn't sound as fun. What he meant was Peter had just about every form of panic attacks and anxiety attacks imaginable. It wasn't too hard to believe, what with his generalized anxiety disorder diagnosed ever since he was 7, and his massive array of PTSD-induced triggers. Peter was a panicky guy, and as a result, he'd amassed quite the batch of symptoms. The panic attacks were sudden. Sometimes he couldn't stop a trigger from appearing in his life, and he always got sent into one of his many types of attacks. There were the ones that were thought to be typical, hyperventilating, general terror, crying, the works. He had different ones too, though. There were the ones that came with a flashback, during which he had to figure out how to come back to real life on his own. There were the ones where he went completely nonverbal, barely even able to move, hardly able to comprehend his surroundings. Sometimes those happened because of reminders of Skip, like the one he'd had after dinner with the Avengers, though that one had been a bit short, but sometimes they were the result of a completely random trigger. Then there were the ones that popped out of nowhere, without any cause that Peter could discern. Those commonly involved chest pain and headaches, as well as the classic shortness of breath and shaking all over. Those were the ones where he thought he was about to die. His anxiety attacks were the ones he could feel coming, the ones with a known cause, a cause that he was aware was stressing him out. At some point in his life, he'd had every one of the symptoms that Google told him were associated with anxiety attacks. The chills, the hyperventilating, the hot flashes, the nausea, the sensation of choking, the restlessness, the apprehension, the dread for what was to come. The anxiety attacks were short, excluding the build-up to the attack. He could usually tell that he was having an attack, whether it was of the panic or anxiety variety, but the anxiety attacks could be identified way faster. He was used to them and was well-versed in dealing with them. They were never easy, sure, but in a sense they were certainly more simple than the panic attacks. He could recover from them within an average of 15 minutes, and could move on with his day like normal afterwards. A nap was preferred, but sometimes that wasn't really convenient, so he often had to do without. This rocking on the floor, legs pressed against his chest, hair a mess from his hands running through it too many times, chest stuttering with breaths he was trying to calm, dog claws pawing at his arm in an effort to gain his attention, this frustration of knowing what was wrong, yet not being able to just fix it, to just stop being so goddamn nervous. This was an anxiety attack. Shit, he seethed, exasperated by the way shakes racked through his body, jolting him out of his repeated, rhythmic rocking. Google never said anything about the bitterness, and sometimes the outright anger that showed its face during some of his attacks. Stelina planted her paw on his arm again, her claws just barely scraping against his skin. He reached out to pet her to assure her that he was fine, but his hand was shaking so hard he had to pause and just stare at it for a moment. The moment passed, and he tried to gently lay his hand on her back. Unfortunately, his restless state didn't allow his hand to be acting in such a focused way. He regretfully pulled his hand back from her, aggressively shaking it out as he went, and resumed gripping his other arm. Why was a simple field trip affecting him like this? After a particularly harsh gasp, Peter gave up on his current position and thumped his forehead down onto his knees, bringing his hands up to clasp around the back of his neck. He squeezed his eyes shut, tried to breathe properly, failed, tried again, this time trying to momentarily untense his body, failed but less severely this time, his body tensed back up on the next inhale. This was a fucking process. Peter, Karen's voice came. It's been 15 minutes, would you like for me to call Harley? No, Peter rushed to breathe out. He's doing homework and I can't, bother him with this. After he finally got his sentence out, he reversed his head position, letting it land on the door he was resting against with a thunk. He kind of wanted to scream. He settled for continuing to pant. Would you like for me to give you breathing counts? Read the weather. No breathing counts, he thought. Sometimes it helped if she did that and sometimes it didn't. Right now, it just sounded annoying. His hands crawled up to cover his face, not blocking his mouth, but instead pressing into his closed eyes until bright spots decorated his dark eyelids. Try the weather. Tonight, it's cloudy, but there's no threat of precipitation. The high was at approximately 43 earlier today when it reached 49 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature has been falling since, currently settled at a windy 38 degrees. Throughout the night, it should cool by 4 more degrees. I recommend that, if you plan on patrolling tonight, you keep moving as much as possible in order to prevent your blood from slowing. When you return to the tower, make sure to raise the temperature in your room so that your body temperature doesn't remain low. By the time Karen was done with the report and the accompanying advice, Peter had fully untensed his body twice more, having had to restart the first time, and had successfully kept it relaxed. This made it easier for him to understand the concept of breathing, and he was in the process of his second full breath consecutively. Stelina's paw returned. Again, he tried to gently rest his hand on her back, smoothing over her fur. This time, he was able to continue to pet her as he kept breathing and breathing and breathing. 2 fingers on his opposite hand tapped gently against his knee in sync. According to Karen, 7 more minutes had passed when he realized that he was no longer being harassed by the fear that kept him huddled up on the ground. With a final, huge exhale, his legs unfolded from his chest, and he pushed himself away from the wall so that he could just lay on the ground. Stelina was satisfied to simply curl up by his legs, no longer begging for his attention. Life sucks, he complained. Anxiety sucks, Karen corrected. What caused the attack? Just the stupid field trip tomorrow. I don't even know why it's bothering me now. I was fine with it last night, and for most of the day today, and even when Harley told me he turned in the forms. Just seeing all my teammates again is a bit of an event. So is it really wise to go? Peter snorted, probably not, no, but I think it'll be good for me, closure. Closure, his AI sounded incredulous. Shut up, he retorted. You know I'm right. I'll be able to, just see some old friends, maybe explain a thing or two, who knows. Maybe then I could stop worrying about the situation so much. Seems like the healthy kind of thinking you'd be taught to do in therapy. Exactly, why would I need therapy if I already know all the healthy things? Karen was quick to respond. I believe it's very clear that you still need therapy, even if you can think logically every now and then. Peter sighed, deflating slightly. Maybe, therapy might come when I've wrapped up everything else. Perhaps then I'll be able to complain to a stranger about my issues. You can't keep pushing it off, Peter. You're in a stable, supportive situation now. Other than your own mental block, I can't find a single reason why you shouldn't get the help you need. Peter sighed again, this time more dramatically. Well, at least you don't sugarcoat it. You didn't program me to, she replied haughtily. Peter flipped off the system's sensors in his room. Harley was sitting on his bed, his leg bouncing up and down nervously as he checked the list on his phone. Alert his SI friends that he'd be in the lower levels with his class tomorrow. Check. Make sure that Peter still felt comfortable going on the field trip. Check. Tell his family to not embarrass him, even though he had no idea how much they would adhere to that. Check. Make his peace with exposing himself as a resident of the tower. He was working on it. He was mostly fine with it all. He trusted everyone on the team, minus Flash, but Flash hardly had any power at the school now. The bully friends that had been Flash's backup had all graduated last year, and Flash was very clearly alone now. It didn't stop him from being an asshole, but he was quieter about it, less sure. His only social life was the CAD deck team. Harley kind of felt bad for him, But the boy's loneliness didn't excuse any of the unnecessarily harsh comments made to his teammates and bystanders in the hallways. Harley didn't have to like him, but he could understand him, at least a little. All that was to say that even Flash couldn't make Harley feel insecure about revealing his home life. No one on the team could legally tell others about what they learned on the trip anyway. The thing that was causing Harley's slight hesitation was how much he was used to his secrecy. Most of his school friends thought that he was living with an uncle, an aunt named Anthony and Virginia respectively. They thought he had a few older cousins who visited his home often. They thought he had recently met a new friend who had graduated from high school early. The thought that the light bruising occasionally visible on his arms was from boxing practice with some of his cousins. They thought that Harley lived in an apartment complex that was near a parking garage. To Harley's knowledge, no one suspected that he lived in the goddamn Avengers Tower, with the two goddamn heads of Stark Industries and the goddamn Avengers, and that he was a goddamn Avenger. He and Tony had agreed that while Harley was still settling into New York, finding his place at his new school, it'd be better that no one knew about his particularly strange living situation. But Harley had been in New York for over 6 months. He discussed it with his family during dinner that night, and came to the decision that he was ready to be more open about what his domestic life was like. So Harley was cool with it all. It was just a rather big change. Since Abe already knew everything, minus the whole Iron Lad thing, but whatever, he had promised to try to get their teammates off of Harley's back should they put 2 and 2 together, and of course Harley was appreciative of that. It was still slightly overwhelming. Once Harley had gotten home from school that day, he told Peter about his general concerns, and Peter had been quick to offer his support. He just said that it was completely Harley's decision, and that an identity reveal was always hard to comprehend, let alone actually enact. Harley was quick to trust Peter's views on identity reveals because it just so happened that Peter was the proud owner of the most talked-about secret identity in America. He had expressed this to Peter. He added that he didn't think that his domestic life was much to worry about compared to Peter's identity. Peter had been quick to rebuke him for thinking that, because comparing their lives would do nothing for either of them. Peter had said that both of their identities were big parts of their lives, so Harley revealing his living situation held the same amount of weight as Peter revealing his superhero persona. Harley really liked Peter. He sighed and flopped back onto his bed. The only conclusion he had come to tonight was that there was no reason why he should continue to hide his life from his teammates, though his underlying stress about doing so was still valid. He decided that he'd burn that bridge when he came to it. Right now, he was just slightly exhausted, and sleeping in his rather warm bed after a confusing mental back and forth sounded pretty good right about now. What he hadn't realized when he fell asleep was that it was only 9 o'clock, which was pretty damn early by his standards. He woke up a whole hour earlier than he needed to the next morning and found himself incapable of falling back asleep. He decided that he might as well just get ready for the day and pull a Tony with his spare time, head down to the lab. Not seeing Peter in either the living room or the kitchen was an odd experience, since Peter was usually up and about by 6 in the morning, awakened by a nightmare. Harley was glad to not see him huddled up in the dark, though. It meant Peter was getting his rest. Harley quietly grabbed a muffin from the empty kitchen before heading down the hall to his lab, where his relief immediately diminished. Peter was sitting in Harley's lab on his side of the workbench, though he didn't appear to currently be working. Instead, he was looking expectantly at Harley through the windows of the lab, his face shining with sheepishness. He gave Harley a meek wave as Harley entered his lab. "Morning," Peter offered simply. "I thought you were sleepin'," Harley returned, taking his spot across from his boyfriend. "Instead, you're workin' on a new suit," he finally noticed. It didn't look too much different than his older one, to be honest, but there were no inconsistencies in the fabric where Peter had either originally run out of the fabric he was mainly using for his suit, or where he'd patched up the places where his suit had been cut open. The biggest change was the set of black lines running along the seams of the suit, all meeting at the spider emblem on the chest. The picture that Harley's mind provided was one of an incomplete spider web. "Sorry," Peter said, suddenly sounding guilty. His fingers swept through his hair, and Harley watched the slight curls flop back into place. "I thought that I was, allowed in here, but you probably wanted to be alone in here. I'll leave." "Hey," Harley quickly interjected, and Peter paused his collection of the materials he'd been using. "I don't mind. You're always allowed in here, Pete. Besides, I want to know what's new with the suit." Peter relaxed and set his supplies back down. "Well, most of it is the same. It's all still spandex because even though I can probably make something better with Tony's materials, I like the brand I've kinda created with the spandex. But that black line thingy, that serves two purposes. It helps inflate the suit so it's easy to get off, and it's my new heating system. But didn't your older suit inflate too? I don't remember the black thingy Bane there. Peter shrugged. It did. It wasn't as efficient as it could be though, and it was the mechanics in the emblem that did all of the work. I figured that too much tech was stored within one spot, so it'd probably be safer to spread it throughout the suit. Same thing with the new heater system. The power runs through the entire suit, not just at one main hub in the center. It'll probably allow for easier improvements in the future, Harley added thoughtfully, seeing as you won't have to sort through about 500 wires jumbled together in a clump. Excuse you, my wires were always neatly organized. And I don't even have that many wires now, cause I figured I could just use a circuit board and attach individual units. The control center is a lot smaller now, it almost looks like it blends into the spandex. Harley saw that Peter was right. The black spider design that was essentially the power center for Peter's suit was now only slightly raised in comparison to the fabric surrounding it, almost as though it was one of those puffy stickers, maybe a bit thinner. How long did this take? He asked, looking back up at Peter. Well, it's not even completely done. I'm almost done insulating the heating system, just down by the legs, and I spent some time planning this during the day today, so it wasn't like I drew. Peter has been building this suit for 6 hours and 47 minutes, up until the point you entered the lab, Harley, Karen interrupted Peter, giving Harley the answer he wanted. You didn't sleep. Harley looked over Peter's features, analyzing him a little bit more than usual. He didn't notice anything different about the way Peter looked. Well, he noticed the bags beneath Peter's eyes, but those were always there, and they hadn't seemed to intensify as a result of Peter's all-nighter. Took like an hour-long nap, Peter offered, shrugging. Couldn't properly fall back asleep after I woke up, so I wanted to go ahead and get my new suit out of the way so I didn't have to patrol with a holy suit again. Gave me something to do. Harley hummed, finally pulling up holograms on his side of the bench. Same mind. Oh, I thought you'd just gotten up early for your trip. Now we still have to get to school at the same time. He pulled out his model car, painted yellow and about a foot long, out from the storage beneath the bench. He flipped open the hood, nabbed a pair of tweezers, and adjusted the miniature engine so that it connected to its socket, turning it into the car's power bank. The car hummed to life in his hands, headlights turning on. I just figured I could work on my project for robotics. He set the car down and pressed the button that acted as one of the taillights. The car shifted, and while playing the Transformers theme song, molded into the yellow Autobot. Is that Bumblebee? Peter's tone was originally near incredulous, but he busted out laughing when Harley gave a very serious nod. My teacher just said that our project had to resemble a car and it needed to move. I think I might get extra credit for this. Peter snorted, leaning down to study the intricacies of the robot. Like you need it. Let me have my fun. Harley came around the corner, entering school property at a slightly faster pace than usual. Abe rolled his eyes, pocketing his phone as he walked up to meet his friend halfway. The day of our field trip is the day you decide to take your time headin' to school, huh? He called, giving Harley a routine push to his shoulder. Harley chuckled, righting himself with ease like he always did. Oh, you know me, spent a bit of time in the lab this mornin', ended up gettin' sidetracked. That's not an excuse, that's just announcing your nerdiness. Abe stumbled when Harley retaliated by shoving him forward, using his backpack to push him past a throng of shuffling students, navigating them both easily to the library. Do ya think I could hold my ground if I worked out as much as you do? Abe wondered. Harley had always been a strong presence, and while Abe had once been a pretty fit teenager compared to his Acad Deck teammates, his best friend knocked him out of the park. Dunno, Harley smiled, shrugging. You should try it. Ah, Mr. Harrington exclaimed, setting down the clipboard that contained the team's attendance sheet. There you two are, you were our last ones. We would have been here earlier if Harley wasn't such a nerd, Abe mumbled, depositing his backpack where the rest of the team piled theirs. We're both on the same academic decathlon team, Harley pointed out, thumping his bag next to Abe's. Abe waved him off and sat down next to Charles, who was already chatting with Sally about the trip. Harley took his place on Abe's other side. Now that we're all seated, Mr. Harrington started, everyone get back up. We're headed to the bus station. As the team obediently followed Mr. Harrington's words, a thrum of excitement shot through Abe. He'd gone on the trip last year, sure, but he didn't expect it to be any less fun. He bet that the tower would have some new things for them to view this year, since places of science and math were ever changing. Although it was easier to tease Harley for being a nerd, Abe had to admit that he and his friend weren't much different. A tour of Stark Industries was essentially Abe's dream vacation. Plus, the idea of Harley touring his own home was absolutely hilarious to him. Abe would be lying if he said that he wasn't excited to watch Harley act as though he didn't know the tower inside and out. "Dude, why didn't you just stay at home?" Abe asked once they got onto the bus, preparing for the 45-minute ride to the tower. "This way I get the whole field trip experience," Harley explained, pulling out his phone. "We never got field trips this cool back in rural Tennessee." Abe chuckled, trying to imagine what it would be like not living in one of the largest cities in America. "Where'd you guys go?" "The local farm." There was no local farm. Farms were common. Drove by 6 of them just to get to school. He sent a text to someone, but Abe didn't catch who before Harley put away his phone. "We got a field trip to the sheriff's office, though." "Riveting," Abe murmured before straightening, remembering a new topic to focus on. "So how are you gonna manage hiding the fact that you're visiting your home?" "I simply won't." Well, that wasn't what Abe was anticipating. When Harley had told Abe about his living situation, his best friend lived with Tony Stark. What the fuck? He'd been sworn to secrecy. And now? "You're just gonna tell the entire team?" he questioned. He was starting to worry for Harley's sanity. "If they ask, I'm telling them," Harley confirmed. "Talked it over with the family and they were like, if you think you're ready, then go ahead. And I think I'm ready. Besides, we all had to sign NDAs anyway, so it's not like anyone here will publish this shit in the news or something." Abe thought it over and decided that there wasn't really a huge reason as to why Harley shouldn't be honest with his friends. Abe had always supported him no matter what, and this wasn't any different. "Do I get to brag about being the first to know?" "Oh, of course," Harley laughed. "It'd be cruel of me to restrict you of that right." They talked about the trip for a few more minutes, with Harley generally theorizing about what it'd be like, and Abe confirming or denying any of his ideas, before they silently agreed to slip into their stereotypical teenage behaviors, being glued to their phones. Abe flipped through his playlists on Spotify and decided on the mellow tones of Arcade Fire to accompany his gazing out the window. Every now and then he'd look over to Harley, and each time his friend would be texting someone with a slight smile on his face. Abe wasn't one to pry into others' business, but he couldn't figure out who Harley could be texting. All of his friends were either on the bus with them or in school, well, except for the graduated friend who sent pictures of his dog. Abe mentally shrugged. If that was a thing, it wasn't his business. If Harley wanted him to know who he was texting, he'd tell Abe. The bus trip passed quickly, and before he knew it, students were unbuckling their seatbelts as the bus slowed to a stop in front of the Avengers Tower. As they unloaded the bus, Abe filtered out Mr. Harrington's voice reminding them of the behavior policies in favor of staring up at the tall building. How were buildings even allowed to be this large? Mr. Harrington corralled them to the entrance to the tower, raising his voice slightly over the sound of the team's excited chittering. The single freshman alternate could be heard gasping in awe as the team finally entered the lobby of the tower. The rest of the team, however, went dead silent. Abe didn't realize why until his gaze finally landed on a person that brought forth lingering memories and questions in his mind. The boy was standing past the secretary's desk, close to the rear elevators. He was wearing glasses. His sweatshirt matched the blue Midtown one that Betty was wearing. His hair was styled differently from the last time Abe had seen him. He smiled the same shy smile that had usually painted his face around the team. There were 1,000 things that Abe wanted to say, but Flash seemed to be the only one who could find his voice. "Parker." Chapter 34, You've Never Seen This Before. The chorus of his old teammates' heartbeats accelerated in unison as they all eventually noticed Peter standing alone in the lobby of Stark Industries. Then Flash opened his mouth, and Peter took a deep breath. "Parker." The name seemed to ring out in the lobby, especially since there were only a few non-student bystanders, the secretary, the security guard, and a few workers waiting for the elevators. Peter was just surprised that it hadn't been a derogatory term that left Flash's mouth. Words didn't seem to want to form, so all Peter offered was a slight wave. He quickly found Harley in the crowd of high schoolers, and he relaxed slightly when he saw his boyfriend smiling, waving him over. Peter found himself obeying the request, his feet carrying him over to his old friends without his brain's permission. Harley moved to the front of the group, and Peter sidled up to him like it was nothing. He didn't mean to pretend to not notice everyone else, but on instinct, that was exactly what he did. It was easy too, because no one except for Flash had said anything yet. "When does the tour start?" he casually asked Harley, avoiding his teammates' gazes. Harley furrowed his brows and turned to look up at Mr. Harrington inquisitively. Peter noticed that Mr. Harrington had to shake himself out of his haze in order to answer the question. The tour guide should arrive in, about 10 minutes or less. Mr. Harrington's usual smile finally rose to his face, bright yet hesitant. Peter, it's lovely to see you again. Peter smiled in return, opened his mouth to respond, and was then interrupted by all of his old friends at once. Peter. Dude, what happened? Why are you even here? Do you know Harley? We missed you. Peter took a step back and Harley gently laid a hand on Peter's back. They looked at each other, Peter looking for support, Harley looking to support. After receiving a slight nod and a reassuring tap to his back, Peter turned back to the team. Good to see you guys too, he said, chuckling slightly. He took a breath. He took another. He decided that he could, in fact, do this. I graduated early. Sorry I couldn't keep contact with any of you. Wait, Sally called, her eyes wide. Would you also happen to have a dog that you got over the weekend? Yeah, Peter confirmed, tilting his head back to Harley. How did you know that? Cindy was the one who spoke this time. Harley showed us pictures of the dog. He said she belonged to his friend that graduated early. She grinned, looking very genuinely excited. That's you, right? That's me. Peter flashed them a smile, and he realized that he couldn't remember if that matched the character of the Peter they knew. The Peter of now was quite a bit different from the Peter from the practices he seldom attended, the Peter of decathlon nationals, or the Peter who was grieving his girlfriend and aunt. Peter didn't even know who the Peter of now was, so how was he meant to act around these people who knew him as someone that didn't exist anymore? Why are you here? Flash asked, repeating his question. He stood at the edge of the crowd, no longer surrounded by the bullies that goaded him on in sophomore year. Peter shrugged. Harley invited me, figured it'd be cool to come. Wait, no, Harley, Mr. Harrington spluttered, obviously barely keeping up with the conversation. You weren't supposed to invite anyone. This trip was specifically for the team. We could get in trouble with Stark Industries if we break the terms of the contract. Harley shrugged with the same nonchalant attitude that Peter offered. We won't get in trouble. I asked Tony, he said it was fine. Peter smiled knowingly. Mr. Harrington didn't. Tony who said it was fine? Tony Stark, Harley explained. Peter snorted, elbowing Harley for his vagueness. Harley's neutral face faltered slightly, his lips quirking up, but he pulled it together. What the fuck is going on? Betty cried, sounding slightly exasperated and very confused. Peter felt just a little bit bad, but this was already going better than he'd imagined. You don't know Tony Stark, do you? Wouldn't put it past him, Peter heard Charles mutter to someone, who Peter assumed to be a freshman. The 14-year-old looked unbelievably lost. Well, I live with him. Harley pulled his hand away from Peter's back, instead using it to gesture to him vaguely. Peter also lives with him. We live here, which is why Tony didn't mind him tagging along. Oh Jesus, Betty sighed. I have even more questions. Abe pulled away from the group slightly, moving up to stand closer to Harley. Harley actually lives here, I can vouch, he confidently stated. He's been here for like 6 months. I was the first to know. Bullshit, Flash decided. Mr. Harrington had seemingly chosen not to give a shit about the current vulgarity. You guys don't live here. This is the Avengers Tower. Peter nodded, sarcastically tapping his chin in thought. Yeah, we live with them too. What the fuck was Peter doing? Why was he acting so casual? He was freaking out, but all he could think to do was make sarcastic comments that probably didn't help the situation. Everything about this was so goddamn chaotic. What the fuck? What the fuck? Fry, Harley called, glancing up at the ceiling. Me and Peter live here, right? Last time I checked, yes, Friday confirmed. Peter caught the freshman flinching at her voice. The old-timers of the team simply raised their eyebrows, looking away from the ceiling and back to Harley and Peter with open mouths. Tony Stark's AI knows you guys, Cindy breathed. Pete's AI knows us too, Harley quietly joked, clearly trying to direct his words only at Peter. However, Abe, standing right next to Harley, heard what Harley had said and repeated it in shock, loudly. Since when does Parker have an AI? Flash demanded. His voice was back to the harshness that Peter was used to. Remember when Peter had thought that this was going better than anticipated? This was no longer true. None of your business, Karen sassily replied, which surprised even the old-timers, and Peter let his head fall into his hand. Harley chuckled lightly from beside him and smoothed his hand across Peter's back. The faces of his friends continued to fall deeper into confusion, and Abe cleared his throat. Let's recap. Peter's back. Welcome back, Peter. Peter's going on the trip with us, apparently, and he somehow lives in the tower with Harley. He also has an AI. He looked between Peter and Harley. Is that everything? Harley quirked an eyebrow at Peter and moved his hand down from Peter's back to offer it to him between their bodies. Peter ticked his head in consideration, took Harley's hand in his own, and smiled at the team. We're also datin', Harley tacked on, a sly little grin growing on his face. Congrats, you two are cute, Sally offered with hardly any hesitance. But that's like the least surprising thing about this whole interaction. Several murmurs of agreement supported her statement. Peter shrugged in response. It was the most surprising thing to him, but Peter's friends didn't know how truly unequipped for a relationship he was. Actually, the most surprising thing was that Peter was capable of forcing himself to stand in front of his old friends and hold a conversation with them, despite how uncomfortable he was. Again, though, they probably didn't understand the amount of effort it took for Peter to enter the elevator with the intent to go down to the lobby to wait for the team. Yeah, like I'm still wondering why you couldn't keep contact with us, Cindy pointed out. You didn't have to go completely off the grid, did you? What happened? Peter shrugged for what felt like the millionth time. Hell if I know, he dismissed, before nodding towards a woman heading their way. Our tour guide's here anyway, so we best settle down. Peter was thankful for the distraction their guide offered, since he wouldn't have to be incessantly questioned while the team was paying attention to her. They turned towards the person whom he was referencing, a petite woman in casual clothes and with braids that cascaded down her back. The color of her acrylics matched the deep blue of her sneakers. She wore a lanyard that signified in bold letters that she was a certified guide. She looked to be college-aged, only a few years older than the older team members. Regardless of her informal wear and young age, her stature was self-assured and calm, perfectly prepared to handle a horde of high school nerds. Despite obviously wanting to continue their interrogation, the team obediently fell silent as their guide settled to a stop in front of the group. Peter subtly drifted closer to the back of the crowd, Harley quietly following. Hey Midtown, she greeted, a smile lighting up her face. It seemed genuine, which wasn't what Peter had expected from a guide who'd probably given this tour dozens of times. My name is Sarah, and I'll be your guide for today. As she swept her eyes across the group, Peter noticed her make eye contact with Harley. Surprisingly, she waggled her eyebrows at him, and he gave a discreet little wave in return. The moment passed, and she looked away, turning to pull something out of the tote bag she bore. Peter glanced at Harley in question, but his boyfriend just smiled slightly, a brief wave of his hand indicating that he'd tell Peter later. Peter nodded minutely and tuned into what Sarah was explaining. All just for security reasons, really, she was saying, clutching a stack of lanyards in one hand. You'll just scan these to get past the security checkpoint and continue to wear them throughout the trip, lest anyone have any questions about your right to be here. They'll time out once I log that you've left the tower, so just think of them as souvenirs. Sarah pulled the first lanyard from the stack and held it out as she called, Sally Averill. Peter watched as Sally cut to the front of the group to acquire her pass, soon replaced by Betty, then Abe, and by the time Harley moved past his teammates to reach Sarah, Peter finally blinked with a realization. His name was not going to be called. While Peter tried to figure out what to do about the inevitable issue, play dumb, leave, tell her the truth, he heard Harley's hushed tones explain exactly what Peter had been thinking. The kid I was standing with won't get a pass, so don't be confused, he muttered to Sarah, who nodded evenly, no shock to be seen on her face. Peter looked away from them right before she laid eyes on him, barely able to avoid being caught staring. I invited him. Of course you did, she replied easily, and with that, Harley walked back to Peter with a small smile and his pass in hand. Thanks for that, Peter whispered as Sarah continued to call out names. You think ahead. As always, Harley responded, just as quietly. When Sarah breezed past the P last names without mentioning a Parker, Peter felt Flash's gaze on him. The boy clearly wanted to say something to him. Peter could practically hear the words that wanted to fall from Flash's mouth. Guess you'll always be forgotten, huh, Parker? Clearly, however, Flash had learned to calm himself in Peter's absence, seeing as Flash eventually turned away from Peter and refocused on Sarah. She was soon done handing out lanyards, and explained that the team would have to individually scan their passes at the security checkpoint before they moved on to the museum portion of the tour. Apparently, there was an Avengers exhibit in the tower that Peter had no idea even existed. This was why he'd thought it was a good idea to go on this trip in the first place. He knew fuck all about this place. The team filed through the security line, and blessedly, Peter and Harley were being left alone in the back of the line. The person in front of them was the freshman, so the only attention they got from the kid was a curious glance before he looked away. "So you know Sarah?" Peter asked, sliding his eyes between their tour guide at the front of the line and his boyfriend. Harley nodded, fiddling with his pass. "I'm friends with a few workers here. I didn't even know that she'd be given the tour though, 'cause I only know her as an R&D intern trying to get her graduate." "Cool," Peter murmured. He didn't know Harley had actually interacted with Stark Industries employees, but he supposed that since Harley'd been at the tower for months, he was bound to explore a bit. "You think you'll recognize anyone else?" "My guess is that we'll talk with one or two department heads. I know the head of the engineering department, since that's mainly where I end up when I'm on the lower levels. Who knows, though?" "Not me," he agreed, and watched as Harley swiped his pass across the scanner like the kid in front of them had done. A small light blinked green, and Harley passed through the metal detector as the security guard nodded while he checked his computer. Peter assumed that Friday would be aiding the search of visitors. "Fry," Peter whispered, knowing that she would pick up his voice. "You gonna let me through without a pass, or am I gonna be kicked out?" When the AI responded, her voice was so quiet that Peter doubted that anyone else around him would be able to hear it. "You're clear to go, just walk through." The scanner blinked green automatically, and Peter passed through the metal detectors. There was a sudden beeping coming from the detector, and Peter froze as the security guard called out to him. "Got any metal on ya?" the man said in a bored tone, and Peter racked his mind for what could set off the detector. Sarah had said that they were allowed to carry phones through it, so it wasn't that, and Peter wasn't wearing a belt, nor did he carry weapons. "Your wrists, Pete," Harley quietly and calmly reminded, and Peter looked up to see the whole team watching him silently. Peter pushed up his sleeves slightly. Don't let the team see the scars, hide the scars to reveal his web shooters, which were definitely there and definitely metal. "Yeah, you gotta take those off and go back through," the guard sighed, sending a jolt of panic through Peter, not for the first time today. He couldn't remember the last time he took his web shooters off. "Lemme just, hold on." The man sent an almost accusatory glare at Peter, pointing at his computer screen. "Seems as though you're good to go. AI's got you approved." Thank the gods for Friday, she knew him too well. Peter offered the guard a small nod, but the man wasn't even looking at him anymore. Turning back to the team, he saw that they were all still staring at him in question, minus Harley, who looked slightly amused. Peter just shrugged and joined his friends. "What was that about?" Flash questioned, his voice projecting across the group. "It doesn't matter," Sarah calmly stated before Peter could retort. "Friday bypassed the security system and said that he's okay to continue, and that's what counts." In the silence that followed Sarah's explanation, she nodded and pulled out her phone to examine what Peter assumed to be the schedule. "All right. That door ahead of us leads to the museum part of the tour, during which you will be given 20 minutes to explore the exhibits. I will be walking around the room if you have any questions, but other than that, it's free reign." She smiled and opened the door. "Have at it." There was a second of hesitation from the crowd, but the moment passed when the freshman kid breathed out, "Sick." The team broke out into excited chatter and filtered into the museum. As Peter and Harley finally entered the room, Peter discovered what all the hubbub with the museum was. To start, Peter liked how dark it was. It was a change from the usual onslaught of light in the more typical museums he'd visited in his earlier years of education. The sources of light in the room originated from 6 separated displays, forming an arc around the outer edges of the room. Peter was quick to realize that on each of the pedestals stood an outfit that correlated with the 6 Avengers that had emerged at the Battle of New York: Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Thor, and the Hulk. Peter grinned to himself when he saw that the only article of clothing on Bruce's display was a pair of shorts. "Where's your display?" he whispered to Harley, nudging him with a smirk. Harley batted him away and rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "Shut up, these are the originals." He eyed Peter then, a small glint in his eyes that Peter loved. "Mine's in the next room over." Peter's own eyes brightened at that, suddenly very excited for this aspect of the tour. His mouth opened to express this fact, and perhaps tease Harley a little bit more, but his eyes caught a lingering form standing nearby, edging closer to them. "What's up, Flash?" he called out to the boy, making Harley jolt slightly, and turned to find the teen in question. Upon being called out, Flash cleared his throat and approached Peter and Harley more confidently. Peter's sense buzzed mildly, merely a reminder of all the shit he'd had to take from Flash in the past. It didn't match the malice-free expression Flash wore, or the hands meekly hidden in the pockets of his jeans. "Been a while," the boy commented. Indeed it has, Peter calmly replied, nodding deeply before he clasped his hands together. Cool, what a great catching up we just had. We, he gestured between himself and Harley, are gonna check out the exhibits. You, he gestured to Flash, can also check out the exhibits, away from us. Cool, cool. He turned away, Harley quickly doing the same. He hadn't even taken a step, though, when his sense pinged again. He didn't let himself give in to the instinct yank his hand away, though, because he'd somehow retained the training Flash had bullet into him that allowed him to keep his secret identity. He waited for Flash to grab hold of his wrist before he stopped walking, turned back to glare at Flash, and yanked his hand away. Flash looked lost. Peter rolled his shoulders and fully turned back to face him. He shrugged. Sweet baby Jesus, Harley groaned. No, Flash, we do not know. We'd love for you to finish a damn sentence so we can get back to the field trip, though, so get on with it. Peter snorted and covered it with a very fake, very unconvincing cough. Okay, Jesus, Flash grumbled, falling slightly back into the character Peter knew, but then he jumped right back to confusing Peter. I'm sorry. I was a piece of shit to you at school and I'm trying to be better. Cool, cool. Flash was the one to turn away this time, having echoed Peter's farewell, and Peter was almost too goddamn stunned to do anything about it, because what the fuck just happened? The key word there was almost, though, seeing as Peter still had a small bit of sense in him, and managed to call out to Flash quietly enough that he wouldn't attract the attention of the team. Flash stilled, seemingly debating whether or not he should continue to leave. Peter didn't blame him. What? Peter shook his head, deciding that it wouldn't be best to voice his internal cacophony of what the fuck just happened. Was that real, or? It felt like a joke. It felt like Peter was walking the prank. It felt like some camera guy was about to jump out from behind one of the Avengers displays. It felt like Flash was about to burst out laughing, land a punch to his arm, and call him a gullible idiot for thinking that anything Flash just said was genuine. None of that happened, though. Flash, still turned away from Peter, nodded sharply. Peter blew out a sharp breath, and his eyebrows seemed to be permanently raised. He shot a glance at Harley, who didn't seem any less shocked than Peter. Harley met his eyes, and Peter shrugged. Okay, he said hesitantly. Thanks. Flash nodded once more and took Peter's acceptance as permission to leave. He fled to the Hawkeye display, where he refused to make eye contact with anyone else viewing the exhibit. Harley cleared his throat. That was, pretty odd. It's usually pretty damn hard to catch me off guard, but that just about did it, Peter admitted. It seemed like it really was possible for people like Flash to grow as human beings. Oddly enough, his mind provided a connection between his old bully and the criminals Spider-Man stopped nightly. One of Peter's main values was that everyone deserved a chance to redeem themselves. Flash seemed to have found that chance. Of course, it wasn't like Peter was just going to forget being called penis at least once a day for 2 years, but whatever. There were worse things. So how about this field trip, huh? Harley casually commented, similar to how one would mention the weather. Peter, honest to God, giggled, just because it contrasted so severely with the event that had just come to pass. Let's just head to the next room and hope no one follows us, Peter declared, grabbing hold of Harley's hand and leading him through the next door. He felt several of his friends' eyes on him, but with a seemingly mutual decision to leave him alone, they all averted their eyes. The next room was formatted differently in that there were lights other than the ones lighting the displays. Besides that, only some of the displays had suits. For instance, Wanda didn't have a suit, so part of her display was a looping video of her powers in action. Harley's exhibit, though, was the one that attracted his attention, of course. He had the replica of the suit, but Peter was more interested in what the text on the display had to say. Iron Lad is the most recent addition to the Avengers. Taking inspiration from Iron Man, Iron Lad both formulated and constructed his own suit. Iron Lad has not yet revealed his identity to the world. More information to be added. Harles, what's this part mean? He asked, pointing to the last line. Harley hummed, leaning a bit closer. Since I haven't revealed anything about myself, they can't really include much about me. Plus, Tony says that the missions I've been on aren't really well known to the public, so it'd be kinda weird to include random information about some Hydra mission. When I get to go on independent missions, or like, the major missions, they'll add more stuff. Makes sense. Peter stepped away from Harley's display as Cindy, Betty, and Sally joined them in the room. It wasn't like they would be able to figure out Iron Lad's identity from seeing Peter and Harley examining the display, but Peter was still paranoid about those kinds of things. Oh, didn't know you guys were in here, Sally voiced, heading towards Peter and Harley as opposed to taking interest in the displays. Kinda sped through the first room, Harley shrugged. Cindy grinned, firing rapid finger guns at the pair. Cuz, you know the Avengers already, cause you live here, so you don't need to read about them. Spot on, Harley confirmed. Peter eyed him as he carefully placed his hands in his jean pockets. Harley appeared calm and comfortable to the untrained eye, with his stupid perfect hair and stupid perfect smile and stupid perfect easygoing posture. However, despite only knowing Harley for nearly 2 weeks, Peter was able to recognize signs of discomfort, hidden hands, wiggling toes, biting his cheek. It also certainly helped to be able to hear the sudden quickening of his heart rate when Cindy spoke so bluntly, and it couldn't hurt that Peter knew about the internal strife Harley had dealt with in revealing major hidden aspects about his life. So Peter, like a good boyfriend, took over the conversation. The facts they have on the displays aren't even that cool anyway, Peter told them. Everyone knows that they're good at their jobs. What plenty of people don't know is that the Falcon gets pissed as all hell when he goes on runs with Captain America and Bucky Barnes because they lap him so much. Perhaps it was a bit of a cheap move, pulling random facts about the Avengers out and showing them off to his friends. But then again, no one ever said Peter was a good conversationalist. They go on runs together, Sally asked in disbelief, seemingly taking Peter's distraction. Harley relaxed slightly, and that was all that mattered. Who else would they go on runs with? Betty muttered, but smiled nonetheless. What about the Black Widow? Any secret info? Natasha does yoga, Peter shrugged. I think her runs happen even earlier than the boys. Betty nodded in approval while Peter's phone buzzed in his pocket. Absent-mindedly, he pulled it out to check the text. Nat, stop talking about me, I'm a spy. Tell them about Clint instead. Peter furrowed his brows and showed the text to Harley, who read it with a growing smile. She's probably watching on Fry's cameras, Harley explained. Seems like a very her thing to do. Peter looked up, scanning for the sensors that laid in every room of the tower. When he found them, he flipped them off and looked away without a second thought. Who? Sally wondered. Nat, well, screw you too. Natasha, Peter answered, typing out a reply. Yeah, I'll shut up, she's texting you, Cindy excitedly asked at the same time Betty questioned. She's watching us. Abe and Charles joined the crowd now, Charles calling out, who's watching us? Peter and Harley heaved twin sighs. The Black Widow, aka Natasha, Peter told them while Harley nodded. She's texting Peter, Cindy said to the newcomers at the same time Betty said, she's watching us on security cameras. This feels sorta repetitive, Harley murmured, and Peter hummed his agreement. You see what you have done. Nat, you started it. You are a child. He could feel the eyes of the spectators searching for what he was typing on his phone, so he sighed and flipped it around to show them. Appeasing their Avengers-related curiosity was easier than having them badger Harley or him about their own lives. Dude, Charles exclaimed, whipping his head up upon reading the texts. You can't just call the Black Widow a child, she'll fucking kill you, man. Peter shrugged and his phone buzzed in his hold. He turned it back around to read Nat's new message, both to himself and the crowd. She says I have name-calling rights, so she won't kill me. Dude, Charles frantically looked around the room for cameras and listening devices that he wouldn't be able to see. That's freaky. That's life, was all Peter said as he watched the remainder of the team walk into the room. The younger kid seemed to want to look at the displays, but he ended up following his teammates in joining the crowd surrounding Peter and Harley. This was exhausting, to be honest. Peter couldn't wait until the actual tour took place and the team would be distracted. What's going on? Seymour wondered, and Peter was not willing to do this again. I was just busy congratulating you guys on a good Academic season, he blurted before anyone else could say a word about Black Widow or texting or cameras, or where have you been for a year, and why do you live with the Avengers, and how do you even know Harley, Peter? That's, Sally was starting to say, but Abe interrupted. That's really kind of you, Peter, he finished, eyeing Sally pointedly, and Peter untensed slightly. Harley gave a small chuckle. We worked pretty hard, sucked that we couldn't win nationals, though. We tried our best, Betty said with the tone of someone who had said that 1,000 times before. Peter was just glad that she went with his cover story. Maybe the real nationals were the friends we made along the way, Harley sagely proclaimed, running his fingers across his jaw as though he had a beard to stroke. You're a nerd, Peter stage whispered to his boyfriend, leaning in close, and Harley shooed him away with a smile. "You guys seem to be done," came Sarah's voice from where she was standing in the doorway, and the team all turned to face her. "Your 20 minutes are up, and we can get to the nerdier parts of the tour now. Please find the guest elevator in the next room over." The group did as she asked, locating the oversized elevator residing in what seemed to be a room reserved for the use of an elevator. Sarah took her place at the front of the group and scanned her pass to open the elevator for the group. Without being prompted, the small crowd of students, plus Peter and Mr. Harrington, loaded into the elevator, Sarah joining them once they'd settled. The elevator doors closed, and Sarah began her speech. "We're headed up to floor 22, which will start our tour off with the computer science department. The employees will be visiting work to design the programs for Stark phones, as well as future projects for Stark Industries. You'll be able to view some of the programs that the employees are currently working on, and they can show you some of the programming work they had to do in order to get the job. Who here wants a future in computer science?" Peter looked around the elevator as Sally and Flash hesitantly raised their hands. "It's certainly a fulfilling career, and SI might have a place for you too," Sarah told them with a wink. The elevator then slowed to a stop, and Sarah stepped out, standing to the side to let the crowd file out. The elevator had spit them out into the middle of a busy workplace with no preamble, and Peter looked around the office with a smile slowly lighting up his face. It was essentially the dream workplace for science nerds. Aside from rooms splitting off to the side, seemingly meant for private work, the office space appeared to be one big group project. There were at least 2 employees to a desk, collaborating across 1 or 2 monitors, each having their own keyboard. There was a person avidly watching a small robot roam around the room, taking notes on a tablet as it did flips across the floor. There was another person slightly ahead of the robot, setting obstacles in the path, a pencil, a rock, a textbook, escalating in size to a chair, cheering each time the robot launched itself over the obstacle. The tracks that the robot moved upon propelled it into the air over and over, easily accepting the weight again when it was time for it to land. "What are the odds I could get a job here?" he murmured to Harley, who chuckled. "Extremely high," Harley responded, "though it'd probably be good for you to go to college, yeah." "Probably, that was an issue for another day." "Oh hey, the kids are here," one employee pointed out, and about 10 other workers turned to face the crowd. The only ones to continue working were the 2 who were examining the robot. A person came forward, fiddling with a tablet and blowing stray pieces of hair out of their face with tiny puffs of air. They gave a small smile, and Peter felt a pang of familiarity. "Hello, Midtown," they greeted, giving a quick wave. "My name is Xander, pronouns they them, and I'm the team leader for this floor." Peter had previously met several people he'd helped on patrol while he was in civies, but Xander presenting themselves as a part of Peter's tour hardly a week after their attack was so out of the blue that he had to hold back his gasp of realization. Part of him was immediately concerned that they would figure out his identity, but he knew the likelihood of that happening was slim to none. He had a voice modulator for a reason, and as long as he kept to not showing outright displays of strength or anything, he'd be in the clear. Still, though, always weird to know someone, only for them to not recognize the connection. At least Xander looked to be healed up, no bruising appearing on their face and their lips free of swelling. "I'm just here to tell you a bit about this department and show you around," they explained, and the crowd of students nodded with anticipation. "But before we begin, I'll tell you a bit about myself. I've been working here for almost 6 years now, since I started here in my 4th year of college. I've got a bachelor's and master's in computer science, and I'm working on my doctorate, and I like M&Ms. They shrugged, and with the motion, the strands of hair they'd originally blown away fell back into their face. They gave a slightly crooked smile. "That's basically everything to know about me, so let's get on with it." Xander took the crowd towards the back of the workspace, and Peter caught glances of the computer screens as they went. Many of them were lined with code, and some included simulations of projects the employees must have been working on. One of the monitors displayed what seemed to be customer reviews of the current Stark phone. As the group settled in the back, Charles was quick to raise his hand. Xander gestured for him to ask his question. "What going on with the robot buddy over there?" he wondered, pointing to the robot Peter had noticed earlier. It seemed to be done with the jumping trials, as it was now darting between 2 employees, coming to a halt in front of them, and receiving a coin to compartmentalize before it seamlessly turned back around. The interns on this floor and the ones on one of the engineering floors are collaborating for their 9 weeks project," Xander explained. "The prototype's name is Gabby, but sometimes we call her Grabby because her main function is to grab things for her operators. The engineers built the body, and the programmers down here are working on the coding. The end goal is to be an aid for bedridden people, but smaller and cheaper than those currently on the market. If Grabby succeeds and is approved by the board, then SI will commercialize her, making her a part of the intern-led product line. Stark Industries seemed like a good place to start out in the STEM field, providing experience and giving interns footing for a spot in the real world. Peter could get with that. Xander went on to explain the day-to-day lives of the Floor 22 employees, and later pulled out the codes that they programmed as a part of their interview at Stark Industries. They ended the segment of the tour by accepting more questions, which were mainly asked by Sally and Flash about how they should go about becoming good candidates for Stark Industries employees. "Well, that concludes your time on Floor 22, Xander told them, and to punctuate their sentence, Grabby was sent around the group, depositing a starburst on top of each student's shoe. Peter's was yellow, Harley's was pink. They both made a slightly disappointed expression, which resulted in a trading of flavors. Pink was Peter's favorite, and evidently Harley's favorite was yellow. Peter had to admit that being candy partners was certainly a good sign. With a final wave to Xander and the other workers, Sarah guided the group back to the elevator, where she then explained that they'd be going to the 29th floor next, one of the engineering floors, specifically the chemical engineering department, which was no closer to what Peter would want to do with his life. Something with chemicals, something with biology. He didn't have it figured out yet, which was why he was more focused on surviving his teenage years. While Peter had been immediately excited once he'd stepped out of the elevator into floor 22, he had quite the opposite feeling on this floor. He was met with a steady thrum of his spidey sense once he exited, which wasn't that bad in of itself. But when a flick to the head from Flash didn't come, or when no one threw a harmless piece of paper across the room, he was set a bit further on edge. "What's wrong?" Harley whispered to him, and even just him saying that sentence gave Peter a sick feeling in his stomach. "You got a weird look on your face." "I don't know yet," Peter murmured, looking around the workplace. Satisfied with the integrity of the building and pleased to see that no chemicals from the labs would explode, Peter moved to scanning the people. He didn't want to assume that one of the employees was about to cause a ruckus, but when his sense had a sudden spike when he took note of one specific worker, he knew that he had to keep watch on the man. Peter subtly pointed toward him to tell Harley, "It's him." There was another man talking to the group now, assumedly the team leader for this floor. Peter wanted to be listening to him, he really did, but the longer the dangerous man just sat there, the higher Peter's stress level got. He couldn't pay attention to the tour while he was trying to figure out what the fuck was about to happen. "Do you know if he's gonna, attack us?" Harley quietly questioned. "Or is he just a villain in his off hours?" Trying to figure that out, the most Peter could do right now was analyze the man, putting all of his Spider-Man habits into use. Peter filtered out the background noise of employees chatting and lab tools clattering, centering in on the dangerous man. His heart rate was faster than most, certainly faster than what a heart should sound like when a person is just sitting and typing. His breaths were extremely focused, occasionally taking a forceful sigh to calm down. His legs were bouncing and his eyes weren't focused on his computer screen, instead darting around the room. Oddly, he glanced at the tour group the most, and his mouth would twitch every time he did so. His tongue would often dart out to wet his dry lips. He was nervous about something, very fidgety. Of course, the man could just have anxiety or something, but Peter's spidey sense certainly correlated with nervous, fidgety people. The dangerous man was waiting for something, or perhaps waiting to do something. The man's hand twitched away from his keyboard. His next glance at the CADEC team was slightly prolonged. "I think," Peter whispered, taking a halting breath and itching to activate his web shooters, "I think that civilians need to leave." "Text in Tony," Harley replied. "Actually, here," he handed Peter his phone, "you'll probably be able to word this better." Peter took the phone easily, Tony's contact name already blaring across the screen. This is Peter. The tour is on floor 29 and there's a guy that's setting off my sixth sense. He's probably gonna try to do SMTH soon and PPL might need to evacuate. He's suspicious as all hell." He sent the text and went back to watching the dangerous man while he waited for Tony to respond. There was another glance towards the team, another swipe of his tongue across his lips, and another forceful sigh. Then his hands reached, not twitched, beneath his desk, and he subtly began to pull at something there. Peter's heart was harshly thumping in his chest as the dangerous man removed a metal object, smaller than the average cell phone, from beneath his desk. He fiddled with the object for a second. He pressed a button on the object. He set the object on his desk. The object emitted a very faint beeping. "You bum. He's got a bomb." Chapter 35, Field Trip 2, Electric Boogaloo. Harley, Peter quietly, steadily, oh so calmly said, handing the phone back to him, "I'm gonna go defuse a bomb. Back me up." Harley easily accepted the phone, taking a deep breath. Yeah, okay. They slipped away from the group, but because the team wasn't necessarily big, they were caught by both Sarah and the speaker for the floor. Peter could hear Sarah quietly calling out Harley's name in question, but Peter didn't let that distract him from the steady beeping coming from the bomb that only he and Harley knew about. "Pardon me, what are you two doing?" the presumed team leader asked, now drawing the attention of both the whole team and the dangerous man that Peter was approaching. 1 second was all Harley offered to them. Peter filtered everyone else out, focusing instead on the now standing dangerous man, whose expression shifted from confused to defensive to a mask of pleasantness. "You should probably go back to your tour, the man suggested once Peter was standing directly in front of him. "I'm not sure that's a great idea," Peter smoothly replied. "Take a seat, please, and tell me how much time we have before your little explosive goes off." Gasps were heard around the room, but Peter ignored them. The man's eyes hardened, but his mouth settled into a smirk that almost made Peter roll his eyes. "You have 5 minutes." Peter's face set into an unimpressed expression. "Liar." When the man's face colored with shock, Peter repeated, "How much time?" 4 minutes, the man answered this time more hesitantly. Peter shook his head, too. Peter rolled his shoulders and muttered, "That's more like it." The dangerous man had yet to sit down, so Peter swiftly knocked his legs out from under him, tumbling him to the ground. "Harles, keep an eye on him, will you?" "Sure," Harley replied, and as Peter turned to the bomb, he saw his boyfriend move towards the man on the ground. That was when he stopped paying attention to Harley, though, and more to the literal ticking time bomb right in front of him. Peter reached for a convenient screwdriver on the empty desk right next to him, and that was when some employee shouted out, "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" "Dismantling a bomb." He steadied the screwdriver over the single screw on the device, and when his spidey sense didn't scream to notify him of a lid trigger, he smoothly removed the screw. "Now please be quiet and let me do my thing." The civilians must have picked up on the absolute seriousness in his voice because they all fell dead silent. Satisfied, Peter lifted the lid and examined the interior. Right away, it seemed like a classic movie scenario, a jumble of multicolored wires crisscrossing each other. This time, Peter really did roll his eyes. Quickly, he thumbed through the wires, finding the set of 2 that were connected to the detonator. Red and green, how seemingly perfect. He gently moved those 2 wires to the side, ignoring them completely. Peter knew that the dangerous man had to be smarter than going with the most obvious solution to a bomb detonation. He worked at Stark Industries, for Christ's sake. The damned wires had to be trick wires, and if Peter made a misinformed move to cut them, the bomb would be detonated. Instead, Peter began to scrutinize the innards of the device more, searching for the true detonator. He located it by finding what appeared to be one of the wires mixed in with the trick ones. It didn't follow the flow of the other wires, though instead connecting to a slim cylindrical device found just below the trick detonator. The det cord, firmly attached to the blasting cap of the real detonator, was the true culprit here. There was a chance that the blasting cap would still detonate even if the det cord was cut. Carefully lifting the fake detonator from atop of the legitimate one, Peter used his other hand to ease the blasting cap from its base and out of the device, pulling the det cord along. "Anybody got wire cutters?" he questioned, and when a worker rushed over to where he was glued to his spot with slim wire cutters in hand, Peter felt extremely lucky to be on an engineering floor. "Thanks." He clipped the det cord, finally fully removing the detonator from the device. He held the fragile object between 2 fingers and his thumb, ensuring that it was stuck to his skin so it wouldn't fall to the ground. Peter let himself relax slightly as his sense dimmed. It was still humming gently, a reminder that he was still holding an explosive object, but the immediate threat was gone. Peter finally looked up to eye his pale-faced audience and smiled. "You guys probably should have evacuated, but whatever. Bomb's dead, we're not, hooray." Cindy started crying. Everyone else just stared at him, wide-eyed and shaking. "Harles, has Tony replied yet?" Peter asked, turning to face him. Harley was crouched behind the dangerous man, who was still on the ground and had his arms held tightly behind his back by Harley. The man also appeared to be speechless, staring up at Peter in shock and no small amount of terror. Even Harley looked a bit ghost-like, but he was able to respond to the question with a resolute, "No." Peter sighed. "Alrighty then." He tilted his head minutely to glance up at the ceiling. "Fry, would you mind calling the bomb squad to get them to take care of this?" "Right away," she replied. Apologies for being of no use to you, Peter, but boss is attending a meeting and is unable to respond. It also seemed wise for me to comply with your request of silence. It's fine, he shrugged, probably for the best, though you should maybe get Tony's attention and notify him of the whole situation, you know. Sounds appropriate, she agreed, and then the floor was left in silence once more. No one made a move to leave or even say anything. The only sound was the consistent sniffling coming from Cindy. Peter doubted that many people in the room were even able to comprehend what happened. The first time Peter defused a bomb, his mental state was quite similar to theirs, though after 3 years of vigilante work, he was near familiar with this rodeo. As long as he still held the position of authority that came with holding an explosive device, he'd be fine. The minute he passed that authority off to the bomb squad, though, his brain would let him work through the experience, and he'd need to take some time to calm down. But that was later. For now, he needed to deal with the present responsibilities. Peter glared at the dangerous man on the ground, who was no longer setting off any alarms in his head. In fact, he seemed rather vulnerable now, no threat to be found. "What's your name?" Peter inquired, his voice hard and allowing no room for squirming or resisting. Brian Fitzgerald." "Brian Fitzgerald," Peter intoned. "Why the hell did you bring a bomb into SI and knowingly set it off in the presence of close to 15 other employees and a group of literal children, Brian Fitzgerald?" That was a rhetorical question, Brian Fitzgerald. I'd rather not further traumatize our current audience. The police will ask you the same question. You can provide them with that lovely answer of yours. Peter crouched down to get eye level with Brian and offered a smile that was too sweet to actually count. "You get to shut up now, lucky you. You wouldn't want to anger the 17-year-old kid who just completely fucked over your plan to blow this place to bits, would you?" Brian mutely shook his head and Peter answered with an approving nod. He then met Harley's eyes, telling him, "You could release him now if you want. I don't think he's gonna go anywhere." Peter heard more than saw Harley tightening his hands on the skin of Brian's arms, and Brian winced. "I'd rather not," Harley admitted. Peter nodded with understanding and straightened himself. Gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows a few feet away, he found the flashing lights associated with emergency vehicles nearing the tower. He then heard the elevator working, as it had been this entire time, except now it was on the way to their floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal the tower's security, led by a man in a suit and a graying beard. 4 men decked out in fancy uniforms and weapons charged past the man in the suit, past the tour group, past the other employees, and past Peter to collect Brian from the ground. Harley quickly released him, and the security personnel lifted Brian from the ground. They all but carried him back to the man in the suit, who glared at Brian before looking up to the still silent crowd. His gaze changed from one of judgment to one of resignation. "My name is Happy Hogan, and I'm the head of security here at Stark Industries," he announced, his voice ringing with authority. "I apologize for today's events, but rest assured, Brian Fitzgerald will be handled and kept well away from the tower from now on. You all may have the rest of the day off, and the company will provide for any necessary therapy." His eyes flitted to the group of high schoolers, and his gruff exterior softened slightly. "So sorry, kids." There were murmurs of thanks from the crowd as the security team re-entered the elevator. It was the first thing that any of them had said, so Peter hoped that they were starting to get out of their shock. He knew that he'd then have to deal with actual emotional reactions and even more questions, but it was better for them to actually process their newfound trauma than it was for him to avoid interrogation. "Pete," Harley said, coming to stand next to him. Tony just replied, "Shit." He shoved the phone in front of Peter to display the message. Peter's eyes floated across the singular reply. He blinked and let out a small burst of laughter. It wasn't quite hysterical, but it was certainly nearing it. "All right then," Peter nodded. "Guess he's on his way." "Hey, Betty voiced, clearing her throat when it seemed like she couldn't get through her sentence. "Hey, Peter." Peter looked over to her, raising his eyebrows. "Yeah. Did you just defuse an actual bomb? Like you just stopped an explosion?" He eyed the blasting cap still firmly resting between his fingers. Yeah, I did." Betty nodded, a slow, hesitant motion. "Okay." It was quiet for a second more before an employee blurted out, "You know, Brian was a complete asshole." There were a few chuckles, and someone on the other end of the room added, "He always ate my goddamn lunch from the fridge." It said Anna, not Brian. More laughter. Another person mentioned, "I don't think he ever gave back that stapler I let him borrow." Even the Ricad deck team was giggling at this point, with zero context as to who Brian Fitzgerald was. Peter himself had a smile on his face, but he was still careful not to jostle the blasting cap. You know what was also kinda shit of him to do, the worker closest to Peter offered. Build in a damn bomb, who does that? There was a millisecond of hesitation from the crowd. Should we joke about this? Before the entire room erupted into laughter. It was the kind of laughter that only a jumbled group of close friends and strangers with shared trauma could understand. In the same way that Peter often joked about terrible things that had happened to him, these teenagers and employees were able to share a laugh over their near-death experience. That was how the bomb squad found them, laughing their asses off, the hysterical joy getting even more intense every time another employee peppered in comment about Brian. Peter was the first to sober, though, because it was time to pass off the authority. While the other occupants of the floor calmed themselves down, Peter hurried towards the heavily armored people, though they could hardly even be recognized as people, with their clunky protective uniforms swallowing any distinguishable form. Here, Peter shortly said, thrusting the blasting cap out to the squad. One of them rushed forward with an explosion-containing case, and another gently took the device from Peter and placed it in the case. Another member of the squad came forth, settling right in front of Peter. What is your name? Thomas Patrick. He was still at risk for being discovered by CPS after all. Peter Parker wouldn't exist to the outside world until he was 18. Were you the one to defuse the bomb? Yes, Peter answered simply. He figured that he'd be questioned, but he was more worried about the civilians who would also be questioned. He knew that none of them had been involved, but now they had to put up with being interrogated, because of course they would. There had been a bomb in the building. How did you manage to do that? Peter could hear an audio recorder coming from one of the other members. The civilians were now fully quiet in the background, waiting to hear what Peter had to say. He shrugged. I've attended a STEM-based high school, and in my engineering classes we've talked about bombs a time or two. I spent a bit of my own time researching them further, which included some talk of how to defuse a bomb. Again, he shrugged, trying to seem like a normal smartass kid. I didn't really know that I'd be able to defuse it, but I had a good shot. All lies, minus the part about researching bombs in his free time. It probably didn't comfort anyone in the room to hear Peter voice that he didn't feel confident in his ability to defuse the bomb, but he privately knew that he would be able to do it, and that was enough. You should have called us immediately, the man chastised. Peter couldn't help but ignore everything that he was saying, since he didn't particularly feel the need to rely on the squad. It certainly didn't help that the interrogator was so impersonal with what could have been a severely traumatized teenager. After all, Peter had yet to even see the man's face, with the huge mask of his suit blocking everything. Nevertheless, he mumbled and admonished, sorry. Meanwhile, two members of the squad split off to filter through the room, asking the same questions to each person they came across. What is your connection to Brian Fitzgerald? Had you known about the bomb in any sense? How did you know that Brian Fitzgerald had a bomb? Peter resisted a smile at the thought of what he could say. Oh, you see, I have a sense for danger. That's how I knew. He set off my little danger alarm, and I figured it was time to stop the danger. Instead, he said, he was acting weird, like fidgeting a lot, so I was watching him instead of paying attention to my tour. He pulled a weird thing out from beneath his desk and set it down. Then I heard a beeping and, well, I've seen action movies and I thought the worst. Another armored person stepped forward, having just come from interrogating the civilians. No one else has reported hearing a beeping. How did you manage to hear that? Briefly, Peter panicked at the hole in his story, but he thought quickly. Years of keeping a secret identity would do that to you. I have hearing aids, you see, he explained, gesturing to his ears where he did, in fact, have his aids in place. They amplify some sound frequencies that other people don't usually hear, so I guess I was the only one able to hear the beeping. The interrogators nodded in approval, satisfied with Peter's bullshit excuse. They were obviously about to go on with their questions, but were interrupted by someone else arriving on the floor. Leave him alone, Tony ordered, ignoring the gasps that erupted from the crowd upon his arrival. In fact, if you've got the bomb in hand, you guys can just go ahead and go. Sir, the man before Peter tried, but again, Tony interrupted. Whatever further investigation you need to conduct can be handled by the tower's security team, if they deem it fit. You may leave now. The bomb squad was silent for a second, clearly wanting to resist, but with a nod from the head honcho interrogator, the team filtered out of the floor, past Tony and into the elevator. The bomb was gone. With a huge sigh, Peter let himself slowly lower to the ground in a crouched position, huddling up with his head in his hands. He felt Harley place a hand on his back, a steadying and heavy pressure. You all right? His partner asked, his voice quiet. Peter let out a small, slightly overdramatic groan before he straightened himself. All good, just, calming down, adrenaline crash and whatnot. Now standing, he let his head rest on Harley's shoulder. How are you? Bit of the same, probably less than you, though. Peter hummed noncommittally, still stressful, yeah. Tony sidled up next to them, having said a few words that Peter hadn't heard to the civilians. Sorry, I missed out on the party. You didn't miss much, Peter mumbled, not looking up at the man. Thanks for handling that, boys, Tony went on. Pretty impressive that you didn't reveal anything about yourselves. Revealed that I can defuse a bomb with ease, he reminded. That's gotta look suspicious. I think that they care more about the fact that you saved their lives than about how you did just that, Tony mused, and Peter could hear the smirk in his voice. Speaking of which, I think they're expecting a debrief of some sorts from you. I offered what little comfort I could give, but I hate to break it to you. You have a bit more shit to do before you can call it a night. Can't call it a night while the sun's still out, was all Peter said in response as he pulled away from Harley. He gave a tired smile to his boyfriend, who returned it. Peter then turned back to the tour group and employees, chatting amongst themselves quietly and awkwardly. When it became clear that Peter's attention was focused on them, they fell silent pretty quickly, watching him with bated breath. It was clear that they thought that he was still the one with the authority, but he'd passed it off to the bomb squad long ago. So are you guys okay? He asked, and immediately wanted to scream at how lame that sounded. Cut him some slack, his brain was still catching up. Oh, Abe shrugged, a crooked and tired smile crossing his face. Could be better. But we could also be plenty worse, Mr. Harrington pointed out, and Peter had to hide a wince because that probably wasn't a great thing to remind the group of. We have you to thank for that, Peter. You saved our skins. I don't know about. Dude, no, Flash interrupted, but for once Peter didn't think that he was about to say anything scathing. You literally saved our lives. That wacko had a bomb, you stopped the bomb from going off. That's the definition of saving someone's life. Yeah, Peter, come on, Cindy interjected, her tears dried and her eyes fierce. I'm not really sure about anything that just happened, except for the fact that we're still here 'cause of you, thanks. Peter opened his mouth to assure them that it was no big deal, but Sarah stole his moment. I mean, I don't know you, but you're hell of a saint for not letting us die. It's gonna be a story for the office for ages, another employee added. Hey guys, remember that time fucking Brian brought a bomb to the office, then that random teen from the field trip straight up defused that shit? Sounds like one good inside joke. The other workers nodded their agreement, giving similar sentiments of appreciation. And really, Peter didn't have the emotional capacity for this right now. He fell silent, and unfortunately allowed his thoughts to drift to seeing his old Acadec team blasted to smithereens. A bunch of innocent civilians, hardly recognizable from the explosion. Harley's blank face covered in gashes from shards of glass, his cold, dead eyes staring up at Peter. Peter, the only one able to survive the explosion, being alone with the bodies of those he could have saved. Whoa there, take a fucking chill pill, Peter's brain. Harley was suddenly next to him, his arms slung over Peter's shoulders, and Peter found himself able to speak. It was no problem, he dismissed. You guys would have done the same for me. What, defuse a bomb? Betty asked, smiling slightly. Yeah, we would if we could. And that's all that matters, Peter nodded, somehow robotically making his way through the conversation. Everyone was fine. Brain Fitzgerald was gone and the occupants of floor 29 were safe. His spidey sense was calm. Harley was with him, keeping him grounded, reminding him of his very much still beating heart. All right, folks, Tony announced, stepping into the conversation. Seems as though the show's over. He turned to his employees first. As I'm sure Happy told you, any therapy that you need due to this event will be free, hooray. You guys can leave if you want. As the employees nodded mutely and began to pack up their belongings, Tony then swiveled to the Acadec team. Same goes for you all. You just let Harley here know, so he can let me know, and Stark Industries will compensate for the damages to your sanity. There were a few mumbles of, thank you, Mr. Stark, from the teens who were staring awestruck at the man, the myth, the legend. They had apparently forgotten about his presence while they were busy thanking Peter, but they were definitely aware of him now. All right, cool, Tony hummed, seemingly to himself. Betcha that we'd oughta get you kiddos outta here, yeah. Call your guardians, let 'em know what's up. Maybe call in sick for school tomorrow. Mr. Harrington took that as his cue to step up as the student's chaperone. Thank you, Mr. Stark. We'll start to head out. I'm assuming that Peter and Harley will be staying here. Tony, without even looking at the two in question, replied, Yes, that be correct. I'd like to apologize for everything ever and wish you all a lovely rest of your day. With awkward little waves to Harley and Peter, the team filed into the waiting elevator. The doors shut and hence they vanished from view. You'll give me their numbers, right? Peter wondered, tilting his head to look at Harley. Certainly, Harley gave Peter's shoulder a squeeze and followed Tony into the other elevator. The employees who were just about to leave ended up moving to the side, letting the trio through, nodding at them as they passed. Peter couldn't find it within himself to feel guilty for stealing their elevator ride, and he offered a nod in return. Blessedly, Tony was near silent on the way up to the residential floors, humming to a tune that Peter was too tired to examine. Peter let himself lean into Harley, who had chosen to lean against the wall to support them both. He was also obviously very tired, but he still accepted Peter's weight easily. He gave a few quick taps to his right hearing aid, letting the sounds of the world dim, and allowed his glasses to fade his surroundings. Peter relaxed. Chapter 36, Things are fine but not quite good. Stellina was the one who greeted them once the trio arrived on the main floor, and she excitedly led them to the common room, where Bucky and Natasha resided. Harley grinned as he watched Peter ease himself to the ground to properly greet his dog. Hey baby, he whispered to her, trying to express his love even with his muted state of mind. How are you, him? Oh, you're good, aren't you? Yes, you are. Harley, Tony quietly started. I've got to go down and have a chat with Happy. You guys good to handle the family. Harley hummed his assent as Nat and Bucky approached the teen crouched on the floor. From their soft eyes and downturned lips, Harley knew that they both had heard what had happened. But concerned family members were not new to Harley, though, now that he thought about it, the concept might have been new to Peter, so he could hold on to his sanity for long enough to assure them of his well-being. All right, I'll be back. With a pat on Harley's shoulder and a nod directed toward Nat and Bucky, Tony returned to the elevator. Harley was left with a slightly in his head Peter and two anxious spies. He scooted past Peter, who seemed to be glued to his spot on the ground with Stellina, and shuffled towards the adults. Nat welcomed him with her concerned gaze and gentle hands that whisked across his body, checking for injuries that she wouldn't find. Bucky chose to wait until Nat was done with her investigation, and when she nodded, the man pulled Harley towards him and essentially folded his body around Harley's smaller form. Sorry, kid, Bucky muttered, his voice low and gruff. Tower's supposed to be safe. We live in a society, Harley sardonically returned. Despite the extreme sarcasm in his voice, he let himself relax into one of Bucky's rare hugs. The ex-soldier was still getting used to casual physical contact, and Harley was one of the only ones to receive hugs from him. Bucky grunted and deemed that fit to be a response. Harley gently uncoiled himself from Bucky's hold and gave him a tired smile. Tired smile, tired eyes, tired movements, tired thoughts. Everything about Harley's current state was tired, tired in a way that he hadn't experienced in a hot second, tired in a way that would only result from a major adrenaline crash. Of course, he understood that Peter's adrenaline crash was likely more severe than his own, since Pete was the one to actually de-escalate the scenario. Still though, bomb threats weren't fun. Worrying about the livelihood of your friends wasn't fun either. Harley watched Nat join Peter on the ground with Stellina. He glanced up at her and gave her a tired smile that mirrored Harley's own. The two seemed to have a silent conversation, the result of which led to Natasha laying her hand on Peter's shoulder. From there, it seemed to be a domino effect. Nat settled into a more stable, crisscross position on the ground. Peter let himself tip over and be supported by her body. Stellina curled up between Peter's splayed legs, and they both resumed petting her. The position seemed oddly familiar. Not familiar in the sense that Harley recognized the position, but familiar in the sense that Peter and Nat appeared to be familiar with each other. They both seemed comfortable, and Harley knew that touch didn't come easily to either of them. Nat had trauma that led her to have a naturally closed-off personality, and had to take time to allow herself to be open to friendly touches. Peter had to have some kind of trauma that he hadn't disclosed to Harley, but Harley assumed that whatever Peter was doing in the time between leaving school and before the Avengers took him surely didn't involve many friendly interactions. How they ended up comfortable enough with each other to find themselves in their current position, Harley didn't know. To be fair, though, Harley spent most of his days at school. He didn't know everything that happened between Pete and the Avengers while he was away. He glanced at Bucky, who also happened to be eyeing Peter and Nat, and shrugged. Harley stepped around the duo on the floor and lowered himself in the spot across from Peter. Bucky joined him mere seconds later. They both began to pet Stellina, who was basking in the attention. Peter glanced up at them, and his eyes crinkled with a small smile. After Harley returned the look, Peter visibly rested more of his weight on Nat's steady body. Harley chose to mirror his boyfriend, letting his head fall on Bucky's shoulder. It was the man's flesh one, which meant Harley could feel him tense beneath his touch. But they'd been in this position before, and Bucky soon relaxed, just as Harley knew he would. Surrounded by his safe people, he let his mind rest, which apparently led to him drifting asleep. That hadn't been Harley's plan, but regardless, his eyes struggled to blink open a while later as he felt his pillow Bucky shift beneath him. He let out a small groan and groggily lifted his head, stretching his limbs out. "Sorry," Bucky offered, but he too began to stretch, hefting his body up from the floor. "All good," Harley dismissed. "How long was I out?" "About an hour and a half," Nat's voice came, answering before Bucky could process the question. She had moved to one of the couches, legs carefully folded and her phone in her hand while some reality show played on the TV in the background. Stellina had also moved, curled up and sleeping next to the woman on the couch. "Where's Pete?" Harley wondered, noticing that he was resolutely missing from this equation. He accepted Bucky's hand to help him up as he looked around the room. Natasha simply pointed upward, and Harley's eyes followed her direction. "Oh." Peter gave a meek wave from where he was in the corner of the ceiling, sitting casually and scrolling through his phone. Harley's initial response was a wave of panic, a quick thrum of alarm eclipsing his body, because the first and only time he'd seen Peter in that position was during his sensory overload. However, Peter looked to be fine now, relaxed and decidedly not clamping his hands over his ears. "You okay up there?" he asked, and Peter sent a thumbs up his way. "You sure? You seem a bit quiet." Peter shrugged and set his phone in his lap. It didn't fall to the ground, much to Harley's relief. Peter lifted his hands and began signing to him, and Harley tried not to let himself deflate all too much. He still hadn't learned sign language, let alone upside-down sign. "He doesn't really feel like talking," Natasha immediately translated, gazing intently at Peter. "He doesn't feel bad, but..." She patiently waited as Peter's hands had a few false starts, figuring out what to say. Sometimes talking takes a kind of energy he doesn't have. Peter nodded his assent and gave the group, obeying the laws of gravity, another thumbs up. "All right," Harley conceded. Though he did feel drained and had felt this way many times before, Harley had never felt the need to preserve energy by not talking, if that was what Peter was describing, that is. He might have not had a full understanding of his boyfriend's current state, but just because he didn't understand didn't mean that he couldn't offer support. Knowing that Peter took comfort in proximity, Harley took a seat on the couch that was nearly directly below Peter, but enough to the side that they'd be able to see each other without craning their necks. Before Harley could join Nat in watching the dumb reality shows that she occasionally enjoyed, Peter caught his attention again by snapping his fingers. Harley looked up to see a question on Peter's face. His boyfriend pointed at him, then made the universally recognized symbol for okay. Now that was something Harley could understand. "I'm okay," he replied with a shrug, but Peter's expression immediately turned doubtful, with an eyebrow raised and a straight face. "Really I am. I mean, like, I'm tired and a bit stressed and maybe a bit traumatized, who knows, but I'm not about to have a breakdown. I'm stable for now." Peter's eyes searched Harley's own, and probably put some of those lie-detecting skills to use as he scrutinized Harley's well-being. Harley was as truthful as he'd ever been, and Peter seemed to realize that as he gave a solid nod. Peter also had a firm grasp on how people dealt with trauma, if Harley had to guess, what with spending his nights rescuing civilians from surely traumatic events, not to mention the boy's own baggage, but Harley thought that went without saying. He understood that Harley didn't currently need to delve into his newfound stressor. Harley knew he'd be a bit scarred from the day's events. Peter knew that too, but they also knew that they could handle it together. With another nod, seemingly more to himself than anything, Peter looked away from Harley, focusing on the show playing. Harley did the same, taking in the loud, intensely tanned women and their emotionally stunted, frighteningly chiseled boyfriends on screen. Nat's legs came to rest across Harley's own, allowing her to stretch out more and provide Harley with subliminal consolation. Bucky had returned to his spot on the floor, having stretched enough for the position to remain comfortable. He maneuvered to let his back rest against the front of the couch, close enough to Harley for him to feel the man's body heat. Emotionally scarred, sure, safe, comfortable, and happy, yeah, definitely. Peter watched as, over the course of one episode of the So Bad There's No Way It's Real reality show, all of the tower's residents trickled into the common room, having heard of the day's events. Steve and Sam had taken seats next to Bucky, and Clint settled in next to Nat. Wanda and Vision also chose the floor, sitting closer to Peter than the super soldiers. Bruce sat on the other end of the couch, next to Tony, who had cozied in right beside Harley. Pepper had been the last to join them, assumedly having been busy with damage control. She took the spot next to Bruce. The scene reminded Peter of a family. After that thought broached his mind, he couldn't decide whether he wanted to throw himself out a window or break down in happy tears. He resigned to continue to sit in silence on the ceiling. Peter couldn't think of them as a family, he decided. It hadn't even been 2 full weeks since they kidnapped him, and that sentence alone illustrated how stupid he was being by trusting them at all in the first place. But that fact couldn't be changed. He trusted this godforsaken group of people, and that was that. But even then, the concept of family for Peter was dangerous. Dangerous for them, dangerous for him, either or. They were his team, he could support them, they could support him. That was how teams worked. He loved Wanda, sure, and she had said that she loved him, yes, but teammates could love each other. Love didn't mean family. Wanda was his teammate, his friend. His teammates were his friends, his team, not a family. His mind reminded him of the common television trope in which a team escalated to found family. Peter swept the thought away. Regardless of what Peter's mind was trying to label them as, the Avengers were great at providing comfort. Most of them didn't even say anything in regards to the bomb, other than Tony, who had muttered, "Glad that shit's done," as he arrived on the common floor. Everyone else simply extended their warm smiles and soothing presence to a silent Peter and an exhausted Harley. They took both of those obstacles in stride, letting Clint or Nat translate anything Peter had to say, which wasn't much, just simple assurances that he was fine, and allowing Harley to use their bodies as pillows as he floated across the line of wakefulness into sleep. Family his mind recognized, team his brain corrected. Unlike Harley, Peter knew that he wouldn't be able to sleep right now. It just wasn't how he functioned, how he dealt with slightly harrowing experiences. And though the Avengers' intent was well-meaning and thoughtful and surprisingly helpful, he didn't think it was good for him to be around this many people at the moment. Though he was fine for now, he knew that he would eventually stress out over their company. If he wanted to ward off a breakdown, he'd need to exit the vicinity. See Karen, Peter knew the therapy things. Peter carefully unfolded his body from its huddle, taking a second to stretch out his legs before he crawled across the ceiling until no one was resting directly beneath him. He smoothly dropped himself to the ground and caught Sam's full body shudder. Now that was creepy, the man asserted. It looks less fucked when you're in your suit. Peter shrugged in response and raised his hands to sign. Then my goal was accomplished. He waited for Clint to translate before he tacked on, "I'm heading out for patrol. Someone tell Harley where I am when he wakes up, please." "Do you often patrol while it's still light out?" Bruce wondered once Clint finished talking. "Not often," Peter replied, "but I've done it enough." "Have fun, P-E-T-A-R," Wanda smiled, wiggling her fingers at him in a wave. He nodded towards the team and left the common floor in favor of his own. When he got to his room, he received a text from Nat, despite having just left her presence. "Nat, have you eaten?" Peter blinked, scrutinizing the text before remembering that no, he hadn't eaten. Now that he thought about it, he could feel what felt like hollowness in his stomach, his breakfast long gone. He told Natasha as much. "Nat, get something from the kitchen before you go out." "You okay?" He dropped off his glasses and aids in his room and followed Nat's instructions, mindlessly walking into the kitchen. The second he arrived there, though, Peter realized that had no idea what to eat. The kitchen was filled with all sorts of food, obviously. But the more he thought about his options, such as assorted yogurts, the many bread products, cereal, salad, leftover grilled chicken, apples, chips, and an endless amount of oranges, the more Peter felt lost. He knew he should eat, seeing as his body was now more used to getting its appropriate amount of nutrients than the near starvation he experienced on the streets. The thing was, food didn't sound all too appealing to him at the moment. He could probably just patrol without eating. He'd work up more of an appetite after exercise. Besides, it wasn't like he absolutely needed food right now. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't feel great per se, but Peter didn't really need to feel great. He didn't even deserve to. "Nat, what did you grab?" Peter stared at the message, mind blank, before quickly typing out an acceptable response. I think I'll just eat after patrol." He went to put his phone away and pull his folded mask out of his pocket, but Natasha's reply came too quickly for him to ignore. "Nat, that won't end well. You need food for energy." "Nat, Wanda said that she and Vision made a bunch of smoothies earlier as part of Vision's cooking practice. There's lots left over and she encourages that you try them." Peter once more just stared at his phone, his brain unable to rationalize her suggestion. When Peter must have taken too long to respond, Nat texted once more. "Nat, they're light but have plenty of nutrients. Healthy, but they taste good. You can have an actual dinner once you come back." Soon enough, Wanda also texted him, Wanda, drink the damn smoothies, Peter. I am offering, remember. It's okay to accept what Ray offered. Right, he was being stupid. Just eat, Peter. No need to be like this. You've been eating normally for the past few days, just be normal. But if he had been eating normally for the past few days, did he really need to eat right now? He should have enough energy, he'd had plenty of food. He had breakfast this morning, what did he need a snack for? Nat, Peter. You sorry, I'll have some smoothies. He sent the same message to Wanda, along with a thank you. They both texted that he didn't have to apologize, he didn't respond. He opened the fridge to find 7 glasses of smoothies, all different colors, ranging from a bright yellow to a pale pink to a dark green. It seemed that Vision got plenty of practice in. Minutes later, he was halfway through what tasted like a blueberry-strawberry-banana combination, and the green one that smelled distinctly of kale and raspberries was set out, waiting to be consumed. At this point, he was glad to have obeyed Wanda and Nat, seeing as he was a whole lot hungrier than he had thought. Look at him, eating when he was supposed to. He knew the therapy things. That knowledge just took a little persuasion in order to be put to use. As soon as he'd finished the smoothies, he quickly cleaned and dried the glasses so he could put them away. He then returned to his room to strip his jeans and shoes, but he decided to leave his sweatshirt on over his suit. It was cold, and he wasn't in the mood for unnecessary shivering. With a flick of the wrist, his gloves unfolded from his sleeves, smoothing out underneath his web shooters. It mimicked the technology that controlled the eyes on his mask, a feature he'd added when he'd built the suit that morning. He slipped on the mask and shook his head out to make sure it was stable and molded with the rest of the suit. "Does my window open?" he signed to the emptiness of the room, sliding the curtains to the side to reveal his floor-to-ceiling window. He placed a hand on the glass, feeling the chill of the material through his suit. Then his hand started to move upwards with the glass as the window slid into the ceiling. "That would be a yes," Friday smoothly replied, pulling a chuckle out of Peter. He signed his thanks toward the AI and promptly jumped out of the window. Air whipped past him as he let himself freefall for what could have been hours, but was more likely a mere 2 seconds. He closed his eyes, appreciating the so-cold it almost hurt wind lashing across his body. A deep inhale, a steady exhale. His eyes shot open. The sounds of the city filled his ears and he welcomed them. This was his true skill, his purpose. Who was he if he couldn't put his powers to use, if he couldn't respond to the cries of help that set his senses on fire? During a series of flips, he got even closer to the ground. So close, in fact, that if Peter were in a movie, this would be the point where the falling person would recognize their inevitable end. Their life would flash before their eyes, and they would acknowledge that it was a fine life, and they would make their peace with death, accepting their fate. Peter never got that acceptance, though. He knew that no matter how high the fall was or how hard the ground was, there would be no relieving necrosis for him. The curtains wouldn't close for a long while, and just as a free-falling person becomes resigned to their expiration, Peter had become resigned to his longevity. He activated his web shooters, latched onto a building, and waited for the web to drag him away from the ground. As his body was pulled elsewhere, Peter reached his other arm down. His fingers brushed against the pavement for a brief second. He fired another web towards another building in another direction, nearing another block of cement, dodging another chance of death. Another web, another swing, another rush of adrenaline, another cry for help. Let's do this, Karen. Chapter 37. Therapy is the question, the answers vary. Peter had the bomb, he could defuse the bomb, he knew what to do. All Harley had to do was just sit there and keep Brian Fitzfuckface trapped while Peter did his thing. A simple job, really. Still, Harley's heart felt like it was beating out of his chest. His team was here, Sarah was here, innocent employees were here, and they could all die if Peter couldn't defuse this damn bomb. But no, Peter could defuse the bomb. He had said he could, and that meant he would. Harley trusted his genius, senseless, idiotic badass of a boyfriend. Peter would get them out of this, and as always, he'd save countless lives just because he could. That was the last thing Harley thought before Peter shouted a curse, quickly followed by an explosion. Harley's mind whited out with sensory input and pain before the whiteness turned dark. Harley's eyes shot open, his body stiff with alarm and confusion. A single word, a name, fell from his lips without any coherent thought. "It's okay, Harley, Peter's okay." Tony was directly in his field of vision, kneeling down in front of him. Hey, Harley, can I touch you?" Harley swallowed and forced himself to nod. Tony's hands fell to rest on his knees, soothing circles into Harley's jeans. Harley looked down to meet the man's eyes and found no strife held there, only softness swimming in pools of dark brown. "Peter's on patrol," Tony explained, and Harley felt his muscles relax at that single clarification. "Everyone's okay?" he asked, though it sounded more like a plea, begging for everyone to be okay, safe, unscathed. "Everyone's fine, honey," Pepper interjected, adding her gentle reassurance to the conversation. Harley caught her eyes next as she moved from her spot beside Bruce to instead settle down in front of Harley as well. Looking around the room, he realized that his family members were still in their original positions, splayed out across the room, ignoring the ongoing reality show. All eyes were instead on Harley, warmth radiating from their expressions. "Okay," Harley breathed. "Okay, yeah." "Are you okay?" Bruce softly asked. Harley lifted his hands up to rub at his closed eyes until he saw colors flashing behind his eyelids. One deep breath later, he hummed, "Yeah, just, nightmare." Harley could feel Tony's eyes on him as the man considered Harley's state. "Do you want to talk about it? We can schedule a session with your therapist if you'd like." "It was just 'bout today," Harley shrugged. "If you think I should see David, I have nothing against it." "It's your choice," Pepper reminded. "If you don't want to yet, then that's perfectly fine. But you experienced a traumatic event in a setting that you thought to be safe, and therapy should help you process that." Harley nodded in easy agreement. Therapy was just another concept that he'd adjusted to since he moved to New York. In Rose Hill, mental illness was thought to be faked. If a rumor spread about someone needing therapy, eyes were rolled and slurs were spat. Harley knew that the misconceptions were harsh. Contact with Tony throughout his teenage years led to a tolerant mindset, but there wasn't much he could do to prevent the words of others from ingraining themselves into his mind. He'd internalized the belief that if he went to therapy for anything, he was weak. The morally conscious part of him didn't blame anyone for going to therapy if they needed it, and no hateful words ever broached his mind. Harley had just convinced himself that therapy would be of no use to him. When he moved in with the Avengers, therein began the process of his understanding. Everyone on the team had frequent therapy sessions, and there was no shaming to be found. In school, the subject of mental illness was broached with care and sensitivity, and if someone happened to have anxiety, no one thought differently of them. By the time he'd grown fully attached to the Avengers, he'd seen them all get hurt a dozen times over. That, along with some retrospection about his iffy Tennessean upbringing, led him to accept that therapy could encourage a solid mental health. Intermittent sessions with one Stark-employed Dr. David Marshall began, and with his guidance came relief. Harley was confident that the man could support him through this, too. "I'll go," he agreed. "Could you see if he's free tomorrow?" "I'll check his calendar and give him a call," Tony said, before pushing himself up from the floor like the old man he was. "In fact, I'll do that now." "Thanks," Harley called after the man as he left the room. He then followed Pepper's lead and settled back into the couch, leaning against the now upright Natasha. She wrapped her arm around him, gave him a firm kiss atop his head, and began humming a soothing tune that was barely heard over the sounds of the Bachelorette. The team continued to watch until Sam proclaimed his hunger. By then, Tony had rejoined them and heartily agreed. Steve offered his help to Sam in making the meal, and the crowd proceeded to shuffle to the kitchen in order to congregate around the chefs. Harley couldn't help but think of Peter, who, by Wanda's account, had been out on patrol for 2 hours now. The teen, like Harley, had dealt with a bomb threat and ended up skipping lunch. However, unlike Harley, Peter had pulled an all-nighter the night before and was currently out in the cold of New York's winter. Harley was undoubtedly concerned, but Peter had been doing the vigilante gig for years. He knew his limits. After he'd eaten and enjoyed the company of his family until he was exhausted, Harley excused himself to his room to get some more sleep. Stellina followed him up to his room, seemingly able to understand that she would get some sleep as well if she went with him. Despite Peter likely being even more drained than Harley, though Harley figured that he'd be waiting a while for the hero to get home. When he couldn't shake his worry for his boyfriend, he asked Friday to alert him when Peter returned home so that Harley could check in with him. Satisfied with the knowledge that he'd wake up upon Peter's arrival, Harley let himself collapse on his bed, carefully dodging Stellina's already sleeping form, and was out like a light. Peter had quickly realized that the night was going to be a quiet one. The only issues he'd dealt with in hours were the ones that had arisen early on, some drunkards getting a bit too violent with each other, a car theft, and a crying girl who had lost her cell phone. Still, he stayed out through the night to ensure that he was available should anyone be in harm's way. Eventually, he'd wound up in Hell's Kitchen, waiting for Daredevil to make his appearance. When Matt inevitably sidled up to Peter atop a building, they'd spent the time catching up while their ears scoured for danger. Peter had grown used to the idea of talking to someone once more. his mind having calmed from the hours of solitude, so conversing with Matt was possible. Peter had apologized for not visiting on Sunday, even though he'd already left a note on Matt's coat hanger on Monday. Matt had simply said that he was happy to not see Peter on Sunday, because if he saw that Peter wasn't resting properly, he'd have to riot. Peter told Matt about Stellina, summed up the actual field trip part of his field trip, and peppered in details about the bomb. Of course the man would bring a bomb on your field trip, Matt had huffed. It's not like you could ever have a normal teenage experience. After a while longer of mindless chatter, Peter felt himself finally tire out, and Matt noticed as well. With a meaningful head tilt, Matt ordered Peter to return to the tower to get some sleep. Seeing as he'd been out there for hours upon hours and had only resolved 3 incidents, Peter conceded easily. Peter landed on the window looking into the kitchen on his floor, which opened inwards once Friday recognized his presence. It was the window he'd designated as his entry point into the tower after his first patrol, but maybe now he could also enter through his own room. Peter had expected the tower to be completely silent, since with a glance at the kitchen's clock, it was 3:30 in the morning. However, as soon as his foot touched the hardwood floor, he could hear Friday's voice say, "Harley, Peter has returned home." After her alert, she began playing a peppy tune that Peter could probably set as the tone for his phone's alarm. Peter listened as Harley steadily woke up and padded out of his bed, then out of his room, then into the kitchen. Peter stepped forward to greet a sleepy Harley, whose hair was ruffled with sleep and mouth was opened in a yawn. Peter faltered, "Hi, Harles." Harley gave a smile and gestured Peter over to him, arms open and ready to provide a hug. Peter approached his partner without hesitation, taking his mask off and placing it on the counter as he went, and slumped forward into Harley's arms. The two folded around each other effortlessly, like that was how they were meant to be. "Hey, darlin'," Harley leaned his head against Peter's, his body and mind still working to wake up. "How was patrol?" "It was fine, just a bit empty." Peter soothed his hand across Harley's back and pulled away from the hug just barely. "What are you doing up?" Harley hummed, letting his looped arms fall to Peter's waist. "Just wanted to know when you got home." Peter realized what Harley meant immediately. After all, it was the same concern he'd had for his aunt and uncle soon after his parents' deaths, and it was the same concern they had had for Peter once he told her about Spider-Man. It came with caring for someone, he supposed, though he'd grown unused to the attention. "You don't need to worry about me," Peter gently asserted, despite knowing from experience that his words wouldn't be able to convince Harley. He could only continue to survive and prove to Harley that Peter wasn't about to disappear. "Can't help it," the other shrugged, smiling sheepishly. He then ticked his head towards the refrigerator. "Heard that there was some food for you in the fridge." "Where'd you hear that?" Peter mumbled as he carefully unwound his body from Harley's and walked over to open the fridge. He quickly found the plate of what smelled like chicken wraps that hadn't been there before he left for patrol. There was a note on top of the plate, and he pulled it out of the fridge. "Wanda said that she'd make you some dinner." Harley crossed his arms, not in a huffy way, but more like he was bundling up, and let his weight rest against the counter. Peter accidentally let himself stare for a second too long at his extremely attractive boyfriend, and Harley gave him a knowing little curve of his lips. "Since, you didn't eat with us." Peter nodded and focused his attention on the note, which was written in Ukrainian. It translated to, "Please don't ignore this. It was no trouble to make, and I'm sure you're hungry. Enjoy." Peter sighed and placed the note on the table, setting down the food right next to it. Wanda was right, as usual. He was indeed hungry, and she knew that by telling him that it wasn't a hardship to make him food, she could ease his guilt. She might have known him too well. Peter yielded to the note's decree and bit a chunk out of the wrap. Loaded with grilled chicken, lettuce, mozzarella, and a mustardy sauce, it was just as sapid as everything else Wanda had made. "Did she write this in Ukrainian?" Harley wondered aloud, reaching out and grabbing the note to study it. "She totally did, you understand this." Peter hummed his confirmation and swallowed his bite before explaining, "She's been teaching me since, my second day here. I'm not exactly fluent yet, but I know enough to hold a fairly in-depth conversation with her." "That's quick and insanely impressive." Peter shrugged, immediately dismissing the praise. "I like languages, I guess." Harley sat down at the table across from Peter, crossed his arms on the surface, and set his chin on top of them. "How many do you know?" Peter mentally counted as he chewed through his wrap. 7, if you include Ukrainian." "I'll certainly include it, holy shit. Can you say something in any of them? I just want to hear what it sounds like." L'italiano è grave la mia lingua madre. Mi ricorda mia mamma e mia zia, Peter smoothly replied, grinning when Harley's eyebrows shot up. Sai sei davvero carino tesoro, carino da morire. That sounds really pretty, what you say. Just that Italian is my mother tongue along with English. Speaking it reminds me of my mama and my aunt. He regarded Harley with a glint of mirth in his eyes, and that you're cute as hell. Oh, Harley chuckled a little, a bit nervous as a light rose painted his cheeks. That's gay. Peter shrugged, a smile toying at his lips. Maybe so. You, Italian reminds you of your mom and aunt, you said. Harley stammered, trying to pull the conversation back on course. My mama would teach me Italian while my dad taught me English, Peter elaborated. After they died, my aunt and uncle continued the process, with Aunt May teaching me Italian and Uncle Ben teaching me English. It was a bilingual household since my mama and May both had Italian immigrant parents. They thought it was important that I understood my heritage, speaking Italian. It's like reliving times when they were all still alive. Sensing the weight he just created in the conversation, he grinned. But it's also just a language. Most of the time I just use it to talk to myself. It used to surprise a bunch of people at school. A little smile crossed Harley's face. I'm sure, but that's still really cool. I'm not really good at learning languages. Wanda tried to teach me, but it just wouldn't take. So I've heard. She talkin' trash 'bout me, Harley laughed. No, Peter exaggerated the length of the word, making it sound like she definitely was talking trash about him. When Harley rolled his eyes, Peter continued, kidding. It was just something she might have mentioned. Yeah, well, at least I tried. I'll give you credit for that. Soon enough, Peter finished his dinner, and he was relieved to have eaten it without any trouble. He supposed that Harley had offered a distraction from Peter's own thoughts, which the other couldn't have realized. He was simply there to be in Peter's presence, assumedly comforted by companionship after the day they'd had. But that didn't mean that Harley wasn't affected by his early wake-up time, and his blinks were gradually getting longer, his eyelids getting heavier. We should probably go to bed, Peter suggested, grabbing his plate and taking it over to the sink. Harley hummed, pushing back his chair and standing up to stretch his arms out and above his head. Sounds rather appealin'. He patiently waited as Peter went through the process of washing his plate, loading it with soap and dousing it with water, drying it gently and putting it in its cabinet when he was done. He snatched Wanda's note and his mask, and they walked to the rooms together, their hands linking automatically. Stellina emerged from Harley's room and trotted over to Peter happily. They wished each other a good night before dividing and entering their own spaces, Stellina following Peter without delay. Peter stripped down his suit and undergarments quickly, replacing them with a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. He laid Wanda's note on the pile of similar ones that he'd been receiving at the tower. He brushed his teeth and stared into the mirror for a second. He analyzed his reflection. He scrunched his nose. He left the bathroom. Standing in the middle of his room, he thought, I would like to be with Harley now, please. Harley knocked on his door as soon as Peter finished his thought. Peter, without hesitation, walked over to open the door, revealing a sheepish-looking Harley, brushing his knuckles together nervously. He pointed his thumb over his shoulder towards his room. Do you wanna? Yeah, Peter interrupted, which he quickly felt guilty about, but Harley's relieved expression melted that feeling away. Despite how much Peter just wanted to go into Harley's room and soak up his partner's comforting presence, he couldn't let himself enter without first asking, Can I please come in? Of course, darlin'. Stellina settled on Harley's floor, and the couple soon found themselves in a position on the bed that was starting to feel a little familiar. Harley laid on his back, while Peter chose to rest on his side, cuddled into Harley's torso with his head on the other's chest. He could feel Harley breathing, and the sound of his heart was amplified tenfold. Harley ran a hand up and down Peter's arm, a soothing gesture that faded as Harley fell asleep. Peter was quick to follow, the day's affairs finally catching up to him, a wave of unmitigated exhaustion washing over him. If he had a nightmare that night, he certainly couldn't remember it in the morning. He awoke before Harley, which didn't surprise him. Their arrangement had shifted through the night, with one of Harley's arms draped over Peter, the other shoved beneath his own body. Peter's legs were trapped by one of Harley's. They were both on their sides at this point, facing each other. Peter took the time to study Harley's facial features without having to worry about accidentally catching the other's eyes. Harley had nice eyelashes, good brows too. He was once more supremely aware of all the points of contact the two had. He wasn't bothered by it, of course. The intimacy was just another thing he was steadily getting used to. Peter didn't know how long he laid there in silence, his mind going on tangents that weren't all bad for once. He thought first of Harley and how great he was, which was really great. Peter hadn't realized that he could attain someone who offered their support so readily. Of course, MJ had been infinitely supportive. It just took them a bit longer to form that connection. He then thought about Wanda and how great she was. She had been his immediate confidant and ally within the tower, allowing him into her circle without hesitation. She made him feel comfortable with a group of people he would never have imagined that he'd be comfortable with. Speaking of that group of people, Peter proceeded to think about how great they were, which, well, they kidnapped him. That fact hadn't promised his eventual approval of them. However, not to remove them of all blame, the Avengers had definitely improved in morality since they abandoned S.H.I.E.L.'s harsh instructions. They had originally kept him trapped in the tower, but they soon reversed that ruling and welcomed him to their home. They defended him to Nick Fury, allowed him to be independent, and were merciful in the face of Peter's never-ending panic. Tony gifted him sensory aids, Pepper gave him a dog. Peter could safely say he liked the tower's inhabitants. Peter no longer felt at risk for being kicked out on the spot, arbitrarily or not. He was a legitimate Avenger, and he figured that at least a few members of the team actually enjoyed his presence. It also certainly helped that Peter no longer had to worry about running from the team of professional superheroes, but the fact that those previously predatory heroes were now housing him was slightly paradoxical. But all that was to say that here, in the tower, surrounded by people who were working to help him, and here, in Harley's bed, surrounded by his boyfriend's companionship, Peter was content. He was still studying Harley's face when the other's eyes lazily blinked open, and his mouth developed into a soft smile upon seeing Peter's face. He hummed and closed his eyes again, snuggling even closer to Peter. Peter welcomed him with ease, his body stretching out slightly to accommodate Harley's bulky form. "Morning," Peter offered simply, grinning widely as Harley let out an answering groan into Peter's chest, his way of protesting the state of wakefulness. "You don't gotta get up, don't worry." Yesterday, he'd heard someone tell Harley that he could take the day off school. Harley had readily agreed. "Sure hope not," Harley mumbled. "I'm cold." Peter responded by pulling the covers up further so as to envelope them fully. He also raised his torso slightly, making eye contact with Stellina, who had been half awake and laying on the ground for a while now. "Stellina," he quietly called, his voice pitched higher to call her attention. She opened her eyes and upon seeing Peter stood up. She neared the bed, her tail wagging. Peter patted an empty space on the bed, welcoming her to take the spot. "Come on up here, Stellina. Plenty of room, babe." She seemed to clue into his instructions and launched herself up to join the cuddle pile. She carefully padded over to their legs, nestling in on top of the covers by Harley's legs. "Heard that dogs are basically heat radiators," Peter explained. "Still cold." Harley hummed as he folded in closer to Peter, his head nearly covered by the blanket. No." Peter chuckled quietly, and they stayed in bed until Harley woke up enough to become slightly restless. Eventually, they had to resign to the fact that they were both fully conscious and separated to take their showers. They reconvened in a matter of 10 minutes, hair tousled and damp. Peter reported that he heard 2 people out and about on the common floor, and the 2 silently agreed to join them, Stellina in tow. She received a bowl of food upon their arrival, already prepared by Bruce. "Did you 2 sleep well?" the man asked, gently petting Stellina as she practically inhaled her breakfast. "Yepperuni," Harley chirped as he grabbed a gallon of orange juice from the fridge and poured himself a glass. Upon taking a sip, he grimaced. "Gah, forgot I just brushed my teeth." "He neglected to mention his 3 a.m. wake-up call when I got back," Peter pointed out under his breath. Nat, drinking her tea, let out a small snort. Harley shrugged and drank more of his juice. He grimaced again, still slept well. "Well, that's good," Natasha commented. She set down her newspaper. Did people still read those? And pointed her pinky finger at Harley. "Tony said that David is ready to meet you whenever you want. Just text him and head down to his room." Harley nodded, but Peter tilted his head in question. "David?" "My therapist," Harley explained. "I asked Tony to schedule a session with him today. To Nat, he said, I'll eat a bit of breakfast, then I'll head down there." The conversation easily moved on, with Peter and Harley partaking in an all-American breakfast, cereal and orange juice, and Nat reading some of the newspaper stories aloud. Apparently, the TSA security at LaGuardia Airport discovered a sword in a traveler's carry-on bag. The man's identity and origin weren't disclosed, but Peter would hardly be surprised if the man was a New Yorker. Some wild shit went down among the city's population. Soon enough, Harley excused himself to head for his therapist's office, which was evidently only a few floors down. He left with a small wave to Natasha and Bruce, a drifting hand on Peter's shoulder and a swipe across Stellina's fur. Nat followed the teen with her eyes as he exited, and after a thoughtful sip of her tea, turned her steady eyes towards Peter. You know, you'd benefit from some therapy too. Peter blinked and set down his glass of juice. What makes you say that? Nat just raised a brow and Peter gave up his disguise of innocence. I've been fine without it. Surviving, she corrected, not fine. I know you have nightmares and I've bore witness to at least 3 of your panic attacks in the past 2 weeks. Who knows how many more you've had that I haven't seen. You have outright symptoms of PTSD and depression, and I've been led to believe that you may have an unhealthy relationship with food. It's also evident that your extensive vigilante work has affected your viewpoint on yourself and the world. Plus, I'm sure that anyone that has any connection to Hydra needs some sort of counseling. She shrugged, took another sip of her tea. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Peter cleared his throat. Bruce, anything that you'd like to add? The man looked up from his phone, eyes wide. I'm not getting tangled in this. Mumbling, he continued, I don't think she's wrong. Maybe just a bit blunt, Peter commented, eyeing Nat. He was deciding whether or not she was overstepping her bounds. For now, he'd entertain her. I've never been diagnosed PTSD or depression, but you're probably right. He tried to ignore the embarrassment bubbling up inside of him at being called out on his mental issues. Everyone else in his life had simply left the matter alone upon realizing that he wasn't quite comfortable with talking about it, which again brought forth the dilemma of how much he should let the woman go on about this. She'd known him for less than a month, which didn't exactly translate to an extremely close friendship. Then again, he still trusted Natasha. He figured that she had his best interests in mind. And why haven't you been diagnosed? She asked. Never took the time. Shame, probably, or maybe just a lack of time and resources. Now you have time. Besides, you don't need to be diagnosed with anything to go to therapy. It can help anyone, regardless of their official mental state. She finally set down her mug, the tea finally gone. She hopped onto the counter she'd been leading on. Have you ever considered therapy? Yeah, he responded honestly, just was never fully convinced. And why's that? Are we sure that this isn't a therapy session in of itself? He pointed out, looking around at the near-empty room. It's not, Bruce interjected. This is just how she is. Peter hummed and resigned himself to being a bit more truthful with Nat. Didn't seem worth the money. I've never had an excess per se that I can spend on some cure for my rusty all brain. Well, now there's plenty of money, Nat smoothly replied, pointing out the obvious. Anything else? Peter raised his arm and waved it slightly, showcasing his web shooters. Secret identity. Heaps of my trauma relate to the mask. The team's therapists are all personally employed by Tony. Extensive background checks, plenty of contracts, and routine surveillance. No secrets are at risk with our psychologists. She raised a brow. What else? A shudder ran through Peter, and he decided that this was probably the limit to the conversation. He quickly drank the rest of his juice, took his glass and bowl and spoon over to the sink and washed them all thoroughly and methodically. He felt several glances from Nat and Bruce land on his turned back. He dried the dishes, put them away. Natasha was still waiting for a response, an explanation, an excuse. I'm going to take Stelina for a walk, he offered instead. He watched as a brief flash of regret flashed across Nat's face. He held no resentment towards her for her statements, though. Everything she had said was true, and he'd allowed the conversation to go until the point where he became uncomfortable. No boundaries had been crossed. Peter just needed some time to think. Okay, Nat softly replied, as though she were on thin ice with Peter. She wasn't. He didn't feel the need to clear up the misconception at the moment, though. Have fun. Bruce gave him a hesitant wave as Peter walked away, and he responded with a solid nod that he hoped conveyed that he wasn't upset. He clicked his tongue to get Stelina's attention, and together they went back to his floor to acquire her collar and leash. They then left the tower through the back exit, reserved for residents. Peter walked a safe route along the streets surrounding the tower, something he did with Stelina 3 times a day. Originally, it was just a way for her to get her exercise in. Now, the walking allowed Peter to ruminate about Natasha's suggestion. Of course, she hadn't been the first to mention therapy. May had after Ben died. She'd reiterated her suggestion after Peter finally told her about Skip. Both times he'd brushed it off and she let him, acknowledging that it was all his choice anyway. Ned and MJ had both recommended it too. Simple remarks here and there, a meaningful gaze after he said something that towed the line of mentally ill. Matt had hinted at professional help as well, but he soon realized that Peter was not afraid to hit back with a, "It'd be a good idea for you too, Murdock." They often joked about it instead of acknowledging the idea seriously. Now, though, Peter wondered what it'd actually be like if he had a change of heart and tested out a therapist. Nat had certainly offered good points, but before he could further consider the suggestion, he had to work through the last reason that he'd neglected to tell Nat. Peter was shit at opening up. Oh, he'd done it before, sure. Even recently, he'd consensually trauma-dumped on Harley about his past with MJ, but a stranger, that was nearly laughable. Peter understood where his reluctance to share his problems came from. As an orphan thrust into the hands of his loving aunt and uncle, he feared burdening his newfound caretakers. As a classmate, he worried that by chatting about his strifes, he'd be insensitive to those of others. As a hero, he pushed aside his own issues in favor of the problems of civilians. A ruthless cycle, to be sure, but it was all he'd ever known. He only told May about Skip after the trauma risked breaking him. He'd only established communication with MJ and Harley because he didn't want to be the cause of any of their issues. But maybe it was time for Peter to follow the lead of those around him and get some damn help. He was only 17. His problems weren't going away, they would only snowball from here. He wasn't convinced, no, but he was mature enough to accept that therapy wasn't going to kill him. With his free hand, he pulled out his phone. He opened up his messages with Nat and typed the same response he'd told May, Ned, and MJ when they'd brought the same suggestion forth. You maybe. This time, it wasn't a complete lie. Chapter 38, Eavesdropping and Convoluted Metaphors. He said maybe, Natasha reported, looking up from her phone. Great, Tony exclaimed, but his grin soon evaporated. But was that an I might actually do that kind of maybe, or was that an I'm just saying this to please you but I'm not even considering it kind of maybe? If Peter wasn't actually considering therapy, Bruce said thoughtfully, then would he really let Nat go on for as long as she did? He is pretty polite, Clint reminded. He might have just not wanted to cut her off or anything. Bullshit, Bucky retorted. He may be polite, but Peter takes no shit. Even way back when Nat and I took him to get his stuff, he had no issue sassing it with us. While Steve confoundedly repeated, sassing it, under his breath, Wanda nodded in agreement. Peter's gone through too much to let people walk all over him, she said. If he didn't want to hear Nat go on about therapy, he wouldn't let her. The group murmured their concurrence, all having been subject to Peter's snark. They were also well aware of aspects of Peter's not-so-sunny history, seeing as they were the ones to inflict a year's worth of turmoil. Their influence on his life was partly why they had gathered to discuss Peter's options. They all fully understood that ultimately they had no right to plan out Peter's future or to force him into therapy, or to even believe for one second that Peter had any reason to listen to their opinions, but they also cared about Peter. They had all seen him in the throes of trauma. They saw themselves in the teenaged hero. Peter regarded his trauma in an unhealthy way, to say the least, and therapy was certainly helping them, so why not try to help Peter in the same way? Okay, so let's say he's seriously considering it. Sam turned to Tony, pointing at the man. Do you have therapists lined up for background checks? Several already done, Tony easily returned. They're all aware of the surveillance they'll undergo, and they're all chill with only taking on one client. NDAs have been signed. All we need is Peter's consent. I think we just need to be patient for that, Wanda interjected. Nat planted the seed, so to speak, so we'll just have to wait and see how he feels about it. Yep, Clint nodded enthusiastically. If we keep talking about it, it might seem like we're trying to pressure him into this. That's the last thing we want, Natasha agreed. It's Peter's decision, and Peter's decision alone. She then lifted her phone to glance at the text she'd just received, and she almost jolted in surprise upon reading it, as though she were a child getting caught pulling way too many cookies out of a jar. What is it? Steve questioned, noticing her reaction. She cleared her throat and began reading the message aloud. Do you guys know that thing that happens when you're at a really loud party, or several conversations are going on at once, but then you hear your name and you can immediately notice that someone's talking about you, even though you weren't trying to listen in on the conversation at all? She paused, assumedly waiting to receive the next text. Yeah, it's called the cocktail party effect. Another pause. Turns out it can happen when you're just on a walk with your dog around the block, and the Avengers start gossiping about you. Bucky chuckled at Peter's succession of texts, and Sam simply said, Ah. How the hell? Language, Tony blurted, interrupting Steve. Sorry, Peter, Wanda offered, looking up slightly, as though that action would direct her words to the teen. We weren't talking shit. Nat received another text, and her lips quirked up into a smile upon relaying it. It's all right, Wanda, he said, I know. Did he say anything else? Bruce asked, not so subtly scooting closer to Nat in an attempt to read the messages. She rolled her eyes and held up a single finger to tell him to wait. He just said to let him think about it some more, she told them, and to maybe include him in future discussions of therapy. I knew this wasn't the best idea, Sam mumbled. Not the worst you guys have done, considering. Bucky elbowed Sam mildly, a small smirk appearing on his face. Yeah, Sam huffed. Guess that it's better to collude about his well-being than it is to plan his demise. Nat's voice came again, reading from her phone. That's for sure. Satisfied with his interjection, Peter pocketed his phone and entered the tower's elevator. The team wasn't wrong when they said that Peter wasn't willing to be walked upon. And well, maybe they weren't exactly walking on him by discussing their ideas about him in therapy, but they could have at least waited until he was back to talk about it a bit more. Truth be told, it wasn't like they'd said anything bad. In fact, knowing that Tony had already arranged for multiple therapists to take Peter as a client was awfully touching. Still, there was a certain point to be made by his intrusion. Secret discussions couldn't be that secret when the person of interest had super hearing. Stellina nudged her head beneath his hand and he chuckled, conceding to petting her. I know, hun, they're a bit odd, aren't they? She began panting as if to say, yes, they are, Peter. They should have waited to have their little talk until you had decided what to do about therapy. Then you could have been involved in the discussion beyond the sense of accidentally overhearing your name and tuning into the conversation while you weren't even in the building. In fact, maybe you should prolong your decision just to spite them. Yeah, that must have been what she was saying. That's a great idea, Stella. Peter vanished into his room, not quite ready to interact with anyone. He'd been slowly personalizing his room over the past several days, with laundry beginning to accumulate and his blanket never laying decidedly neat. But it still couldn't cater to his hobbies. He owned no tools, no books, no pencils to draw with, no paper to draw on. The majority of his belongings had been left behind when he moved into his foster home, and he had to abandon even more when he fled from Richard. His chemistry books were in dumpsters, his art supplies had been destroyed, and his Lego sets were but a distant memory. He wanted his belongings back. He didn't want to buy more, he didn't want to receive gifts, he just wanted his stuff. Unfortunately, reviving his old possessions wasn't necessarily possible, so foregoing any of his old pastimes, he pulled off his hoodie and shed his pants. A little bit of morning patrol never hurt anyone, he decided as he slipped his mask on. Just as he was about to ask Friday to open the window, he caught his name in conversation once more, several floors down. He didn't usually eavesdrop this often, he swore, but really, who wouldn't listen in on conversations about themselves, given the chance? Where's Pete? Harley's voice came, accompanied by the sound of elevator doors closing. Peter glanced at his phone. Harley's therapy session must have only been 45 minutes. He was on a walk with Stellina, last I know of, Wanda answered, her voice much louder now that Peter was also in the tower. He's probably back by now, Bucky tacked on. His morning walks with Stellina are rarely longer than 30 minutes. Sam scoffed, mumbling something about spies and how they pay attention to the weirdest things. Then louder he told Harley, shoot him a text. Smart thinkin', Harley agreed, and his ensuing heavy footfalls indicated he was leaving the group. Therapy went well, by the way, see y'all in a bit. The team said their goodbyes to Harley, and the teen was apt to follow Sam's advice. Peter's phone buzzed with a message from his partner, followed by another in quick succession. Harl's 3 wrapped things up with the local shrink. Harl's 3, could we have a quick chit-chat? The subsequent pang of anxiety in his gut was akin to a fisherman latching onto his stomach with an oversized fishhook, and Peter soon found himself being hastily reeled in by the cruel harbinger of fresh seafood and dread. Regardless of the ominous "can we talk" text, Peter took a deep breath, as though that action alone would remove the jagged metal obstruction from his intestines, where it was mucking things up and making his hands shake with sudden nervousness. He ignored their shakiness and pulled his mask off, resigned to a surely devastating conversation with Harley. He typed out an easy agreement and sent it. By then, the elevator had arrived and spat out Harley on their floor. Peter pulled his sweatpants and hoodie back on and meandered out of his room to join Harley in the kitchen. As he walked, his mind was but a flurry of assumptions, reasonings, and conclusions. They all formed the general consensus of Harley being near furious with Peter, possibly to the point of coming to his senses and demanding a breakup. Stellina silently nudged her head beneath Peter's hand once more, pulling him out of his thoughts. The wag of her tail was surely meant to tell him to be a bit more rational, and to remind him that Harley was a wonderful person who seemed to actually enjoy Peter and their relationship. Or perhaps it was simply an indication that she was happy to be petted. Who could say? By the time Peter turned the corner into the kitchen, he had schooled his expression into one of carefree pleasantness, and the shake of his hands had all but vanished. He was still working on dislodging that fishhook, though. "Hey," he offered, somewhat soothed by Harley's toothy grin. "How was the session?" "All went well," Harley said, welcoming Stelina's excited affection as she bounded up to him. The doc recommended a few cop-in strategies, but was mainly just someone who could listen. "That's great," Harles, as pleased he was to not be immediately faced with a Harley itching for confrontation. Peter desperately wanted to pry the hook from its resolute clutch. "What did you, want to talk about?" "Oh," Harley exclaimed, as though just now remembering that he'd sent the text to Peter. "I was just thinkin' that it was high time we go on a legitimate date, hem." Just like that, Peter was freed. To keep with his fishing metaphor, Peter felt it best to describe his relief as whatever a fish must feel like after it successfully wriggled its way out of an inexperienced fisher's hands, flipping its way back into the sea scot-free. Peter would have liked to take a picture of Harley's face, eagerly beaming at the prospect of a date, and present it to the absolute cold corndog of a fisherman who thought he could ruin Peter's day. Maybe his anxiety made his metaphors slightly convoluted. It was fine. "I'm certainly all for it," Peter quickly replied, triumphantly keeping the relief out of his voice. "Any ideas?" Harley's smile turned a bit sheepish. "I was hoppin' you'd have some. After all, you've spent more time out in the city than I have. Maybe you could take me to one of your favorite spots." "Well, Peter hastened to dismiss, hesitant to offer an idea that Harley wouldn't like. "Come on, I've only been to a few tourist-y places with Steve and Bucky, some random stores with my friends, and a weird hole-in-the-wall donut shop with Nat. I'm fairly sure that it was a drug front. I'm open to anything. I'm but a humble small-town kid who's never laid eyes on a skyscraper and lives solely on wheat and milk straight from the cow's udder." Peter laughed, and in contrast, he nodded seriously. "And I'm a city boy with big dreams and empty pockets, and I had to look up a picture of a tractor the first time I saw the word in a book." "You see my point, darlin'," Harley leveled Peter with a gaze that was seeping with genuinity, and Peter didn't even think it was on purpose. "Whatever you suggest, I'll be perfectly happy with, so long as you're with me." "Sap," Peter immediately shot back, clearing his throat as Harley rolled his eyes. "Kidding, but so, if I were to suggest a little lunch at this deli place in Queens, you wouldn't object." "Sounds lovely," Harley assured, his lips curling upwards as he stressed the lovely. He reached for Peter, settling a hand on his waist. Peter tensed at the new point of contact, but no sooner than he tensed did he relax, basking in the affection. "Would you like to go now? It's lunchtime." Peter jokingly checked his wrist, where no watch could be found, just his web shooters. Then he remembered that there was a clock in the kitchen, and he looked over to see that it was just before 12. He then pulled out his phone to check the time, and noted that the kitchen clock was ahead by 3 minutes. When he looked back up, Harley was raising an eyebrow at him. "Should we find you a grandfather clock, or do you deem it a suitable time for lunch?" he asked. Peter rolled his eyes but nodded regardless. "We'll have to take the subway if you don't mind." "Good with me." Harley removed his hand from Peter's waist, and Peter substituted the contact by taking hold of the other's hand and intertwining their fingers. Stelina followed them into the elevator, and Peter asked Friday to stop on the common floor before heading to the ground level. Peter explained to a confused-looking Harley that he wanted to drop off Stelina in the care of the team, seeing as she'd already had her morning walk and was probably ready for sleep. Peter poked out of the elevator to goad Stelina to exit, and called out to Bucky, Sam, and Steve, who he could hear chatting away in the common room. "Could you guys keep an eye on Stelina?" he asked, his voice slightly softer than a shout. "Harley and I are heading out." "On a date?" Bucky replied, and even though Peter couldn't see him, he could hear the smile in the man's voice. His teasing overshadowed Steve's softer response, assuring Peter that they'd watch Stelina. "No, we're off to set fire to the Statue of Liberty. Yes, on a date." "Same thing." Bucky then let out a grunt of surprise, accompanied by Sam's chiding. Peter assumed that Sam had elbowed Bucky as a way to remind him that committing arson and going on a date were actually not the same thing. "And we're off," Harley declared as the elevator doors closed once more. They left the tower and walked briskly through the cold, occasionally bumping shoulders as they went. It was only as they began to navigate the subway station that Harley voiced his curiosity of their destination. "It's a place called Delmer's," Peter explained. "I used to go there all the time, but I haven't seen Mr. Delmer since I graduated." "How come?" Harley asked, his question innocent. Peter's answer wasn't quite as innocent, but he decided it was about time to tell Harley a bit of the story. I left my foster home soon after I graduated. I decided that I didn't want to try the system again, so I resorted to running from CPS since I am underage. I had to distance myself from the people who knew me, because my social worker had visited the home soon after I left, and notices were posted that I was missing. I didn't want to risk someone reporting a Peter sighting. Oh, Harley breathed, and they entered the busy subway car. His voice quieted. That sounds like it sucked, but why are we going back now if you're still underage? Peter smiled slyly. Mr. Delmer doesn't know my birthday. As far as he knows, I'm 18 now, and I doubt he'd actually report anything, seeing as I've got a nice haircut and clothes with no holes. I don't look like the stereotypical homeless kid avoiding CPS. Peter's light-hearted tone apparently convinced Harley to keep his concerned comments bottled up, because he quipped, "And you seem to be lacking a smudge of dirt right above your eye, so obviously there's no way you could be homeless." They filled the near hour-long subway ride with quiet chatter. Eventually, a pair of seats opened up, and since they were the last ones standing, they occupied them immediately. At the next stop, though, a fatigued woman and a little boy whom Peter assumed to be her son boarded the train, and Peter didn't hesitate to stand up again, offering the mother his seat. Harley was quick to follow, and the woman smiled graciously at them as she and the child settled down. For the rest of the ride to Queens, they got to listen to the stream of consciousness that was the small child's rambling. Peter had to admit, the possibility of giraffes with green spots rather than brown was indeed a very important consideration. When they emerged from the underground depths, it was just short of a 10-minute walk to Delmer's. Even though they'd only been out in the cold for a few minutes, the chill of the air had begun to seep into Peter's bones. Knowing from years of experience that it would take ages for his body to reheat itself later, Peter pulled out his phone to turn on his suit's heaters. While he was typing, the ever-curious Harley glanced over to see the screen. "I'm sorry, but are you texting your AI?" "No need to be jealous, Harles," Peter teased, pocketing his phone once he felt heat spreading across his body, shooing away the December air. "Not jealous," Harley mumbled. Spoken like a person green with envy. They turned the corner and Peter smiled as he laid a hand on the familiar door's handle. "Here we are." The store was just as Peter remembered it, though he supposed that not many changes usually took place within a year and a half. A single customer was busy strolling through the grocery aisles. There was a large brown-striped cat with legs painted in white resting on the counter. Behind that counter was none other than Mr. Delmer. "I'll be with you in a second," the man said, unhurriedly writing something down. Peter and Harley approached the counter, listening as the owner mumbled numbers under his breath, tapping the paper with the lead of his pencil. Peter looked over the counter to see that Mr. Delmer was playing a game of Sudoku. When the man finally decisively filled in a spot with a bold number 4, he finally set down his pencil and Sudoku book to peer up at his customers. "What can I?" Clearly, the man recognized Peter. Clearly, he seemed well aware that he'd been without one of his regulars. Still eyeing the puzzle, Peter said, "I think the 4 should be in the last space of that column." Harley let out a quiet snort. Mr. Delmer blinked, looked back down at the puzzle, frowned, and erased the bold 4. There were still traces of the dark lettering when he looked back up at Peter. "Mr. Parker," the man said at length, the frown replaced with a welcoming smile. "Been a while, hasn't it? How have you been, Peter? Surely you've not been betraying the best sandwich shop in Queens by paying a visit to that disgrace of a deli across the street." "Didn't even notice it," Peter replied, even though he definitely had, even though he definitely thought it smelled delectable as he and Harley had walked past. "I've been good, though, you." "Better than I deserve, Mr. Delmer said with a wink, "but let's stop with all the gushy stuff, and how's about we get down to business? Number 2, right?" Peter grinned unabashedly at the man's memory. "Please, with pickles, and can you smush it down real flat?" "I sure can, Mr. Parker, and what for the newbie?" Harley looked surprised at being addressed for the first time in the interaction, but he was quick to answer nonetheless. "I'll have the same as him, please, without pickles." Mr. Delmer smiled knowingly to himself. There's always one of 'em that likes the little bastards, and one of 'em that doesn't. "I take it you don't favor 'em," Harley assumed. "What? No, I love 'em." Mr. Delmer shook his head, and Peter smirked at the confused look on Harley's face. While Mr. Delmer hustled to construct the sandwiches, Peter focused his attention on the lounging cat. "Heya, Murph, how's that counter, Comfy, I'm sure." "He's not about to respond, Peter," Mr. Delmer called. "Why don't you introduce me to your new pal?" Peter glanced at Harley, gaining his approval with a small nod. "This is my partner, Harley." Mr. Delmer looked up at that, assessing Harley with the eyes of someone who had known Peter a bit too long to not become a smidge protective. "Did you find him in Texas or something? Got yourself a real cowboy there, Mr. Parker." "I'm from Tennessee, sir," Harley answered for Peter, laying on that southern charm. Mr. Delmer grunted as he wrapped up the second of the sandwiches. "Same thing, no pickle for you." He handed a sandwich to Harley. "Pickle for you." That one went to Peter. "That's $5. Peter furrowed his eyebrows. "They're 5 each, Mr. Delmer." "Yours is on the house," he said simply. Looking at Harley, he added, "His $5. Harley paid for his meal without any objections. They left the deli with a promise from Peter that he'd stop by more often. "He's an interestin' guy," Harley said thoughtfully before taking a bite out of his sandwich. "Makes a hell of a sandwich." Yeah, Peter took a bite of his own. "Shit at Sudoku, though." Chapter 39, There's Some Development. The thump of his backpack on the floor was very quickly followed by his phone vibrating in his pocket with a text. Falling back onto his bed, Ned fished out his phone to see a text from Peter, asking if he would want to talk. Ned grinned immediately, not only because of the prospect of talking to Peter, but with the knowledge that Peter totally timed his text to correlate with the time that Ned would get home from school. Instead of answering with a text, Ned tapped the call button on Peter's contact. The phone only rang once before Peter answered the call. "Hey dude," Ned greeted. "Hey Jude," Peter replied in turn, in a sing-song voice that sounded nothing like Paul McCartney, but Ned laughed nonetheless. "How was school, man? Do any cool science-y things, or really anything remotely cool at all?" "You know it, man. Ate some shit school pizza, but it was the highlight of my day, of course, since it came with a yogurt parfait." "I'm gonna be honest, Ned. Shit school pizza and some vanilla yogurt does not sound like a match made in heaven, and I eat everything, you know that." "You don't eat peppermint," Ned reminded, ignoring Peter's comments simply because it was absolutely correct. "I got a peppermint candy cane last year from a kid who was thanking me for helping him find his dog. Don't tell him this, but I threw that shit away the second I was out of sight." Peter made an exaggerated gagging sound and Ned hummed sympathetically, holding back a laugh. "My lips are sealed, but that was how my day went. How goes it for you?" Peter started, drawing out the singled word for as long as he deemed appropriate, probably aiming to drum up suspense. Ned faked a loud yawn, jokingly indicating that Peter ought to get on with it. "Went on a date, dude," Ned exclaimed, suddenly seeing the necessity of the suspense. "How was it? Where'd you go? Did you have fun? Did Harley have fun? Spare no detail." "It went well. We went to Delmer's. I had a wonderful time, and Harley also seemed to have fun," Peter said, rapid-firing his answers just as Ned had spit out his questions. "Then I pointed out that place that the fake Avengers robbed. Remember, with the Chitauri weapons. Did you know they turned that place into a coffee shop?" "Can't say I did." "They did it earlier this year at some point. Then, since we were in Queens, we walked to my old apartment so I could share my woes of nearly always being late to school. Guess the subway trip was about 45 minutes, right? Plus walking time, right? He drives to school, you know, braves the morning traffic, a courageous soul." "Yeesh," Ned responded emphatically. At least his commute to school had been reduced to a quick and easy 15-minute drive, living in the suburban realm of Boulder. Traffic wasn't usually awful, as his school was on the outer edges of the inner city. His old commute to school certainly wasn't something Ned missed about New York. His neighborhood didn't smell like garbage and exhaust fumes either, so that was great. He told Peter as much, and received a laugh which crackled through the phone receiver. "Betcha miss complaining about those things, though," Peter pointed out. "What's there to complain about in Colorado?" "You're not here," Ned answered immediately. "Had to make new friends and everything. It was like elementary school all over again, and there's not nearly as many Star Wars nerds here." "Yeah, do you think they even know about Star Wars over there?" Peter asked. "Probably not, right? Do you guys even have TVs? Or is Star Wars more associated with Ronald Reagan's proposed space laser defense system?" Ned laughed despite knowing that Peter was deflecting. "You mean his strategic defense initiative? I think the books and movie series are a bit more popular than that." "I'll believe it when I see it," Peter intoned. Ned gave him a few more seconds, knowing from years of best friendship with him that Peter would eventually address Ned's confession. Sure enough, after Ned gave him time to mull over his thoughts, Peter continued, "I miss you too, of course. It was hard, you know, not having my best friend for a year. I know you had a shit time too, if our call the other day was any indication." "Yeah," Ned sighed. My parents were definitely worried for both me and you, and even Allie with her 9-year-old little sister Wisdom knew that something was wrong with the whole situation. After his admission, Ned could practically hear the guilt seeping from Peter's pores and through the phone. But we've got the band back together, so all that's over with now. It's okay. Peter sighed, a tired little thing, and hummed noncommittally, "Guess so." Ned knew Peter still blamed himself, even though he'd been stuck between a rock and a hard place. Peter had just done what he needed to stay safe, and unfortunately, staying safe involved losing contact with Ned. It was fine, Ned understood. Peter's anxiety-riddled brain didn't allow him to accept that Ned was just happy to have his best friend back, long distance or not. Ned could only hope that Peter would find a way to sort his thoughts out soon. "I'm thinking of going to therapy," Peter blurted. Well, that was certainly a way to do it. Really? Ned wondered, trying to keep the surprise out of his voice. He and MJ had made numerous attempts to get Peter to seek help, but he'd been adamantly against it. What changed? "I guess the idea is a bit more realistic now. The team said that their therapists are legally sworn to confidentiality, and even though I know that normal therapists are too, it just feels safer to talk about Spider-Man issues knowing that they get all sorts of confidential information from the Avengers." "That makes sense," Ned softly encouraged, almost afraid that his interjection would stop Peter from talking. "And well, I've been through a lot lately, I guess, and I've matured a bit in my perspective. I'm just thinking that if I continue to let my problems go unchecked, my brain will melt within another year or two." As a very scientific guy, I can assure you that brain melting would be inevitable. Your head would be filled with sludge. Ned considered the idea for a second, like a strawberry smoothie but a bit off, like maybe someone added Worcestershire sauce to it for some reason, and the strawberries were rotten, and you didn't blend it long enough and the chunks of strawberry won't go through your straw. "That's surprisingly accurate," Peter noted, a bit of earnest fascination in his voice. "But yeah, money isn't a problem anymore either. So really, the only thing that's stopping me from trying it out is some wild ingrained fear I have, which now that I think about it, therapy would probably help sort that out." "I think you should try it. Objectively, trying new things is good, just don't ask Allie, 'cause she tried okra last week and now swears against trying new things." "Was it fried?" "Nope, boiled." "That'll be it then." Something shifted in the background. "Oh, Stellina has joined me. Tell her that I'd die for her." Ned heard him say exactly that to the dog, and he smiled. "Let me know what you decide about therapy, though." There was a pause so quiet that Ned could hear Stellina panting in the background. "I think I'll do it," Peter replied at length, as though he'd had to reach down his throat and twist and pull at his vocal cords to get the words out. Ned couldn't help the thrum of excitement sent through his body. "That's great. I'm super proud of you. You won't regret it." "Thanks, man," Peter laughed, sounding a bit relieved. "The team will be glad to hear it. Harley too, I'm sure." "Oh, I forgot to ask. Did Mr. Delmer grant Harley the stamp of approval?" "Well, Harley's sandwich wasn't overpriced, so." "That's a yes, then." "I was certainly relieved." Peter cut off, his voice returning in a matter of seconds. "I'm being summoned for dinner, it seems. I'll text later, yeah." "Sounds good. Catch you later, epic skater." In a wild $1,000,000 smile. "That one wasn't as good," Ned teased. "Yeah, I know," Peter sighed. "See ya, man." Peter hung up, leaving Ned to smile to himself. Man, he'd really missed Peter. The only phone call Ned would ever tolerate was one with Peter. Screw making doctor's appointments, he can just do that stuff online. Peter he could call. Ned let himself relish in post-Peter happiness a bit further, before his eyes widened and he cursed softly. "Forgot to walk the dog." There was a gunshot, loud and obtrusive and uninvited, reverberating in Peter's mind. It was so loud that the sound itself was like a ball in a pinball machine ricocheting off the sides of its prison, occasionally knocking down some Batman villain, or destroying a miniature Death Star from Star Wars. Bright lights and explosion sound effects accompany the destruction before the ball hits the Death Star again and the chaos starts all over. It was so loud, in fact, that it woke Peter up. The first thing on his mind was, someone's dead. Then he realized that, according to his already fleeting nightmare, Harley's dead. Peter didn't think that he'd ever get over the sheer terror that overtook him each time he woke up wholeheartedly believing that at least one person in his life had died. Of course, that wasn't what he was contemplating at the moment. In fact, he didn't have the mental capacity to think of anything other than getting the fuck out of his tangled sheets and out of his bed and out of his room. His spidey sense was the only thing that prevented him from tripping over Stellina in his race to leave his room. She was awake and sitting on the floor, not in bed with him. Peter didn't have the wherewithal to consider that it was most likely himself that had awoken her. He rubbed his fingers against the palms of his hands, no bloody slickness, just checking. The hall was dark, his eyes were blurred with panic, and his legs were shaking. None of those factors deterred him from stumbling down the hall to reach Harley's room. He knocked on the door loudly enough to hopefully wake Harley. He was not dead. His heartbeat rang clear and true in Peter's ears. He was not dead, yet quiet enough to hopefully not wake Wanda and to hopefully not concern Vision. Harley was a deep sleeper. That was why he wasn't responding to Peter's incessant knocking. Unfortunately, as previously discussed, Peter wasn't in his right mind. His partner's heartbeat was the only thing keeping him from collapsing to the ground with what emotion he didn't know. Grief for someone whom he'd already lost, or grief for someone who wasn't even gone. Peter's ears were ringing so persistently that he'd completely missed what had developed between his failed attempts at waking Harley and seeing the drowsy teen in front of him, replacing the unyielding door. Pete, Friday said, "What's?" Peter barely registered Harley's words before he collapsed not to the ground, but on the ever-so-steady, ever-so-alive Harley. Immediately, Harley's hands jumped to support Peter, a grounding pressure. Harley led him further into his dark room and sat them down on the carpeted flooring, cooing nonsensically all the while. Peter couldn't focus on anything other than that fact that Harley was here, alive and well, and not shot to death on the sidewalk after their date had concluded. "Darlin', hey," Harley tried, before he was presumably interrupted by a particularly harsh sob from Peter. "Hey, Peter, you're gonna need to take some time to breathe." Breathing was, in fact, a concept that Peter usually understood. His understanding, however, couldn't hold a candle to the ongoing panic that came with the belief that Harley was dead, nor the overwhelming relief to find out that he wasn't. Therefore, Peter could only shake his head in the limited space that Harley's shoulder allowed. He clung even tighter to Harley's shirt, which could have been unknowingly ripped by Peter's strength. Peter might have even whined, reduced to resembling the sounds of a wounded animal. Peter lifted his head to try to look at Harley, but he only got a glimpse of him before his eyesight was shadowed by a black static. "Whoa, hey, stick with me, Pete." Harley's urgent voice cut through the sound of blood rushing past Peter's ears. "Put your head back down, there you go, don't go passin' out on me. Breathe, Pete." Peter tried to do as instructed, he really did, but the best he could give Harley was a choked breath that turned into another sob. Harley encouraged him regardless, and he registered Harley's hands moving from their place on Peter's back to rest one on the back of his neck. The other hand drifted farther down, soothing circles into Peter's waist. That sensation was the only thing Peter was able to hone in on, but nonetheless he made another attempt at a proper breath, one that could possibly give him the oxygen he so desperately needed. Good, Harley praised when Peter's body didn't immediately reject the air. "Okay, yeah, try to focus on my heartbeat, Pete. That helps, yeah, focus on my heartbeat." And so, desperate to end the seemingly never-ending torture, Peter fought through the panic to remind himself of Harley's heartbeat, incessantly reassuring him that Harley was alive. He didn't do it consciously, but after a few seconds of focusing, his finger started tapping to the beat of Harley's heart. "Okay, good, you're doing great, Peter. Breathe with me." Harley took a massive sigh and Peter followed automatically. He was slightly more successful. "There you go, you're safe, I'm safe, we're safe." Harley safe, Harley safe, Harley safe. Peter could calm down a bit quicker after that. He slowly lengthened his breaths, ensuring that his exhales were longer than his inhales. Harley held him all the while, continuing his mantra of "You're safe, I'm safe, we're safe." "I'm okay," Peter finally whispered. Sorry. "No need to apologize," Harley assured just as quietly. "Just glad you came to me. Had to make sure you were okay." Peter lifted his head again and the black lined his vision once more. He was able to keep himself upright though, and the static faded to show Harley's concerned face. You died in my dream, nightmare." "Shit, Pete," Harley lamented. "Wait, you don't have to tell me, or maybe wait to calm down a bit more." "I'm fine now," Peter said, then winced. "Well, nearing it. Almost there though, so I can talk about my stupid dream." "Do you want to talk about it?" Harley asked, still unsure. "I don't see why not," Peter lied, ignoring the chorus of "don't burden him, don't worry him" inside his head. Harley was well down the rabbit hole of concern. There was nothing Peter could do about it now. "I don't really remember much from it. All I know is that you died in the same way MJ died. The details are a bit fucked, but that was the general sentiment." And it was only now hitting him, the implications of the idea that they died in the same way. What was Peter doing infecting Harley with the same destiny? because surely it was destiny, right? Dead loved ones were all Peter had ever known. Harley was well and truly in the category of loved ones, and that didn't bode well for his fate. Peter had known of that theme, had been stupidly aware of how Harley was at risk when they started dating, and yet Peter became his boyfriend without hesitation. Was Peter fucking insane? Oh, Pete, Harley sighed. That's terrible, but a nightmare connectin', your trauma to your current relationship doesn't make you, like, insane or anything. Better question, could Harley read minds? But you're at risk by being with me. No, I'm not. Harley's voice was so earnestly unyielding that Peter blinked in surprise. I'll wager a guess and say that, since you've lost so many people, you believe yourself to be the cause. Is that right? Peter nodded quietly, finding no room to disagree. That just isn't how it works. It's your own mind twistin' up the past. I am at risk, but not 'cause of you. I'm an Avenger, and I'm livin' in the very detectable Avenger headquarters. I've been at risk ever since I moved here, and I've known that. Any danger I could be in has nothing to do with you. Our relationship doesn't affect my fate. But MJ. Michelle died 'cause of a murderer's whim. She was just one victim of a likely many. You weren't even with her when it happened. Peter deflated. I couldn't save her. It doesn't seem like there was anything more you could have done, Harley replied, his voice softening once more. You did all you could, as fast as you could, and that's what matters. And what if the same thing happens to you? You won't be alone. You're not alone anymore, Pete. Savin, me won't be your responsibility and your responsibility alone. Surely between you and my overpowered family and their miracle-working doctors, I'll pull through. Peter sagged against Harley as though his body had been cut from a puppeteer's strings. His head dropped once more, and he could feel the other shift to accommodate Peter's body a bit more. Peter took a bit too long to respond, so Harley continued, I'm safe right now, though, and that's all that matters. We're okay. You're right, Peter admitted. Logically, but my concept of relationships, I guess, has been ingrained in my perspective for a good while. Logically, I can't dispute anything you've said. It's just that it's all hard to wrap my head around. Harley hummed, still essentially cradling Peter. It'll take time, yeah. I've got faith in you, though, and I'll be here to help. This hadn't been a conversation that Peter'd had with MJ, and needless to say, he was glad to be having it with Harley. The tension and shakiness of Peter's panic had dissolved the longer Harley had talked. The only thing that remained was a certain looseness that could only come about by being comforted through a panic attack. Peter's pure adoration for Harley certainly helped him feel relaxed, too. Hard truths were spoken this evening early morning, but Peter obviously needed to hear them. Harley's sentiment contrasted severely with Peter's mentality. Matt was occasionally able to pull Peter from a whirlpool of doubts and intrusive thoughts, but the man had his limits. There was only so much Matt could do when he was battling his own inner demons. Harley was now a facet of Peter's support system. Tonight certainly made that point clear. Pete, Harley said once Peter had been quiet for a moment too long. I'm all right, Peter assured, lifting his head to gaze at Harley once again. His vision remained clear. You help, thanks. Harley nodded, clearly relieved, and leaned his head forward to rest his forehead against Peter's. Peter could feel Harley's soft breaths heat the air between them. They held eye contact for a moment, before Harley broke it to scan across Peter's face. Peter closed his own eyes, relishing the moment of peace, and when he reopened them, Harley's gaze was decidedly resting on Peter's mouth. A shiver went through Peter, and he pulled his arm to resolutely wrap around Harley's back, reinvigorating his hold. They made eye contact again, Harley's heart beating almost as fast as Peter's. Peter cracked a smile, feeling awfully warm. Hey, Harley's voice was softer than it had been all night. Hey, Peter whispered back. Can I kiss you? Yeah. They were both smiling into the kiss, but they made it work. Harley giggled into Peter's mouth, and they broke apart to calm themselves. Peter stared at Harley's bright grin, shining through the dark, and he thought, this boy makes me so fucking happy. He said as much, and Harley's smile only grew. Heat swirled within Peter as he leaned back in for another chaste press of lips, and his skin burned where Harley grasped the back of Peter's neck. When he pulled back, there was a blush on Harley's cheeks so intense that Peter thought he'd be able to see it even without enhanced eyesight. All good? Peter asked. Harley nodded vehemently, breathing out, yes, you. I'm great, sublime, even. One could say I'm positively groovy. Harley chuckled, tilted his head forward once more, and mumbled, You're so. Peter caught his lips again, interrupting him. He guessed that he'd never find out what Harley thought he was. Chapter 40, So How is Spider-Man? Harley tried to keep his shifting to a minimum so as to not disturb Peter, but he had been sitting on the ground for a while now. Aches and pains were inevitable, no matter how much he didn't want to move. Because why would he want to move? Peter appeared to be the most at peace Harley had ever seen him. He wondered if this was how relaxed Peter was when he was dead asleep. Harley had never seen him in that state, because in the few times Harley had observed Peter sleeping, he'd either been having a nightmare or sleeping rather lightly. But despite having slumped against Harley's body, Peter was definitely awake, occasionally pressing kisses to Harley's shoulder. Every time he did so, Harley found his heart rate skyrocketing. He was in heaven. However, the ever-observant Peter could detect Harley's discomfort, and he huffed out a small laugh as he clambered out of Harley's hold. "Boo!" Harley half-jokingly complained. Peter let out a snort in return and offered Harley his hand to help him up. Harley immediately grasped it, exaggerating a groan as he got to his feet. "I'm too old for this." "We're both 17. Peter pulled Harley closer to him and swooped in to peck Harley on the nose with a grace that Harley doubted he himself could ever manage. Harley's stomach soared. "Now then, would it be too forward of me to invite myself to your bed?" "What you don't mean like us?" "To sleep, Harles," Peter clarified, very obviously failing in hiding a laugh. "I don't really want to go back to my poor little old bedroom, all alone, where I can despair in my solitude. Maybe I could write in my journal about it, being banished by my boyfriend to the depths." "Do you even have a journal?" Harley asked, hardly concerned about Peter's comedic ramblings as he pulled the other towards his bed. "I doubt you do, honestly." "You'd be correct, I've been made. Abort mission." "Oh, no you don't," Harley laughed as Peter faked an escape attempt. Peter gave in easily to Harley's consistent pull, and they tumbled into bed together. Sleep didn't necessarily come easy for either of them. Every time Harley's eyes started to droop, he would think about the fluttering of his stomach when Peter smoothed a hand across his back while giggling into a kiss. And then he'd be wide awake once more, always thankful that Peter wasn't able to see the red of his cheeks, what with Harley's head being tucked into Peter's chest. Though now that Harley thought about it, Peter could definitely hear the pounding of Harley's heart, so maybe he wasn't hiding much. If the intermittent kisses Peter laid atop Harley's head were any indication, Peter seemed to be having the same problem. Eventually, Harley was able to drift asleep, tiredness taking over the incessant gay I'm gay for my boyfriend part of his mind. When he awoke, stretching as he yawned, he was still on his side, his head resting atop Peter's chest rather than burrowing into it. He craned his head upwards and blinked blearily at Peter, who was, of course, already awake. Peter smiled down at Harley, and after he returned the smile, he caught sight of what Peter was entertaining himself with. "Is that my copy of A Wrinkle in Time?" Harley murmured, only slightly accusatory. "Good morning to you too, dear," Peter chuckled, and oh, that was a pet name that Harley certainly enjoyed. "It was on your nightstand, with a shit ton of dog ears in it, so do you blame me?" "I do not." Harley suddenly remembered the pencil that was laying atop the book, and he jolted. "Wait, have you gotten to?" Yes, I have, and might I say that your little annotations are the best things I've ever read. It's like a peek into your mind." "Exactly," he huffed. "Did you get to the part?" "The part where you labeled Calvin as the coolest motherfucker you've ever had the pleasure of reading about, and that you wouldn't mind if he—" "All right," Harley interrupted, slapping his hand over Peter's mouth. "No need to go on, I know what I wrote." Peter stuck his tongue out and Harley yelped as he pulled his hand away to wipe it on Peter's shirt. "You had that coming," Peter reasoned, before he gently tossed the book back onto the nightstand. "Now come on, get up, I smell waffles." They didn't bother getting dressed for the day, especially not since Peter could smell the waffles cooking. If they smelled, then they were almost done, and the two wanted their waffles hot and ready, thank you very much. Stellina, who had ended up in Harley's room at some point in the night, followed them down to the common kitchen, where Bruce immediately set her bowl of food on the ground. Harley's eyes widened as he realized that almost every Tower resident was gathered in the kitchen. Pepper was the only one he couldn't see, since she'd been at work for about an hour now. It was a rare occurrence for the whole team to be present for breakfast, since Wanda wasn't much of a morning person. Vision usually didn't have a reason to be in the kitchen without Wanda, and Tony spent most of his time in his lab. Despite the oddness of the situation, Wanda gave Harley and Peter a small smile from where she was clutching a cup of coffee like it was her lifeblood. Vision, from beside her, offered the two a small wave. Tony grunted something along the lines of "morning." He seemed to be rather distracted by his tablet, which was probably acting as a substitute for his lab. "Boys," Sam called, snapping in their direction. Using his other hand, he manhandled a batch of waffles onto a plate. "Just in time. Someone get this plate out of my way." Peter rushed to help Sam, moving the full plate out of the way so Sam could load up another. Peter tried to hand the ampler plate to Harley, grabbing the second, less plentiful plate for himself. Harley simply frowned and nabbed the second plate out of Peter's hand, leaving the full plate for Peter. Harley doubted he could even eat that much, and he told Peter so when the teen frowned a frown to rival Harley's. "Just give the rest to Stellina if you don't finish it," Nat suggested to Peter, her ever-present tea mug warming her hands. "I'm sure she'd love the treat." "No way," Peter instantly denied, and he pulled the plate farther from Stellina, even though she was nowhere near it. "It isn't healthy." Peter and Harley sat down at the table, where Peter quickly began to tuck into his meal. Harley eyed Nat, who had a knowing smirk on her face as she watched Peter eat, and knew that there wasn't a chance she'd give the waffles to Stellina, either. Harley smiled to himself and started on his own food. He nudged Clint, who was sitting to his right. "Is there a family meetin' or something? Mission send off, why is like everyone here?" Clint shrugged and continued to scroll through his phone. "Coincidence, as far as I know. Nat and Bruce were already here when I got down here, but they were silent as all hell. Then Sam came down and started making waffles, and eventually even Tony showed face." "Fry said I'd regret missing out," Tony mumbled, proving that he was still listening to the conversation, despite his eyes being glued to his tablet. Satisfied that he wasn't missing anything, Harley shrugged, and the meal continued on in peace. Nat and Steve were talking about something that Harley couldn't quite hear, and Peter and Bucky were chatting about Stellina, with Bucky enthusiastically petting Stellina. Harley was left to wonder why they'd never had a dog before. Peter looked comfortable, talking to Bucky, relaxed. He watched Peter grin widely, resisting a full-out laugh and shoving Bucky away lightly as the man made no move to resist his own laugh. Harley blinked with the realization that Peter looked rather at home here. He looked away and smiled to himself, pleased with the thought. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and he looked back to see Wanda looking down at him with an impish smile. She leaned down to him, her voice softly saying, "Now, you know I wouldn't read your mind without your say-so. But I'm feeling something a bit different about you too. Care to share, or are you leaving your wingwoman in the dust?" "Shoulda known you'd sense it," Harley replied, trying to quell the quick beating of his heart. "Can't help it," Wanda shrugged, and he knew she was right. She was able to control her abilities to aid her in fights, and she was able to stop the thoughts and dreams of others from entering her psyche. But her powers were sensitive to others' emotions regardless, so of course she'd be able to feel the spark of warmth between Harley and Peter. "What is it, then?" "We kissed," Peter offered, now also leaning back to face Wanda with a bright look on his face. Could that be it? Wanda's expression grew to match Peter's, while Harley was left with what must have been the world's most prominent blush. "That's probably it, yes," she answered with poorly disguised excitement. "Oh, to be young and romantic," Steve teased, clearly having heard the not-so-hushed conversation. "He says, knowing full well that he went on maybe 2 dates as a teen," Bucky said reminiscently. Steve elbowed him hard enough that Bucky swayed slightly in his chair. Tony had put down his tablet at Peter's proclamation, and the look on his face scared Harley a little. "Now do you want me to give you condoms and—" "Nope," Harley waved his hand in Tony's general direction, covering his face with his other. "I already said no, not necessary." He heard Peter repeat, "already," while Natasha repeated, "not necessary," in that especially taunting tone of voice she occasionally employed. "Actually, it is completely necessary for sexually active teenagers to be safe in their activities, and to use condoms for pee." "Oh my fucking god, Vision," Harley interrupted, now completely covering his face and ignoring Steve's chastizations of his language. "I didn't mean, I know it's necessary, Christ, it's just that we're not doing that anytime soon," Peter concluded, his tone firm. Harley risked a glance at his boyfriend and took in his red face and slight frown. His expression allowed for no argument. "Please trust us to ask for help if we need it, since we're already well aware of the risks of sex." Wanda stepped in and gently laid a hand on Peter's shoulder. He relaxed at her touch, and she said, "Sorry, Peter, we didn't mean to overstep any boundaries." "It's all right," he replied, the tension having vanished from his face. He looked up at the team, who were quietly gauging his reaction, having been thoroughly scolded. "As you were." If there was one thing the Avengers were good at other than destroying a few aliens, it was changing the topic. Clint immediately launched into a story about a time he and his family had gone to play laser tag. The competition had been fierce between himself and this random teenager, and he'd ended up losing to the boy. It was a story Harley had heard before, and he knew not to point out the fallacies in it. Clint was an absolute beast at laser tag, Harley knew from experience. It was the SHIELD training that did it, probably. He just succumbed to his child-loving urges and had let the boy win. Beating an Avenger had surely made the kid's day, so Harley couldn't say he blamed Clint one bit. If Peter's squint was any indication, he probably picked up on the unlikeliness of the loss. He, too, must have found it best not to call Clint out. By the time both Harley and Peter emptied their plates and declined seconds, there came a lull in the conversation. Peter fiddled with this fork, spinning it between his fingers as he filled the silence. So, I decided that I'd like to try out therapy, if that's okay. The quiet returned in the moments after Peter's statement, mainly because, whoa, that was a big step in the right direction, one that Harley had hardly anticipated. By the reactions of the team, he didn't think they saw it coming either. Peter was looking down at his empty plate. Harley was sure that their silence wasn't helping. "Sounds like a wonderful idea, Pete," Harley replied, smiling reassuringly and glaring at the others to at least say something. "Of course it's okay," Nat spoke up. "I'm the one who encouraged you in the first place. I'm glad you've thought about it more." The rest of the team gave similar sentiments, while Tony leaned across the table slightly and turned off his tablet. "Is there an age preference for the doc? Gender preference? Date of appointment? Gimme the deets." "Geez, Tony," Bruce sighed. "Cool it a little, yeah." "No, it's okay," Peter interjected. I guess young enough for me to relate to, but old enough to have some experience. As for gender, anything but male, and I guess I can try it out soon, I guess, before I change my mind, I guess." "You guess, Tony smirked. "Should I wait for a more definite answer, or do you want to pick out a candidate?" "I guess," Peter returned with a matching smirk. Then he corrected himself to the second option, no time like the present. "Let's get to it then," Tony suggested, rising from his seat. "Meet me in my lair when you're ready." As Tony left the kitchen, Sam called after him, "Stop calling your lab a lair," to which Tony responded by flipping the man off without looking back. Peter also rose from his seat, dishes in hand, but before he could get to the sink to wash them, Wanda swooped in to place a firm kiss on his forehead. They exchanged a few words in Ukrainian, and damn, Harley would really like to be successful at learning languages. But he could appreciate the moment for what it was, affection between two would-be strangers who were quickly approaching the status of close friends if they weren't there already. After grabbing the rest of the empty plates despite the protests of several, Peter went through his dishwashing routine. Harley never quite understood the appeal of the process, but it obviously provided Peter with some amount of comfort, so Harley let him be. Peter came over to him and set a hand on his shoulder. "I'll see you in a bit." Harley hummed and patted the other's hand, and Peter followed after Tony. Conversations at the table had since resumed, and Harley let out a small laugh as he heard Sam and Bucky debating the implications of Thor being a god. Did people pray to him? Could he answer their prayers? Could he smite people if he so chose? Bucky argued yes on the last question. Thor could control lightning. Personally, Harley thought he could smite people, but wouldn't. If Thor wanted to settle his differences, he was likely to simply punch the offender. He yawned and beckoned Stelina over for a pet or two, and in that moment his brain stuttered to a halt. "Shit," he exclaimed, standing up so suddenly that Stelina jumped back and all eyes turned to him. "I'm so late for school, why didn't y'all tell me?" "Oh, is that what's got you so worked up?" Nat asked, clearly unconcerned, which confused Harley somewhat. "Tony excused you for another day. You are still recovering from an encounter with a bomb after all." "Oh," Harley slumped back into his seat, relieved. "I just thought that my recovery would only sanction one day of missed school." "I'm sure the other field trippers are also missing school," she countered. "You have a bit more experience compartmentalizing these types of things, but it was still a traumatic experience. You don't need to go back to school quite yet." Harley hummed noncommittally. He was happy to not have to go to school, but as it was, he hadn't thought about the bomb in close to 12 hours. He felt like he was abusing his right to a mental recuperation by not going to school when he thought he could handle returning. Of course, his therapist would say that trauma responses vary, and Harley could be triggered by something he'd consider inane. David also said that just because Harley was feeling fine most days, there might come a day where his anxiety-filled experience would be all that he could think about. Maybe staying home for another day wasn't too bad of an idea. Stelina returned to Harley's side, satisfied that there would be no further disruptions, and Harley happily settled into his second day off. "How about this one?" Tony swiped across the hologram again, which now displayed a woman looking to be in her late 20s. Her hair was a bit shorter than shoulder length, dark brown, loosely curled. Her smile was soft, eyeliner and blush accenting her expression. She wore at least 3 necklaces. Peter could see a peek of a chest tattoo poking out from behind her cardigan. Going off of vibes alone, she seems like someone I'd want to know. Peter leaned in closer, as though he could judge her personality by examining her nose piercing. What's her name? Dr. Lauren Purdue, psychiatrist, 29 years old, moved here from Southern California 3 years ago. Favorite color is green, owns 2 pet birds, and prides herself on her poker face. She likes Scrabble, and it's her life goal to be able to use Fergalicious. She wants to use Fergalicious in Scrabble. Is that even a word? Of course it is, Peter stressed. That's a pretty detailed report. She wrote a lot on her application. Her background check didn't reveal much that we didn't already know. Tony scrolled down on the hologram, humming to himself. She's mainly worked with abuse victims, but for a time, she offered temporary services to victims of a severe flood in Louisiana. I like her, he decided. She just looked like a comforting presence, and well, Peter liked Scrabble. Peter also liked supplying his talents in order to help others. Does she know that she'd be helping out Spider-Man? She knows that her client would be someone who lives in the tower and is aware of the severity of her confidentiality contract. Everything else is up to you to reveal. Oh, that's nice, choosing when to reveal my identity. What an amazing idea, one I had never considered before, except for like one time, but she'd said that she'd already suspected. By golly, I would have never thought. Is your rambling my penance for kidnapping you and subsequently taking off your mask? Tony sighed. Rambling and stealing the hearts of all the team members, Peter taunted. Tony snorted. Yeah, well, you've gone and accomplished that, he mumbled distractedly as he pulled out his phone. Wait, what? I'll go ahead and give the doc a call if you want to give her a try. You can always check out another candidate if you and her don't match well. There's no pressure there. Not everyone clicks with a therapist on the first meeting, either, so maybe plan to have more than one session with her. Peter resigned to not having his interjection acknowledged, and he nodded. Makes sense. Yeah, could you schedule a session for tomorrow, or is that too soon? No time like the present, as they say, Tony sagely said, before his eyebrows furrowed. More like no time like tomorrow in this circumstance. Now that just sounds like a procrastinator's anthem. Peter left Tony to call Dr. Purdue and received a text within 30 minutes to let him know that the appointment would be at 3 o'clock the next day. So Peter was really doing this. When he told Matt about his considerations on patrol last night, the man had been more surprised than Peter could say for himself. He was more proud than anything, though, telling Peter that it was about time for one of them to gain some sense. Maybe your sessions can count for the both of us, Matt had said. Peter had simply laughed and shook his head. He'd always figured that if either of them ever went to therapy, Peter would have better odds. Matt was Matt, and Peter didn't think anyone would be able to get his stubborn ass to change his mind. The day went by lazily, seeing as Bruce had randomly lent Peter a copy of The Hobbit. Harley had joined Peter in his reading spell, putting A Wrinkle in Time to good use. Nearly an hour into their silent reading time, Bucky came into the common room with his Tolkien book and settled in on the opposite end of the couch. Dinner was excellently prepared by a nearby pizza place, and the team, including Pepper, dished up their plates and reconvened to watch a few episodes of a good old-fashioned sitcom. Patrol, sleep, an unpleasant dream that Peter couldn't remember, and it was the next day. Since Harley had decided to return to school, he had to leave early on with a small kiss goodbye that had Peter feeling especially glad that he'd brushed his teeth the moment he woke up. Peter proceeded to bide his time until his appointment, and at 10 till 3 o'clock he was anything but calm. If it doesn't go well, I give you permission to blame each and every one of us, Wanda offered when she caught him pacing in the previously empty common room. You say that like you don't know I'd rather die than blame you for something that you can't be faulted for, Peter steadily replied, trying to calm his ingrained worries. Besides, it can't be the worst thing I've ever experienced. Dr. Purdue looked like she could handle anything I threw at her. And handle it she will, she confirmed, stepping forward to wrap Peter in a hug that he readily accepted, despite it halting his pacing. It's what she's paid for after all. You've just gotta trust her, and yourself. A daunting task, he mumbled into her shoulder. Now, she declared, separating the hug while still keeping her hands on his shoulders, go down there and get some psychiatric care. I'm proud of you, I love you, go team. Peter couldn't help the laugh that bubbled up in him, and he nodded seriously. Love you too, go team. The walk to the elevator, with Stelina in tow, of course, felt like the walk he'd had to endure to get back to his old condemned apartment that time he ran out of web fluid while on patrol. He asked Friday to take him to one of the conference room floors where his session would take place. Apparently, Tony had several rooms dedicated to therapy sessions, which made sense, what with the team members each having an individual therapist. Tony had explained that another floor was the designated therapy location for Stark Industries employees. The sessions were covered by the health insurance the company provided. Peter found Dr. Purdue's office almost immediately, since the rest of the floor was empty, and the doctor herself was sitting in a waiting chair outside her room. A bright grin lit up her face once she spotted him, and she stood to greet him. "Lauren Purdue at your service," she said, her voice warm enough to scare off any chance of snow in New York. "Call me Lauren if you want, pronouns she, they, may I shake your hand?" Peter blinked and answered by sticking out his hand as an offering, which they took immediately. Her hands were as warm as her voice. "Peter, he, him, nice to meet you, Lauren." "Charmed, I'm sure," she said, sporting an awful British accent that matched the sarcastic curtsy they did, during which they gripped an imaginary skirt. Peter liked her, that much he could tell. "You good to go?" they asked once they'd righted themselves, gesturing towards the door to their office. Yeah, just, God, this was embarrassing." Lauren waited him out, so Peter forced himself to ask, as if reciting a script, "Can I please come in?" A brief look of confusion passed Lauren's face, but their expression quickly softened. "Yes, of course, come on in." Peter wasn't quite sure why he was so relieved, but the small knot in his stomach unclenched slightly. "Can Stellina come in too?" Peter wondered, resting a hand on her head. She had been rather politely sitting right next to him, her tail wagging eagerly. Lauren smiled, warm and bright. "I'd be honored. I was wondering if I'd get the chance to pet her." They walked into the room. Peter took a deep breath as they went, his nerves cooling. For an office meant for a possible therapist candidate, it was surprisingly well furnished. The armchairs were plushy, the lighting was warm, and there were 4 plants dotted across the room. There was a tote bag next to one of the chairs, which Peter presumed to be Lauren's. Lauren took a seat, and Peter followed suit, with Stellina laying on the carpet to his right. She pulled her bag into her lap as she said, "So it seems like I've been doing a majority of the talking, which is perfectly fine with me. But I wanted you to have a chance to choose the course of this session, so riddle me this. Do you want to jump right into the deep end and sort out the iffy stuff, or would you rather join me in a game of Scrabble? I assume Mr. Stark showed you my application." Peter only had to think for about 2 seconds before he answered, and they began pulling out Scrabble supplies from their bag. "Would you mind grabbing that table?" they requested, indicating to a table pushed off to the side of the room. "Actually, you know what, it might be a bit heavy, so I'll..." Peter had brought the table to the space between the 2 chairs before Lauren could finish her sentence. "Oh, thanks, Peter." And so the Scrabble game commenced. Lauren used the opportunity to chat about their birds, both the ones they had now and the ones they'd had growing up, which she had loved equally. In turn, Peter talked about Stellina and how she had been a gift from Pepper. Little by little, the bouncing of his legs slowed, and Peter dared to ask the question that had been dogging at his mind. "Am I supposed to talk about my issues right about now?" Lauren looked up after she had spelled the word dispense and tallied up her points. "That's for you to decide. This session can go any way you want it to. We can just sit here playing Scrabble the entire time, or we can start working out why you're here and what you'd like to work on. Whatever you want." Peter gazed at his letters, working out the word psyche, which he added onto their dispense. She smiled and marked his points. "I think I should start talking about my stuff. I just don't really know how," he admitted. "I can ask the questions if you want. It might be easier." And ask she did. "Have you ever gone to therapy? If one session with the school counselor when I was a freshman counts, then yeah. Do you count it?" Peter didn't hesitate. No, it didn't help. Lauren reached for their bag again. "Do you mind if I write down a few things you say in my handy-dandy notebook? It's just for my shitty memory, so I can look back on your comments later on if you choose to continue our sessions." Peter nodded his consent, and she pulled out a small journal and pen. "Why'd you go to school counseling, if you don't mind my asking?" "Ask any question you want," he replied genuinely, though he didn't know if he could answer everything. "My uncle died near the beginning of freshman year. My aunt thought I should just have a go with one session, and the school system agreed. It didn't quite go well, so I discount it completely." "I'm sorry for your loss," she steadily offered, making eye contact before Peter looked away and they jotted something down in their notes. "And I also apologize on behalf of the psychiatric community for your school counseling experience. Hopefully this goes a bit better." She winked, and Peter returned it with a smile. Well, I like you, so you have a head start. Mr. Mitchell wasn't fun company. I feel you there. You mentioned your aunt. Could you tell me about her? She died too, he answered hesitantly, gauging their reaction. Her eyes went even softer than their naturally soft state, and she said, Peter, that's awful. I'm sorry, and I understand if you'd like to change the topic. No, it's okay. She was the kindest person you'd ever meet, and she had the smile lines to show for it. May was a nurse, so she wasn't home often, but when she was, I spent every moment with her that I could. Time was precious, more so than I knew. Very philosophical of you, Lauren remarked, and he smiled slightly. Should we keep chatting about May, or would you like to revisit her later? Peter genuinely thought about it, desperate to make this shit work for him. We can move on. May is a good few sessions on her own, I reckon. I look forward to learning more, they murmured, scribbling in their notebook. Now, are there any symptoms you'd like me to know about right off the bat? Any triggers, topics to avoid for the time being? Peter paused, watching as Stelina performed an army crawl-like maneuver to get closer to his feet. There's a lot. Tell me what you want and can. So Peter delved into what topics he deemed okay to relay at this point. Frequent panic and anxiety attacks, sensory issues that he didn't yet connect to Spider-Man, though he was sure the time would come soon enough, and Natasha's report on his eating habits. As for triggers, he mentioned being alone with men older than him, raised voices, touch that he didn't consent to, and certain sounds and phrases that reminded him of not-so-great times. Lauren never once asked him to elaborate, as she calmly nodded and recorded his words, and he was grateful. Well, seems like there are plenty of opportunities for me to get in there and do my thing, they concluded, facial expression open and non-judgmental. It made Peter want to tell her more. Can I ask what your home life is like? It feels safe, he quickly responded, and it took him a solid second to register what he just said. He had, for one, mentally categorized the tower as home, and for two, he'd truthfully referred to it as a safe setting in which he felt comfortable. Oh. You look like you just had a light bulb moment, she noted, intrigued. Care to share? For the first time in the session, he had to take some time to gather his thoughts. It's been a while since I've been able to call somewhere home, I guess. God, that sounds sappy. Maybe, Lauren acknowledged, but it also sounds true. Tell me more. I haven't felt safe since May died. It's been all go, you could say. Nothing ever compared to the way my apartment in Queens made me feel, and for a long time, it felt like I could never replicate that feeling. That makes sense. You seem to have some good memories there. Yeah, Peter sighed, but the memories until a few weeks ago were not as good. But after I moved here, he didn't mention the rocky start to his stay at the tower. I just felt welcome. I think it's safe, and I guess I didn't realize that I just really like it here. Lauren smiled and closed their notebook. That's certainly a fun revelation to have, and I'm honored to have seen it in action. Are you comfortable to chew on that thought and revisit it at our next session, should you choose to see me again? Her voice lilted up at the end, indicating for him to share his preference. Yeah, he decided. Tony will help me schedule our next appointment, so that should be good. Well, you're quite literally my only client, so my calendar is clear. Also, I won the game. Try again next time. Peter laughed, shaking his head. I figured as much, but just one more thing I wanted to tell you, I guess. He stared at her nose piercing as she nodded encouragement. I'm Spider-Man. That info will probably be helpful for future lessons. He listened as their heart rate spiked, but their facial expression revealed nothing except warmth. It seemed that she hadn't been lying about her poker face. I'll have to write that down, she teased. Does surprise lead to forgetfulness? Lauren laughed and shook their head. My memory has nothing to do with my emotions, believe it or not. And I've got to say, I knew I'd be in for a treat once I signed up to take on an Avengers Tower resident. With Peter leaving the session more surprised than Lauren seemed, seriously, she seemed unshakable. He swore to see her again soon. They offered him another handshake, which he accepted with exaggerated formality. They gave Stelina a pet as she trotted out of the room and gave Peter a two-fingered salute as he left their sights. As Peter entered the elevator, he heard Lauren mutter to herself, I met Spider-Man, cool. Stelina panted as the two rode the elevator to Peter's floor, and Peter chewed on his revelation indeed. His mind was rushing to come up with ways to contradict the thought, but he couldn't get past the word safe. He felt safe at the tower, with the team whom he'd never imagined to feel safe around, at a time in his life that didn't particularly allow for safety. Harley was waiting for him in their kitchen, reading his book. He stood as Peter entered, dog-earing his page. How'd it go? Is Dr. Purdue nice? Are you gonna go again? He looked nervous, eager, caring. Instead of answering, Peter pulled him into a hug. Harley was quick to respond, wrapping his arms securely around Peter and pressing a quick kiss to Peter's temple. Holy shit. Peter was home. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.